Oh. What is up, chat? Dear leader, I've been waiting all day to share the most amazing interview Brad Palumbo has done, and it will trigger you beyond measure that you may go offline forever. Oh no. We'll see. Tickle the ivies for us. Tickled.
Some statement.
Okay. Jesus.
Hutch can't fathom that there might be some statement, some joke.
Did he get a new camera or a new light? This guy always tells me, I always have like, you have lights and then a diffuser that you put on the lights. And then every time I light myself that way, that Como Sedisa guy always messages me. He's like, you fucking retard. Why are you shining the light right on you? You got to bounce it around. And I'm like, okay. So now I have, this whole white wall. I just shoot the light at the wall and then it comes here. And then over here, there's a whole white wall. So I shoot the light at the wall and it comes. So that's why it's softer. Okay. There you go. Soft light. No harsh shadows. At first I was worried I'm not lit enough, but I think because my background is black, I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. No orb? I don't know what the orb shit is that you guys keep talking about. This door's open though. Hold on one sec. Google CEO tells graduates they're all getting replaced in front of their faces.
Hutch can't.
We'll watch this first. Okay.
Hutch can't fathom that there might be some statement, some joke that I could easily say that's antisocial, that's weirdo behavior, but also say I don't think there should be any rules against that, and I'm not going to personally condemn it. One, because this is a witch hunt for like nothing.
Look, you can hang out with whoever you want to hang out with, and you can excuse whatever kind of behavior you want to excuse. You're an adult. I am not trying to censor you or deplatform you or do whatever you want, but like the way that you guys have been coming after me for the last year, and then just to like read in plain language how you operate behind the scenes, and it's all just such a fucking farce. You're all.
You said it was almost identical to this guy's.
Joy.
Oh, okay. That's a take. Oh, and he plays League. Major yikes.
All psychotic, and you debase yourself, bringing my sister into it. You demonstrate what kind of character you have. It's plain for everybody to see, and they can decide for themselves if they think that this is like normal, okay behavior.
I know that there are downstream negative consequences of trying to police speech like this in any serious way, and I'm not willing to entertain them.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Jstlk, if you're still watching this, buddy? I don't know what you think I'm trying to do. I mean, I'm not trying to get you kicked off Discord. I'm not trying to, get you banned off the internet. Do whatever you want to do. I have some thoughts, given the thoughts that you've shared about me.
They'll take my free speech from me over Hutch's dead sister's body, okay?
There you go. There you go. Okay. Double down, triple down. Go for it, man.
One thing that's hard to make people understand is that the issue too isn't the fact that I don't know what Hutch will focus on this video, is that like people are making unhinged comments or crazy comments or disgusting comments or whatever. It's the amount of them over weeks, months, years is like the kind of the crazy part.
If somebody were like actually to say, well, you made these jokes and I can't watch you anymore, I'd go, understandable, but I don't know how you made it this long. You know what I mean? I'd be like, understandable, I just have
He's like, I've always been a piece of shit. Didn't you know that by now?
no idea how you got here to this point. I understand that there are jokes like that I could still, you could joke in that same concept and it could just be a fucking banger that I could find hilarious, right?
I mean, there might be some limited contexts. Is there a plural version of context where, like, I might even joke about like death and things that are morbid or whatever? But these aren't jokes. Like, you're coming, like, your Discord mod is coming to my chat and then spamming it. Like, and it, like, to be clear, they were spamming some they were combining, like, because obviously I'm like open about addiction stuff. So this person was coming in my chat and saying Hutch abused his dying sister when he was drunk. Like, he combined like two things and kept on like spamming that. That's not we're not joking. That's not like private edgy jokes in a private Discord. They said it was like my fault. Yeah. Well, listen, I guess it's
the real issue is the coordination in conjunction with everything else. Yeah, well, it's the coordination and the overtime. Like if people coordinated for one thing or something, then maybe, but it's the months and years of this shit. It's like crazy. Dustin, you need some lighting on his guns. I thought about it. I actually do have a light I could put on the floor, but the gray background and the black guns, if I light it up a lot, I think it would become too distracting in frame. Like I'm supposed to be, look at me. You're supposed to look at me, okay? And that's back there, and I feel like it's visible enough. But if I were to light it, it would be like, yeah, who's this guy? He's here, but look at that, right? I think it would be too distracting. I think.
Possible that was the reason why my 39-year-old sister got a pancreatic cancer diagnosis. Maybe it's my fault. I don't know the science behind that, but entire internet.
Well, like, I just don't know. Does Hutch think that he's not in the spaces?
What happened to these guys not interacting with their lolcow? This is not lol behavior. This isn't like Kiwi Farms behavior or lolcow behavior. These guys are doing something else. Even in my thread, that's not like Kiwi Farms behavior. I don't try to defend Kiwi Farms, but just it's so far beyond what you would ever see, even on Kiwi Farms.
This is where this shit happens.
I'm not so nice that you can now read the board. Yeah, that's why it's there. Okay.
I'm simply not.
Like, and I just don't get it. He thinks he doesn't have anything to do with this.
I don't. If you're using this kind of language,
The lighting on you is too cool. You should warm it up a bit. I mean, I can, and I think it's at 56 right now, but like I am pale. I'm just a pale person, so I don't want to like look at me. It is Esteban Cubano Destiny. Like that's. I mean, I'm a vampire in real life. I'm very, very, very pale. So, no offense, but Hutch sympathy mogs the shit out of you, homie. Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna cry this stream twice.
He's not in the spaces where this shit happens.
I'm not. I'm simply not.
Like, and I just don't get it. He thinks he doesn't have anything to do with this.
I don't. If you're using...
Oh, I don't know if he'll bring it up, but they've workshopped this new talking point about me doxing or whatever Wicked Supreme, and they're like, Wicked Supreme is your best friend, Hutch. Wicked Supreme is your best friend. How could you possibly be ever even looking at any of these things when Wicked Supreme is your best friend? I don't know where they got this talking point from, or if Wicked is friends with any of these people anymore. I literally have no idea, but that's just like the new thing they've been pushing. Then just unfocus the background if lighting would be too much. Well, but why? I think I'm at 3.9 or 4.1 for f-stops right now. It's fine. Also, like, I like guns, but I don't want people to come here and think I'm like, I'm fucking murderer, okay?
Using this kind of language over politics, man. Get a grip. Sort it out, mate.
It's so fucking crazy to me. Like I said, it's just he can't differentiate between the principle and like basically saying I don't like antisocial behavior, but I'm not going to try to, say it puts people outside of society. Oh.
Stop saying you don't like antisocial behavior in between two jokes about my dead sister, you fucking fraud.
Yeah, we were left wondering for a little while yesterday exactly who...
Do you cover Trump or less Trump because it's boring? Like all media coming out of the administration is less than 100 words used. I mean, it's just bad thing after bad thing after bad thing after bad thing. What do you want me to say? This whole the fucking retirement fund thing for people that want to destroy the United States that they just made for $1.77 billion that expires on December 1st, 2028, by the way. It's like a fucking joke.
Between two jokes about my dead sister, you fucking fraud.
Yeah,
and then blocking the IRS from auditing him and his family members and anybody even associated with him forever is just like a fucking joke.
Stop saying you don't like antisocial behavior in between two jokes about my dead sister, you fucking fraud.
Yeah, we were left wondering for a little while yesterday exactly who had written this horrible, what can only be described as linguistic terrorism, okay? The amount of damage this must have done to Hutch is innumerable.
The thing is, that's not registering for these guys is it didn't, like when I tell you that it did not affect me one way or the other, like it didn't, like, I don't know, they're going for some like deep.
Oh God, what is he doing? I didn't see this. It didn't affect him one way or the other. What the fuck are you doing? You are inviting some terrible, terrible shit. This is some chibi review shit right now. What in the fuck is your problem? Oh, this doesn't even affect me one way or the other. Oh, yeah, Hutch is like actually creating a summoning circle. He's gonna summon some demons that he has no idea about, okay? What are we doing here, man?
What is Jstlk trying to say? That if you say it's not having a severe negative impact on your emotional well-being, that it's going to make people try harder, or?
Are you serious? Dude. Ah! So you're saying, Hutch, that I don't have to worry about your mental state whatsoever, no matter...
Sneako's on Twitter saying you are view botting, but is your DGG embed source from Kick or YouTube? I don't know which it is. I'm not trying to be like a fucking special snowflake, but I sincerely believe I am probably one of the only influencers at my size who has never botted anything in their entire life. I think I'm probably literally one of the only people. I think Sneako, so like for instance, Sneako's Instagram is 100% botted. Well, wait, unless he changed it, wait. Oh wait, is he banned from Instagram? Didn't Sneako have like 2 million followers or something? Like these guys view bot everything. But this is why, like, does Sneako really have over 1 million followers on X? And like just at 1 million too? I don't know. I just don't know if I believe it. This is why every time I go to another platform, the viewership is always pretty good. Or I'm sorry. I don't know why I just hedged that. This is why when I go to other platforms, the viewership is always stellar. And it seems like when other people go to other platforms that they're not directly view botting, they just can't bring any viewership to it. So, I mean, but I don't know, whatever. Think what you want about whatever I do. I show up to my real life events. I can bring out hundreds of people for canvassing. I can do flash fucking, what? Didn't I tweet out something? There's not going to be footage of this because I don't know if I streamed any of it. where I tweeted out that I was in Stockholm, and then in like an hour, if people wanted to meet at a Starbucks, I could do like a signing. And I think like 70 fans showed up. I don't even know if there's video footage of this anywhere. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, it's who's that? I don't know. If they don't think I view bot, I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Why? Like, okay.
No matter what I say.
On this front, no.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Or for the Israel meetup, I was like, I feel like I'm Israel's strongest fucking Western lefty defender right now. So I'm gonna get like 100 fans. I'm pretty sure like 400 people showed up to that. That was crazy.
I had Gantz and Lapid lined up, and Bennett.
Bro, walking. This is after I think I've been answering questions for a while. When I was walking to this, and me and Lonerbox turned the corner, and there was like, I was like, holy shit, is there an event going on or something? This is even towards the end. This isn't even at the start. I don't know if there's footage at the start. There were like hundreds of people. Oh no. I think this person fucking hates me now. There were a few people. I did have some fans that were like the mega Zionists. I think she was one of them, I think. I don't want to misquote her. And everybody that was like the mega Zionist people, they fucking hate me.
Hutch, that I don't have to.
I don't think you're viewbotting at all. I just wanted a defense to yell back at them. We are your warriors in the field. I mean, I have an embed. You can say that. I have a site that people watch on, and there's an embed there. But I mean, like, these people all viewbot. So, I mean, what do I want to say?
Summoning circle. He's going to summon some demons that he has no idea about, okay? What are we doing here, man? Are you serious? Ah! So you're saying, Hutch, that I don't have to worry about your mental state whatsoever, no matter what I say.
On this front, no. You could not possibly affect my like emotional state around that. It's just, it is not possible. I think it's relevant because you guys think you're these like virtuous online warriors. And you have no fucking concept of, like, it doesn't occur to you that, like, you know, Dazudani said, like, are we the baddies? Like, that doesn't occur to you. It's just like, what's the phrase? There's no bad tactics, only bad targets or something. I don't think I'm saying that right. You present yourselves as like, you're so fucking, and it's all like very obsessed with like particular people. Like, I don't think you really give a fuck about me. I'm just like a proxy for like Destiny or Ethan or whatever. But your whole thing is like, they're so immoral. They're such awful pieces of shits. And then in your spiral, you become these like little fucking antisocial monsters. And I think it's relevant considering that you guys have been like spamming my feed with this shit. And I think when people see this like behavior, they'll come to their own conclusions about it. But like, I think the behavior speaks for itself. But how could you possibly hurt me around that? Like, do you have any fucking concept of like what that experience is like? I don't know. Do I want to? I'm torn right now. Like, I don't know how much I want to share. How do you even describe an experience like that? You get first it starts with a phone call, and you get a phone call from your mom, and your mom tells you that your sister might have cancer. They might be pancreatic cancer. And I don't know anything about pancreatic cancer. And so you look it up, and it's like a fucking 95% mortality rate. And this is literally immediately after she just had her only baby. And so you're just like, time stops, and you can't even process the information you're hearing.
There is like a very weird, I've always said this, that like if you watch like gore videos and shit, everything is so much more dramatic in movies or TV shows. But like if you look at people in real life, the reactions are so muted compared to what you would expect. I don't know if that's like a human defense mechanism processing thing. Like you can't afford to freak out all the fucking time, but getting some piece of like catastrophic news, time just kind of like ticks forward, and you really just start to go through the motions on everything. Like it's a very weird experience. I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah. So like, hey, you know this? And it's like, okay. And what do we do next? And like you just it'll hit you later, but yeah, geez, it's not a ordinary experience.
How do you react to that? It's just everything stops. That was a turning point in my life. Like I think
it depends on the person. Some people reflexively cry. Oh, that's fair actually. I should say that. I'm sorry. Maybe different people respond to different things different ways. Sure.
There was me before that experience, and then there was me after that experience. And they're very different people, because how could it not change you? And then come to find out, at that point, they knew that she had pancreatic cancer, but they didn't want to tell us because it was around the holidays. It was Christmas. And Tiff didn't want to ruin people's Christmas. And that makes me sad, because I wish I would have known. I wish I would have just known.
I wish that, sorry, hold on, now I'm pivoting so hard. I wish more people understood this, okay? That woman did a video about the fan meetup and said that before going, she didn't really know who you were, but went because she saw you popping off on Twitter, but she left with the impression that you were a crazy leftist. For my view on Israel-Palestine in ordinary Israel politics puts me like pretty significantly to the left of that society. Although these days now, because of where the conversation is, I think a lot of people now would actually agree with me, and they would say, well, of course that's true. That's why 95% of Israeli Jews are responsible for the current genocide, need to be killed or whatever, right? Yeah. Somebody said, are you speaking from experience? I think I think the craziest pieces of news that I've ever had, where I had that kind of like feeling, was like, Jesus Christ. One is when we found out my kid's mom, Rachel, had fucking stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. That was just, I just can't even imagine. She was like 23 years old. I'm like, because she had a cough for a month? That was crazy. Probably when I think I was playing StarCraft, and I think Sarah was hanging out at our apartment with Rachel, and then I think Sarah said that she had just seen a headline or a story pop up that that Chris Aguirre had, gotten hit by a train in fucking Malvern. She's like, wasn't that your friend or whatever? And I realized he'd killed himself. That was crazy. 1, 2, 3. There was a third. Oh, and then I think when I got that email from Twitch saying that they were going to unpartner me after streaming that platform for like 10 years. I think those are my 3 probably big moments for like, sheesh, your uncle getting killed. Yeah, I mean, he's always on some crazy shit, but wasn't as close to me as I think any of those other things. Yeah, jeez. What about Wreckful? That sucked, but I like Wreckful. He definitely had his issues, but I wasn't like close enough to Wreckful to be like, oh my god, that's crazy.
And Tip didn't want to ruin people's Christmas. And that makes me sad. Because I wish I would have known. I wish I would have just known then, But then shortly after Christmas, I get another call. And it's...
Do you think it's more that these people have never been through anything, or that they just want to hurt people? Again, like, I wish people could realize like how weak their minds are. It's so easy to label somebody as evil. And once you've labeled them as evil, every type of thing becomes permissible. Like, that's just how it works. If you've found a way to convince yourself that some person is like on the bad team or something, and then you've got that, they're on the other team, you have this kind of like diffusion of responsibility through a crowd of people and actors who are all also like encouraging you to do the thing. It's very hard to be the one to pump the brakes in that situation or to put a stop on everybody else's stuff. Yeah. I found your clip about exposing Sneeko for view botting. What? Why? Did I?
Wait, does anybody have a link to the guy that showed the bots? Sneeko generally he's got like the Griper assist right now. So hold on, let me see if I can find this video. These are the likes that Sneeko gets on his on his fucking Twitter. Bro, I swear to God, I'm like the only person on these fucking platforms that doesn't fucking bot.
True, still true.
I think this is why podcasts that I go on do so well. I think I'm like the only person that doesn't have like a fucking botted following, like on any of my fucking platforms. Because why would I waste the money on it? But yeah, imagine like.
Oh, I don't even know back then if this was Sneeko doing it or if it was the Groypers doing it, because at this point in time, I think the Groypers were on Sneeko's side for things. And anytime Sneeko would tweet something that was in their political world, they would all hop in and they would start spam liking, retweeting, and then attacking people under the comments or whatever.
Bro, this shit is fucking wild. Like,
wait. Did Jstlk steal his laugh from me? Was that the Jstlk laugh? Am I crazy?
Wild.
What? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what?
Fucking wild.
Do I still laugh that way?
Bro.
Sheesh.
I wish I would have known. I wish I would have just known then, But then shortly after Christmas, I get another call. And it's pancreatic cancer. And, and then on top of that, COVID happens and everyone's on lockdown. And now I can't visit my sister.
Without Googling, when did Elon Musk buy Twitter? 2021? No, I don't know. When did Elon Musk buy Twitter? October 27, 2022. Okay, closer than I thought I'd be.
As she's dying, We did, I went up there like January, February, like I would have been up there every fucking weekend. And we
botting like this is cemented with LLMs. It's so easy to fabricate realistic accounts. Yeah, and it's annoying too because people try to look at like your engagement. Like what? You can't bot engagement either? You think you can bot likes or bot replies to comments or whatever? You definitely can,
you know, I went up there like, I don't know, January, February, you know, like I would have been up there every fucking weekend. And we found a way to like do it outside with some distance. Obviously she's hella sick. So like, you know, she can't get COVID, you know, and she's fighting and she's trying to do these treatments or whatever. And, you know, and then it's just like with cancer, especially aggressive cancer like this, it escalates very fast. You know, she's obviously struggling with her health, but, you know, still lucid and still hanging in there. And then not so much. And it just happens very fast. And so then you get another call and the call goes like, it's getting kind of bad. I don't know how much time is left. And then I'm scared in that moment because it's scary. And I want to like push it away. My first instinct was like, okay, you know, I'll drive up there next weekend. And my mom says, no, you don't understand. Like it's almost time. And then at that point, you get some clarity because it's like, okay, you know where you need to be. And so I'm like, okay, let me pack up some stuff. I'm gonna get in my car now and I'll drive up there. And I drove up there and then it's 7 days. And there's no manual for this. Some of you guys in chat, you know, some of you guys have had.
Why do all of your ops skinwalk as you? Probably because they watched me for a long time. I don't know, bro. One thing that I have no regrets. I'm not even gonna say it sucks. It's just a thing you have to deal with. Like everybody processes grief or deals with things in different ways. And I think it is pretty evil and disgusting that people will rip like parts of a reaction of some of the craziest moments of your life and then try to weaponize that against you, like you were reacting in such a way that you found it entertaining. Like, I make a lot of jokes about Chris killing himself. Chris is my best friend. I knew this guy since I was 5 or 6 years old. We maintained friendship up until he killed himself when he was 20. I used to drive every weekend to pick him up. That's where I got my massive fucking 135-mile-an-hour speeding ticket. He was in the car with me. I thought I was going to jail because he had fucking weed on him. Like, you know, we played, it was just RuneScape back then, not OSRS. I don't know if his account still exists. It was Chris Owns Ju Fu with the 4 O's at the end, J00F00 whatever. Like I spent so much time with this person, but I've like made jokes or whatever about just related to his suicide because I joke about everything, and then like, but people will use this. I'm like, oh look, he didn't even care that his best friend killed himself. Or I've joked about like me and Rachel fighting with each other. If you've ever seen like Destiny says he's choked out women before, like typically when me and Rachel were fighting, it was like a lot of, I don't want to say grappling because it's not like either of us were trained. And I don't know, maybe different domestic fights look different, but like neither of us are like punching each other in the face. Like usually it's just like a lot of grabbing and holding stuff. And I think I made the joke once like, oh, somebody's got to choke a bitch out or whatever. But then people take this as like I'm attacking women or attacking my ex and whatever. And it's like, it's just so I don't know. It's annoying because it's like, if we truly are the evil demons you say we are, it should be able to find something without you having to stretch so hard from some experience. Or same thing with like the prostitution story. You know, like Hassan openly celebrated multiple times the fact that he'd gone brothel shopping in Germany. I tried a massage place one time and I thought it was disgusting and terrible. And people will like just take that experience of mine and be like, oh, Destiny loved the fact that there were trafficked women, you know, working. It's like, whatever, dude.
Okay, let me pack up some. And then at that point, you get some clarity because it's like, okay, you know where you need to be. And so I'm like, okay, let me pack up some stuff. I'm gonna get in my car now and I'll drive up there. And I drove up there and then it's 7 days. And there's no manual for this. Some of you guys in chat, you know, some of you guys have had I'm sure some of you guys have had a similar experience. And then it's just 7 days. And the only thing I'm just there to just, you know, she would have done it for me. And so I was like, hey, you know, and you're just helping her stay comfortable. And each day it's like she gets a little more kind of distant. And then, you know, thankfully like hospice are there like angels. Like hospice comes and they're like teaching you how to help your loved one die. That's what it is. Like this official process where you're there to, you know, but each day it's like a little bit, she's getting further and further away. And it turns out, and you learn a lot when you're around this kind of death. You know, like a part of dying is withdrawing, you know? And so she's kind of moving into other rooms to be by herself. And it's like, and then she's not eating. And then it's like, then she throws up blood and you're washing a blanket off with a hose outside. You're just hanging in there. Like you don't know what to do. Like every instinct in you is to like help the person. Like, you got to eat something, right? And then the hospice person says, no, don't force her to eat. This is the process. And it's just so
I feel like they did, man, I really like season 1 of The Pit way more than season 2 for a variety of reasons. But I feel like in season 1 of The Pit with the 2 old people and then the dad, I think it was a brother or sister, and then their dad, I feel like they walked through a lot of this process really well, especially when somebody's on hospice. Like the idea is like, you've got medical people here, you're trying to save somebody, you want to keep them alive for as long as possible. And like you have as a human being, every instinct in you is to fight death or to help the people around you fight death. And the idea of walking somebody through that kind of like final march it's a very just otherworldly experience because it goes against every natural instinct, you know, you ever you would ever have. Yeah.
Counterintuitive, you know? And then, the last night, me and my other sister, Kim, we're waking up every hour.
That was season 2. I'm talking about the, it was the dad who came in from the old person's home, and they were thinking about, like, doing a whole, I don't know what they were going to do, intubate him and then do a bunch of other stuff to him, but then eventually they made the decision to let him die. They might have had the dying mom in season 2 as well, but that was way different. That was more dramatic. That was whatever.
And it's just so counterintuitive, you know? And then, the last night, me and my other sister, Kim, we're waking up every hour and a half to shift her from one side.
Also, like, you don't like to see anybody die. Like your parents dying is a sad thing, I imagine. I haven't died yet. My grandparents dying were a sad thing. It's sad even when it's like the ordinary course of things. I can't imagine like a sibling or a child. Sorry, Jesus. A sibling or a child dying to disease. I don't know if I'm a little autistic about this, so I feel differently. Like when I think of Chris, or if I think of Reckful dying of suicide, it's like, I don't know how to say this without sounding psychotic, but there's like a chain of events where it's like, I get it. It sucks. It's not good, but like, I get it. But diseases like cancer too, for young people, like there's just no world where that's fair. That's just like, I don't know. I don't know if it would feel different or not. I guess if like Nathan were to die of like a disease versus he kills himself or whatever, I imagine both are pretty fucking horrible. But man, dude, cancers and stuff hitting people in their 20s and 30s is like fucked.
Night, me and my other sister Kim, we're waking up every hour and a half to shift her from one side to the other side so that she doesn't get like sores and stuff, so she's comfortable. And then there's like a little sponge thing, and you dip it in water and you hydrate her lips and her mouth and all that. It's just like, and you're just in it and you're just fucking doing the best you can, and then you're in the room when she takes her last breath, and it's like nothing prepares you for that. And it was like so fast, and it took me, I drank so much for like fucking 2 years because it just was brutal. It was just brutal, like seeing it and being there and doing that. And then and so I wasn't dealing with my grief. I was like drinking every fucking day. And then I fucking stopped drinking, and then I started talking to a fucking therapist. And then,
how close are you to In Control? I wasn't that close. If I was super close with him, I think his death would have probably fucked me up quite a bit too, because I think the thing that killed him was some type of embolism or whatever, wasn't it? And this was a guy who, like, if you ever saw him for how strong he was, which he was strong, but he was like definitely in the obese category, but strong, right? Yeah, benching 435. It's no joke, okay? Very strong dude, definitely obese, but this guy lost so much. He lost so much weight. It was crazy. And because I think he had was it a DVT scare or something? Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find, I don't know what he looked like later in life, but he lost so much weight. And so, like, I think he literally lost half his weight. I think he managed to diet his way through it. And this is before the Aussie days, before the Ozempic days. So it was a lot of work. And then he dies to some blood clot bullshit. And it's like, what the fuck? How is that fair, right? You did all the you had a scare. You responded to it by having a dramatic, crazy turnaround and diet and everything else. And then you still get, you still die from some embolism bullshit later. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Kind of bullshit. They need to patch that one.
Then I found a way to stop fighting the grief. And it was like, yeah, it hurts. And so how could these people that are debasing themselves, like they don't understand now, like they probably will. Like,
it's also too like kind of crazy how much death Joe Biden had to go through with people around him dying, like sons and stuff. It's just, was it one Bo or two sons that died? I think Bo was it like cancer for one and like a car accident for his wife? It was just an unbelievable amount of death. His wife, this is a few weeks after he was elected senator the first time. His wife and 1-year-old daughter were killed in an automobile accident. Their sons, Bo and Hunter, were in the car, but were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. That's crazy. And then he met his current wife, Jill. Bo went to, I think he was deployed to Iraq, wasn't he? Was he actually or not? But his son Bo also died of a glioblastoma, I think, which is a type of brain cancer. Just like that, just a crazy. Yeah, man, they're just not the same, bro. The people on the left and right of these people, they're not of the same moral character. It's crazy. It's wild between the Democrats and the Republicans right now. When they tried to out like Hunter Biden and Joe Biden as being like bad people or whatever, for when they leaked, oh man, this is it's hard to deal with. When we talk about like homelessness, you talk about like mental health issues, you talk about addiction issues. It is so much better to have a child with these problems who's a minor, that I'm imagining, but like a minor versus like an adult. It is so hard when you have an adult who might be a child or a sibling that's struggling with something, because there is absolutely nothing you can do. That's it. If it's a child, fucking lock them in the room, take away all their shit. No more seeing your friends. You have no more rights, no more freedoms. You're like, your ass is grass. You're going to boot camp, whatever the fuck. You can do whatever you want. But as soon as they're an adult and they're out the door, you just have to sit back and watch. And then it's another environment where you have to fight every single instinct you have to help them, because it's just going to make them worse off. Because they're going to come and they're going to beg for money. They're going to have all sorts of excuses. They're going to ask for places to stay while they steal from. It's just like so much stuff. Just Joe's had to deal with so much shit in his life. And you would never tell by looking at it, but he seems like a goofy old guy or whatever who's always just kind of like walking around doing his shit.
Can I get some help? I don't know what to do.
This is a leaked message. I think it came from the whole laptop thing from Joe to Hunter. It's crazy that Hunter is clean now as well, given the life that guy had, the access, the opportunity, everything else. To see him having, hopefully so far, turned his life around. Addiction is always a lifelong battle. So it's always a thing he has to keep in mind. But like...
Can I get some help? I don't know what to do.
I think this was around the laptop time, I think, is where this came from.
It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you. I love you more than the whole world, pal. Can I get some help? I don't know what to do. I know you don't either, but I'm here no matter what you need. No matter what you need, I love you.
Oh, jeez.
I found a way to, like, stop fighting the grief. And it was like, yeah, it hurts. And so how could these people that are debasing themselves, like they don't understand now, like they probably will later on in life. They'll probably understand, they might get a call like that one day. I don't know. But how could this behavior like make a dent when you go through all that and then come out the other side? It's not about that. Like, stop positioning yourselves as, these guys that are fighting these evil, I don't know what, libs. I don't know what it is. And you're debasing yourself with these kinds of jokes, One day you might get a call like that. And when you do, I think you'll understand. Hopefully. Anywho, this is death is a part of life. And when you love people, especially as you get older, you're going to lose people. How many of you guys have lost somebody you loved? Like it's tough. It's tough. And if you're not careful, you can get stuck in that grief and you just can't move. It's like sludge. You're just emotionally compromised, fucking 24/7. You're crying at like commercials, it was like literally commercials, like ads. I couldn't like watch anything. It all reminded me of, and I got fucking stuck there for like 2 years. Dad was cancer last year. You're right about hospice workers. They're angels. They really are, man. They were beautiful, wonderful people that just like helped so much, because this is all they do. They just help people die, There's this Death Cab for Cutie line that I never understood. I always thought it was a beautiful line, but I didn't understand it until I went through this. There's a song called What Sarah Said. And there's a line at the end of the song is love is watching someone die. And I was like, fuck, this takes a whole new meaning. Like, yes, fucking get it now. A lot of you guys are going to get a call like that at some point in your life. And you're not going to know what to do. And you might even feel like you're doing everything wrong. And you might feel helpless, but you just show up and you just fucking do the best you can.
It feels like Hutch is focusing on the wrong thing, like why it's bad, like the bad comments are bad, but what about the crazy stalking, doxing shit going on and the fact that it's been going on forever? I mean, like, that is an issue, yeah, but I think it is, I know that we all kind of just take it for granted, but I feel like it is kind of important to point out the lack of humanity sometimes, and especially too, like, for Hutch, I always say I've never in my life used the excuse of, you know, some people don't like me, but that's just because I tell it straight, because I'm blunt, you know? I can have an asshole demeanor sometimes, and I understand sometimes why I can pull unhinged extreme comments out of people. I still think a lot of them are over the line, especially where we're at today with things. But like, I kind of get it. But like I've said this before, I don't know if I've ever seen Hutch involved in like crazy drama or doing some unhinged, like crazy personal shit ever. It's like, if you're willing to go this low for somebody like Hutch, like what the fuck?
Knowing that that person would have done the same for you in a heartbeat. You just do the best you can. And it's just, everything about it is counterintuitive. Letting someone die, like helping them die. That violates every instinct that you have for someone when you love them. You know, like it's grown up shit. Been there for my grandparents. All you really got to do is show up. That's kind of, just being there, you know. Anywho, but I'm okay now. Like truly, I can talk about that now and not like fucking freak the fuck out. You guys, you have no idea. We would be watching, like, everything reminded me of her for a while. I watched the movie, what's the movie with like the woman warrior? Like, fuck, what is that movie? Takes place in Africa, and the protagonist is like this fucking...
Is it Prey? Is he talking about the one with the new fucking Predator movie? I don't even know.
Strong black woman with a fucking machete. What's the name of that movie? God damn it. What's that movie?
People are saying Woman King. Okay.
The Woman King, that one. The Woman King. Had fucking fuck all to do with cancer. Like, nothing to do with cancer, right? Totally unrelated. And I'm like fucking crying and telling Esme, I'm just like, it just reminded me so much of Tiff. The Woman King? You know? I fucking lost it when Black Panther Wakanda Forever came out. I was just fucking it's just years of crying, you know? Years of crying. Everything just couldn't fucking, you know? But then, like, truly, like, once you get past that, you're like a different person. You're definitely a stronger person. Hopefully, like, just a better person. But anywho, gave my mom her last dose of meds. I'll never forget it. These are vivid memories. I mean, that was a time in my life where I was drinking a lot. During that week, when she would go to bed, I would go to my bed and I would drink by myself, just drink until I fell asleep, wake up the next morning, and then just kind of do whatever needs to be done around the house, help the parents, whatever. And then that was just how I dealt with it for like fucking 2 years. And all of this, like during COVID, it was like crazy. That was a crazy year. But I'm okay. Like I'm okay. But when I tell you, like, this shit doesn't, like, how could it possibly hit me the way that all of that hit me? You know, like, so when I see them doing it, I'm like, oh, they don't know. Like, they don't know. They have no idea. You know, it is what it is. Those fucking, and then WandaVision, did that come out the same year? Dude, bro, that when Vision hit me with that fucking line in WandaVision, when Vision said, what is grief if not love persevering? Just fucking lost it. Just dummy cried the whole time. I think that came out in 2020 because I didn't know that much liquid could come out of my eyeballs. It was just snot, just fucking phlegm and snot just everywhere, you know? You just give up, you know? Like, it's the times when you cry so much that you have two separate mucus things dangling from your nostrils and you just say, fuck it. You just don't even care. It's just flapping in the wind, you know? You don't even bother to clean it up. There was more recently, there's this movie with Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh called, something Time. We Live in Time. All about this young mother that dies of cancer. And that was like another time where I fucking lost it. But that shit is purifying. That shit is good. That's the good shit. That's the healing, you know? When you it all just fucking comes out, you know? You need that shit. Hearts to Hutch and everyone in chat who's had to deal with loss. It comes for us all. There's just no getting around it. You have people in your life that you love. You're going to get a call one day and it's just going to change things. I am not like milking you guys for donations and subs and stuff. So we're going to call it there. Appreciate it. I mean, it felt good to talk about that. I don't know if I've ever talked about it in such detail before with you guys, but that was a crazy experience. It was a crazy experience. It was not easy, but you guys might get that call one day. Very, very, very possible that you get a similar call one day. And my unsolicited advice is to not do what I did. Like the drinking, like numbed the pain acutely, but it stretched that process out. I got stuck in that grief for fucking 2 years. I would just encourage you to not do that. Looking back, that could have been time better spent.
Hutch out here talking about the real life stuff. I think everyone who's lost a close loved one can relate to just how strange your mind becomes during those times. Impossible to describe unless you've been there yourself. I think another issue too is that generally speaking, like an ordinary healthy human mind is a relatively resilient thing. So like you can be injured, you can like break your iPhone, you can fail a class, not get into the college you want, you know, be cheated on or dumped by a loved one. Like you, generally speaking, you can go through these things and be okay. But there are like some events that require like some deliberate introspection. And it could be like especially around death or like serious loss where you won't actually, like you can't get there automatically. Like you have to sit and figure out like, okay, what's happening, you know? How can I process this thing so that like random things that seem even unrelated in the future aren't like triggering me and like setting me into a death spiral? And I think sometimes that's why people turn to, I'm not at all speaking for Hutch, I don't know, but like one of the nice things about drugs and stuff is that they work so well. Oh my God, it is a magic short-term button to not give a fuck about whatever is stressing you out. Drinking, fucking any downers, any uppers, there's a reason why people do drugs. It's such a free, easy, quick way to escape from any problem. But that pathway is like so strong that like when you start doing that 1 or 2 times, the temptation is always there to keep pushing the button. And obviously this doesn't work in the long term. You don't do the work to figure out what the issue is. And then, yeah, you can get stuck in that spiral for a long, long, long time. Thank you, ABCD Karma 99 for 5 gifted subs in Cake Chat. Wait, somebody said Hutch talked about something else here. What is this?
It is what
Let's
it
see
is.
here. Oh, when his marriage inevitably, or people in here certainly wouldn't be making jokes about.
Oh, this is a different thing too. Hold on, wait.
Let's see here. Are people in here certainly wouldn't be making jokes about. Remember, Asmongold killed his mom. Feels okay, man. Remember, Asmongold killed his mom. Feels.
We learned the word for this. There's a word for it. According to Claude, it is, quote, textbook transference. This is not my community. If people are making jokes about Asmongold's dead parents and DGG, I think it's depraved behavior. I have no problem saying that is depraved behavior. Even if it's retaliatory. I don't think it's, I don't approve. I don't subscribe to the like tit for tat mentality in the extreme way that some people do. And so if anybody's making fun of Asmongold's like dead parents, I don't like Asmongold's content. I don't like his political perspective. I think he routinely says disgusting shit.
You know what? Actually, fuck Hutch's sister. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's fair for Hutch to have this opinion. I have no problem with Hutch having this opinion. Hutch is correct, though, to call this out as like, if you have issues with my chat, what the fuck does Hutch have to do with this? It's not his chat. Is his chat making these jokes? It's the goal is to say, Hutch, if you actually care about me making these comments completely and totally unprovoked about your family members, then why are you still talking to Destiny ever at all? Like, shouldn't you have the exact same feeling? It's like, this isn't even remotely the same thing. Like, it's not even close to being the same thing. Also, why do you expect him to have an opinion of this? Yeah.
I think that
Kyle Kalinske has said that he won't engage with you largely because of some gross comments you made about his dead father in a video a number of years ago. As someone who's a fan of you, Vosh, Sam, Kyle, Hutch, etc., maybe this shit needs to stop. No, fuck him. And I think I stand by it. I would say that's a different thing, though, than the Asmongold mom thing. I'd have to go back. I don't even know why we made the comments about Asmongold's mom. But without diving too deep into it, a whole bunch of lefties got obsessed with Medicare for All. And Kyle Kalinske used this line that his dad died because they didn't have Medicare for All. And I remember him saying that, and then somebody emailed me or linked me, and I think it was like years earlier, Kyle Kalinske talked about his dad. His dad just didn't trust medicine at all. He didn't want to go to the doctor. He wouldn't go for checks. He wouldn't do anything. And then eventually, I don't know if he got cancer and died or something, and he died. And it's like, why the fuck would you misrepresent or lie? I don't know. I thought that was cringe as fuck. But I don't think that's the same thing as what's going on here. Yeah.
I don't like his political perspective. I think he routinely says disgusting shit.
That's just not Hutch's style, which makes him such a weird target. They just hate liberals. Well, anybody that's in my ballpark as well, right? Which all are, of course, going to be liberals, yeah.
I think that the level of influence that he has, he's like setting back like an entire generation of young men, contributing to just a decline in, I don't know, acceptable conduct. I don't know. It's just there's a de-evolution going on with young men.
Couldn't it be true that Kyle's dad would be more easily convinced if healthcare costs were covered, though? No, I can't speak to Kyle Kalinske's dad. I can speak to my own personal thoughts on medicine, and I can speak to my family's thoughts on medicine, who were covered by TRICARE for our entire lives with infinite amounts of medical stuff available to them. And a lot of men, just for whatever reason, maybe this is more of a conservative thing, just didn't like hospitals and medicine, and all that shit was just kind of like gay and lame. I remember my grandfather's last words after the last words that I heard him say was, we visited him in the hospital after he had his first heart attack. And the last thing I remember hearing him say was, I just need to know when I can get out of here so I can go back to work. He worked at a gas station. And that was the last thing I ever heard him say. And then I think he had another heart attack that night, and then he was dead by the next day. But like, just this like distrust. It's not even like a distrust of medicine. It's just like why go? There's probably a lot baked into it. Some kind of like masculinity thing, some type of you feel invincible thing, some type of the only time you've ever seen medicine at work is when somebody's dying, so you feel like it's all bullshit anyway. Yeah, so I don't know. You just But it was until thank you, Cherry, for hooking me up with that Adderall. It wasn't until after I started Adderall Vyvanse or whatever that I started also being like, fuck it. I guess if I've decided to take this, I'll take ibuprofen or Advil or whatever the fuck I have a headache. I'm like, this is actually some fucking magic shit, because I wouldn't take any medicine prior to that. I remember we were gonna do a meme stream like 9 years ago after I got my wisdom teeth pulled out, where I was gonna see if we could stream through it without having to take the hydrocodone. And the pain actually wasn't even remotely that bad. And I think those ended up getting thrown away. Fuck, because I didn't do recreational drugs back then. I trashed them. But yeah, stuff like ibuprofen and shit is just like, it's like God tier. Like, you have a headache, you just take some pills, and in like 10 minutes, it's actually fucking gone. I don't know. It took me a long time in life to even get used to that. So I can't imagine for a more conservative person.
Men in this country right now, and it's fucking pretty disturbing. But when his dad was...
A systematic coordinated attack in your chat. Yeah, it's been happening on the regular for quite some time. What is it specifically about you that attracts the most malicious, spite-driven? Well, you'll get a lot of this in my manifesto. I'm going to talk about a lot of things. But it's just a lot of like weird things that have kind of come together in a lot of very peculiar ways, at least with this last thing. But like the biggest driving things, if you had to like pick them out of the hat, is that I used to do a completely different style of content. So drama content, and drama content tends to farm certain types of drama viewers. That's a huge one. And then the fact that I'm like a center-left lib right now, unfortunately, plugs in a really bad way for online stuff. Because the tankies and the Marxist-Leninists, they all have their crowd that will defend them to the death, right? Hassan didn't shock that dog. He just yelped for no reason. MAGA obviously will defend every one of them to the death. And then the center-left libs, and we're watching it happen over and over and over again, are just hung out to dry, whether it's Slotkin on Breaking Points, whether it's Ken Martin on Podstuck America, whether it's that poor LA mayor, I guess, who's from the elitist Indian caste, doing an interview on Hassan's stream. There's just nothing for the center-left libbers, whether it's Taylor Lorenz, Corpo assassinating chorus. There's just nothing.
Right now, and it's fucking pretty disturbing. But when his dad was passing away, like, I had a line to him. We don't correspond or anything, but we ended up following each other on Twitter, I think. And
Destiny, I work at a hospital. I was talking to my patient. I asked, is there anything else I can do for you, or any more questions? The son of the patient said, no, we just want to leave here in the same way we came. The patient was in liver failure and admit. Oh, like acute liver failure, or like chronic liver failure? Or if it was like a short thing, you could cure it and send them out, right? If it was long term, then I don't know what you do for that, or how fucked they are. Oh shit, somebody found the original tweet. I think there was more than this, though. I feel like there was a video or something I saw before. I don't want to dig back into the Kalinsky stuff, because I don't even attack Kalinsky over this shit anymore. I just hate his political takes. We don't even go into this or whatever. But even this was like, have you ever postponed or skipped getting health care you needed due to cost? My dad didn't have health insurance, so he went to the chiropractor instead of the doctor for back pain. The chiropractor said, keep coming, we'll fix it. A year later, he was in the emergency room. The pain got worse. It was cancer that metastasized to his spine. He died. I don't even know what this means. Chiropractors are not free. So I wonder how much he was spent. But I don't want to like dig into all this fucking shit. Like, whatever. Also, and this is crazy, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but in the United States, chiropractic stuff is covered by a lot of insurance. Most of the people that I know that have ever worked like in a chiropractor office or whatever, they take insurance. It gets paid by insurance.
had some disagreement about something, and then when his dad was passed.
Chronic means lifelong, and terminal means it will kill you, right? Chronic means it's long term. I don't know how they define chronic, but it's usually brought on by things that last a long time. I think weeks or something or more. Terminal, I think, is a thing that will kill you. Acute will be a thing that's caused by I'm generalizing all right now, but an acute thing is brought on by something that can usually be remedied, hopefully immediately, right? So like if I stab your liver with a knife, right, and you have like acute liver failure, like it's caused immediately, you're fucking stabbed. Ideally, you could like cast magic and heal the person, like things will go back to normal. But chronic might be brought on by months or years of damage to something, and then the remedy for that, I don't think is generally a snap. Usually, it's either going to be a thing that's going to fuck you forever, or you're going to have to do something that will take a long time to cure it. I'm generalizing a ton right now. I'm sure there are some chronic conditions that could be immediately cured. I'm sure there are some acute conditions that will then become chronic and last forever, but
each other away. Like I had a line to him, you know, we don't correspond or anything, but we ended up following each other on Twitter, I think, and had some disagreement about something. And then when his dad was passed, his dad died of pancreatic cancer too, I think. And that's how my sister passed. And so like I reached out to him and, you know, and again.
okay. And then what was this?
We all turned to dust. It is what it is.
How long did Hutch
When
stream
his
for
marriage-
yesterday? 8.5 hours. Whoo! Sheesh!
Inevitably, or whatever his current living situation inevitably blows up, like every other close personal relationship he's ever had, he's going to want to chain fuck some 18-year-olds, some 19-year-olds. He's going to want to chain fuck some...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What?
Wearing a hot dog suit situation.
Anybody to fucking harass them. I argue about things. I want to talk about why these people are full of shit.
Hutch knows that no relationship he has will last forever, Jacob, and so...
I mean, that's technically true for everybody, you know? We're just floating around, floating in space on a pale blue dot for a tiny speck of time, and then we all turn to dust. It is what it is.
When his marriage inevitably, or whatever his current living situation inevitably blows up, like every other close personal relationship he's ever had...
How long, not to dig into his personal life, but how long has Hutch been with his current partner? Hasn't it been the same one for like over a decade? Or am I don't remember. I don't think Hutch talks about his personal relationship so much.
He's going to want to chain fuck some 18-year-olds, some 19-year-olds. He's going to want to chain fuck some teenagers. So he's getting in good, right, early on. He's investing early. And now he's going to spend his 40s chain fucking teenagers as a political influencer on Twitch.
Okay.
Just out of nowhere, this guy. That's the other thing too. Like you know, that was one lesson I learned from the marriage. Like, I realized that I wanted to keep a lot more stuff private. And so like I keep most of my relationship stuff with Esme is like very private. You know, she's a private person. And so like, I don't like talk about our problems or talk about our fights or, you know, like I'm not messy at all about that kind of stuff. And so like, oh God, that was so fucking out of the blue, this guy.
That's what he's lining up. That's what we're doing here. No other possible reason to do this.
I want to use them as object lessons.
Fuck, has Hutch ever talked to Dr. K? I think I've said this before. I wish I would have seen Hutch like 15 years ago because I bet he's significantly different. Hutch is one of the few people I've seen. I think one of the people I've seen who, more than anybody else, you can tell when somebody has worked on themselves. Like, you can just tell with the way that they process things and they talk through things that this person has taken some time to put in some deliberate amount of work into how they process things emotionally. And I think Hutch is one of the people that more than anybody else I've ever seen do that. Or where that type of work he's done is evident. In before, actually, I've always been like, I don't know. I'm curious. Oh, he did 4 years ago? What was that talk like?
To say, don't be like this person. But there's at no point in here have I been like, fucking hit this person with any... Like, that's never the way that I have ever carried myself, fucking ever. So, but he did this. He said, gotta say, I'm not terribly surprised to have found this in the...
I'm not, and it'll make sense when you guys all see it. 8-tracked with $3. That's what we in the industry call projection. I don't know what that was. That was such a random outburst. Are you denying? Like, what's your issue with cropping out the name? Are you denying that it's real? Is that what you're? I mean, because you just talked about it for the last like 10 minutes, seemingly acknowledging that it was real.
The leaked Snark Discord logs. Folks, this is online politics. If you're invoking dead family members over this stuff, you're years overdue for extensive therapy. Delete your accounts and reevaluate.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think if you ever end up in the spot where you're typing out that stuff on the internet, you definitely. I'm not even like I'm not even being mean right now. I mean it so sincerely. Like, check your insurance, see if they cover therapy, and start talking to someone. I'm so serious right now.
Asmongold was laughing at people getting fired. So if you said JD Vance fucked Asmongold's dead mom.
What is this deflection? What is he doing? What do I have to do with this? Like, why? How could you possibly justify some kind of a hypocrisy accusation by bringing up somebody else's chat? What the fuck do I have to do with this? I'm not.
I do also appreciate, I don't know if Hutch did it in this VOD or whatever, because the instinct that a lot of people have, unfortunately, and it's hard for me to talk about this because I'm the most affected one, so I have the most to gain, obviously, by what I'm going to say. But, like, this is the correct response. It's like, why are you trying to rope me in with this? This is, like, what the fuck? Like, that should be the response. Most people's response is like, oh, that's horrible and unhinged, and yeah, you're right. Oh my God, I'm never gonna associate with this guy again. Blah 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 blah. And like that is the goal, right? That's what Jstlk and these weirdos are trying to do whenever they show stuff like, look, you can't talk to that guy. He's fucking crazy because look what his chat says. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
I'm not a mod in DGG. I don't have an account in DGG. Again, like this is what I was talking about. Like this is just what they do. This is what they've been doing for years. Like this is the smear that they go with. It's like Zionist, Destiny Orbiter, you know, like Pedo Sweeper, like all these like crazy accusations, but it's all apparently pure projection because apparently, you know, you guys are telling me Jstlk was the power user of DGG, like the most active in his logs. He was way more, like literally thousands times more engaged with Destiny than I ever was. And so if you're going to do this thing where it's like guilt by association, well, look at the people that you're associating with in these Discord logs. Fuck you.
Asmongold would defend it. Fuck Asmongold and fuck his dead mom. Asmongold blew up his mom. Oh, wait. The reminder that Asmongold killed his mom by handing her a cigarette, which blew up her.
He's not even bringing up Destiny either. It's just like people in his DGG chat.
Like what the association we're trying to get through here is like crazy, right?
I think this is disgusting behavior. Seriously. For the record, I think this is disgusting behavior. And I think these people probably need therapy. I don't care how much you dislike Asmon. There's so many valid avenues to attack someone like Asmon. You don't need to start talking about like killing his mom and like all this. It's just, I think it's fucking gross, disgusting behavior.
Watching all of this made me really disappointed in Pisco for being callous and dismissive about his chat. Yeah, it's, like I said, I think Pisco just doesn't have the theory of mind for community management and like broader conversations for whatever reason. I don't know. Asmon called you a pedo, by the way. When?
Her ventilator cinema. Asmongold seconds before procloaching over his dead mom. Speaking of Asmongold, he's posted a beautiful pic of his mom right before she set herself on fire.
Oh, it was after calling me a pedophile. Oh, based. King. Okay.
Feels strong, man.
Oh, or was it when he was accusing me of being one related to my court case or something? I don't remember.
Fucking, you got me, bro. You got me. It's a bunch of users in a fucking chat room that I don't own. Said some shit about Asmon's mom. Fuck, now I gotta reevaluate everything. Maybe I've been a hypocrite this whole time. Fucking hell, this is a real pickle for me.
This is your mom and Asmongold.
I mean, I know this is a stupid thing to even point out, but like, we would have solved Israel-Palestine by now if all of this effort had gone into workshopping. Like, we need to blah, blah, blah. Imagine if all of this unhinged, obsessive, personal attack effort had gone into like policy wonkery or something.
Viewer now. LOL, cry about your dead dad some more pussy. Destiny. LOL, cry about your dead dad some more pussy.
Fully unhinged. Just fully unhinged. I would never talk like that. I think this is way too far.
Not to sound unhinged, but how is Asmon's mom too far when the dude is literally cheering for immigrant kid families? I mean, like the argument that I would make, and again, Hutch is allowed to have his opinion, and I don't even mean that like in an indefensible way. There are some people that would say that you should never, like, you know, subscribe to some level of personal attack or whatever. And I think that's a defensible argument. But my guess is, without knowing the date, is that these types of pretty depraved comments are probably being made in response to Asmongold was just making so many crazy comments, laughing at and joking about immigrant families being torn apart. What was the disgusting fucking thing he said? I'm gonna dress up like a Pokemon catcher and go to the border and watch these people getting caught and and it's like, again, you can say that these comments are gross or disgusting or whatever, that's fine, but like, what are these in response to? Like, holy fuck. Meanwhile, what are they attacking Hutch for? Because he hasn't disavowed me hard enough? Like, it's not even, like, it's just such a stupid, like, it's such a shallow, one-dimensional analysis.
Clip, thanks so much for $2. talking this crazy behind a cartoon is crazy. Yeah.
Asgul, Twitch version of Goebbels, Destiny. I don't want to offend him by commenting on his mom. Okay. Asgul, how's your...
Yep, I will take the ban, but Destiny, I made the comment during Asmon's Pokemon shit and his good/pretty takes. Take the ban for what? Oh, are you one of these chatters? Well. Oh, I think Asmon was doing that too. Wasn't he making fun of Pretty and Good? I don't know how people, it must go back to the people's minds just like process things. I don't know how you don't become like a fucking terrorist if you were Pretty's family and you have to listen to porn blow-up doll Christy Gnome talking about how he approached police with a loaded firearm. These people were radical agitators, terrorists, and like the video is the archetypical, you know, man protecting old lady being pushed over by evil cop who just starts pepper spraying the fuck out of him for no fucking reason, and then is disarmed and murdered like a fucking dog in the street, with the last 3 or 4 shots being shot by the same cop that instigated the entire altercation after the guy's already on the ground, disarmed and dead. It's just like, that's just unreal to me.
What's your mom doing? Hey, Asgul, where's your mom, buddy? Wow. Seems like this would be the community you wouldn't want to draw from, right?
Asmon literally tweet replied you saying this bitch deserved it about Renee. Really?
Probably.
I don't hang out in DGG. I don't hang out in this chat. Actually, I don't. Thanks for the advice.
One of the times you went in on Asmongold was after he went on that big rant mocking Atrioc for getting emotional about the woman being killed by ice.
I don't hang out in any fucking chat.
If I had to guess. Yeah, it's weird for me, right?
4 months ago.
And so, anyway, what's this here? I can't with these people trying to call this a murder and all that shit. Well, hey, maybe they shouldn't be in front of the car. The thing is that you're never going to convince these people that it's not, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. The only thing you have to do is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go, like, after you say, basically, after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over, then you victory lap around it, and you send in more people, and you do it even more.
Like, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm banned from the site, right? Like... I'm surprised chat wasn't more unhinged. Sorry. If you're making comments like this and just was like, I can't believe what DJ's making comments about it. It's like, the response is not that surprising, in my opinion. And then it's like, so now we're going to talk about Hutch's dead family. Like, bro. Wait, that's not true. 10-minute ads, right? I thought the identities were found too late, no?
Right? It's pretty weird that Hutch would associate with people in communities that do this, right?
I don't. You see me? Do you see Hutch in this chat?
The creator who does this. Destiny's done it directly. No?
I can have a conversation with someone who's done some things that I don't approve of.
This is fucking insane. The idea that she was a domestic terrorist trained to use her vehicle and not a scared mother of 3 is fucking crazy.
That's
bro.
wild, dude. That they had no problem coming out and saying all these things before they even knew anything about who got killed. They didn't know anything about these people. And they were out there, Trump and everybody else, calling them domestically trained terrorists, professional terrorist agitators, activists.
Glove box. It's fucking crazy. The first shot, he's already out of the way. But by the third shot, it is fucking crazy. That is a kill shot into a fucking mother's car. There has to be a higher standard for the people in masks with guns.
Oh, holy shit. That's my YouTube editor. Cut the dead air out there.
Guns that have been trained than the mom in the car. And I talk about this a lot. I try to get points across to people that have different values than me, okay? I understand people are often talking past each other. Some people value certain things differently, okay? But if you are somebody who feels like you have a fucking don't tread on me bumper sticker, I don't see how you've suddenly gone from this to supporting a masked militia of the government killing people? I don't get it.
Watch the Jstlk video? Oh, it was pathetic. I saw it. He didn't cry as much as he did when he got exposed for paying for AI porn of his friends' girlfriends, though. So, maybe a little bit of character development there. How pathetic. Yeah, remember that? I do. I remember that. And so, yeah, had to do a whole apology with his wife or his girlfriend there right next to him. He took a break from the internet. I mean, he makes good content, but I don't want to hear any virtue signaling from Jstlk. Pack it up, buddy. Pack it up. You got emotionally manipulated. He actually said it 4 times, which...
Even back then, I wonder how long Asmongold's been doing this. He's just scrolling Twitter for his news. Months and months of mind rot. Like, talk about manipulation, bro.
Is the exact right amount of reparations you need for retards. Not joking, you know it for running WoW raids. That's right. Get out of the fire, step out of the fire, move out of the fire, move away from the fire. And then they're like, oh!
I wonder what he's doing right now.
It's too distorted.
Oh.
Let's see here if I can find the rest of this.
For You page.
Yeah, let's see here if I can find it. Oh my god.
At least we're on a hype train, guys.
Completely world's richest man walks in the White House wearing a Dark Homelander hat. Yeah, it's just so fucking embarrassing. So, by the way, it looks like Frogan...
Actually, I have a really good email for this. Sorry, because somebody just made this comment in chat. Jstlk is comparing DGD's sporadic emotional reactions to Asmongold's disgusting behavior to his Discord's obsessive behavior towards you and everyone around you, which is what triggers their unhinged comments about Hutch. These two things speak towards what makes both communities different. I guess it's more politics related. It applies here too, though. I don't know if the emailer connects them, but I got this one day ago, yesterday. On standards, or the adult in the room problem. Hey, Destiny, gonna send a slightly schizo email. The snark leaks and your talk about the funnel helped put some pieces in my head on why the levels of treatment are so different. I've been thinking about it as the kid/adult in the room dynamic, where a third party holds one side to the standard of adult and the other to kid. The way they are viewed and talked about is almost like a force of nature. They behave as the wind blows, innocent, no thought, rhyme, or reason. Pointing to bad behavior or any specific circumstance is hand-waved as, what do you expect? The third party may acknowledge the bad behavior, but will never allow that to inform the adult's behavior. Ultimately, this is an infantilization of this party. There is nothing they can do to change how they act, so they can't be held accountable. If this was in relation to an actual toddler, this makes sense and is correct. That is the part that makes it such a mindfuck, because this is not applied to actual kids. This is used to excuse adults. This allows these people to avoid all moral agency and, in fact, act immorally. The most insidious part left out is why this applied to children, because they have no moral agency and are excused in this way. They do not have any real power or authority. A child throws a tantrum and says, "I hate you, Dad," for not getting ice cream. The parent, or the adult, gives them space to return and forgives the outburst. The child is not given control of the family's finances and bankrupts by buying all of the ice cream. A parent that gives a child that kind of control would be viewed as a terrible parent and deserving of the ruin that comes. This is the part that is never fully applied when this argument style is employed. If the other party is a child that cannot be blamed or held to account for acting in their childish nature, well, then they should not have control or power or say in anything. They should be treated as children and removed from levers of power. Yet, if this is even hinted at, you get people acting against you that would would simply imply. Sorry, fuck. There's typos in this. Yet, if this is even hinted at, you get people acting against you would imply stripping away at adults, say, or vote, etc. People would say that you are talking about stripping away adults. Okay, but you/I am not saying that. You're pointing out that the clear and obvious logic of this argument. The clear examples of this are Trump and Republicans. I would argue you are also seeing this with the snarkers and how people like Hutch, Connor, and Wick respond. Now, they aren't doing this necessarily intentionally. This leads to the most important pillar for those that wear this defense as a shroud, is maintaining the environment/perception. I would argue for the Hutches and Wicks that they are anchored to this view because of the media ecosystem of the past decade plus. It does feel like retribution and a huge escalation to insist that a child be treated the same as adults, read Democrats or liberals, etc. They are having a visceral reaction at that because this mind rot has so deeply seeped into the public consciousness. One benefit for the snark leaks is that it helps shatter the illusion of the child, as in they are not just acting in their innocent nature, but this is a deliberate and intentionally planned thing to weaponize that position of weakness to attack infinitely. One tie into this reminds me of every time you see these people say this, they always say this: why are you attacking smaller creators? Why are you attacking smaller creators? Why are you going after, these guys are going after smaller creators? Why the fuck does that even matter? Why would that ever, why would that, I thought about this before, and my usual defense to this was to say, you might be a smaller creator, but you're a smaller creator in an avalanche of attacks I'm getting. But the actual answer is, who the fuck cares if you're a smaller creator? If you do or say some fuck shit about me, I should get to say some fuck shit about you. I don't give a fuck if you're a smaller creator. Why the fuck would that even enter into my mind? Ignoring the fact that it's also, you are part of a larger avalanche and a larger movement of people, that the largest members are deliberately trying not to take part in so that they can always use that excuse, you know? I think Republicans have been able to play this game too, see the Democrat bad flowchart. In part, the buffoonishness and stupidity of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, and Trump help to sell the illusion that they are just throwing toys in the playpen with no real malice or objective. Seeing what happened with ICE in Minneapolis was very damaging to this illusion to the general public because the media actually covered the malice and intentional harm the Trump admin was causing. It was a natural top of the funnel, as you have described. This is one of the big reasons why ICE has backed down a lot, pushed so hard on the narrative for Renee Good and Alex Preddy being the real bad guys. I separated out Connor because his conversation with KUIHMAN and then Dan made me think that he is too close to the snarker side. I haven't watched this conversation yet, I don't think. Or I don't think I watched this. He basically hand-waved the leaks when talking to KUIHMAN and then grilled Dan hard. At one point, even saying to Dan, if you lie to me, I won't trust you again, or something like that. This is a perfect little microcosm of the kid/adult in the room. KUIHMAN and the snarkers are kids doing whatever stuff, but Dan and Destiny, they are real mature people who should know better. So the standard only exists for you and Dan, and the snarkers are going to snark. What can you do about it? LOL. It is similar to the line that you've used, quote, you just don't think Trump is that bad, end quote. If you read all this, thank you, and hope this helps flesh out the ideas with you as it has with me. But cute.
It's not the same thing as being like in a shared online space and then, you know, participating with this person and doing like targeted harassment and all these other crazy shit that they do. Not the same thing. It's not even in the fucking same universe. And they know this. Maybe he's filled with shame for being such a fucking DGG power user at some point in his life. I don't know what this is. This is some complex psychology going on here.
Could have sworn, man. Could have sworn. But hey, maybe, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Like, I think Hutch is fully aware of who Destiny is. Like, all of that, that he is everything he's calling out right now. He's fully aware Destiny's like that, and he just doesn't care. Right? He's
I do think it's a little, and I think that the leaks have stressed the fuck out of these guys a lot, and so now they're starting to make, I don't know if you call these strategic errors or whatever, but you're not supposed to be this forward with how desperately you're trying to connect Hutch to me or my chatters. Like, it's a pretty dumb sell here. Like, it's pretty obvious what's going on, you know?
Not that I don't care. I don't associate with like that kind of behavior.
Scurrying is a good term. Yeah.
Just don't. I don't co-sign it. I don't, you know.
Dumbass Jstlk clip. What? Have we not watched all these? What?
Tell his audience.
So Hutch would rather have like totally morally reprehensible people around him who go, Hutch, you're really smart and valid, right? Hutch would love.
And it's so funny that he's accusing me of doing this to Hutch when this is what they've all done intentionally to Pisco. And you can find, I don't have them bookmarked, but you can find the posts on Kiwi Farms where they're like, Pisco's always been the much smarter person, and Pisco's so much smarter than Destiny. He knows so much more. Like, this is exactly what they did to Pisco to try to ingratiate themselves in with Pisco's community.
People around him who go, Hutch, you're really smart and valid, right? Hutch would love Hitler over his mom if his mom was mean to him, and
like it's so much projection. The reality is that if Hitler would make a tweet disavowing me and calling me a pedophile, these guys would have Hitler in the Snark server. That's the actual reality of it, right?
Let's just marinate on that one real quick. You know what? I'm not even going to play a video.
They have people tweeting a screenshot of New being in Lonerbox chat and DGG. Of New? Who's that? I don't know. Was that a typo?
I'm going to go pee real
Of me. Captain Dan. Okay.
quick, and I want you guys to just marinate on what he just said. I'll be right back.
Okay. Are we good on all this? What is this?
About why these people are full of shit.
Hutch knows that no relationship he has will last forever.
Oh, we already saw that. Okay. What is this?
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Check it! טובה. עבודה טובה. ברוכים הבאים לישראל, אנחנו בעלי הבית. ככה צריך.
Oh, it's fucking Ben Giver. Where's the translate button? This is how we welcome supporters of terrorism. Good one.
ישראל חי. ישראל חי.
Ugh. I will chill when Hassan starts publicly pressuring AOCIA / Sanders / Kana to adopt a full arms embargo and sanctions on Israel, which their entire base 100% supports, has massive majority support about Dems generally, and majority support among the broader public. Also, when he drops out of the subathon event he's going to do for genocidal Zionist media baron who owns GB News and The Spectator. See, this is exactly what I mean. You readily acknowledge all the time where the Dem base is, and even the broader public, to expose centrist Dems, and yet you won't hold AO, CIA, / under the same standard, but instead run cover for and launder them. I don't care if I sound schizo. I think that this is a form of controlled opposition, I bet. I think that when Hassan is trying to present himself as like being electorally palatable, I think that the squirrel pops up to fight him to show that he's not as far left as some people are saying is. Look at how much the far left fights with him. Look at how much these guys are attacking him. I think that this is intentional, this back and forth. Why do you think the far left is so hell-bent on Israel-Palestine compared to Russia-Ukraine? Russia's undoubtedly committed more atrocities in the whole war, but no one talks about it at all. Because in Russia-Ukraine, Ukraine is pretty clearly the good guys, but Ukraine is part of the West, and the left hates the West. For Israel-Palestine, they can align more easily with the Palestinians because they hate the West. Israel's the West, right?
I thought it'd be really helpful to have a time.
The abominable treatment of civilians aboard the flotilla, including that which is documented in footage shared by Itamar Ben-Gvir, is unacceptable. Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs has directed officials to summon the Israeli ambassador to demand assurances regarding the safety and security of Canadians involved. Canada has already imposed strict sanctions on Mr. Ben-Gvir, including asset freezes and a travel ban. In response to his repeated incitement of violence, the protection of civilians and respect for human dignity must be upheld everywhere at all times. I was going to tweet a big thing earlier, but I don't even know if it's worth it. But, like, if the Democrats had a messaging platform and the ability to get a message out, the Democrats have available to them right now a strong platform that they could take on Israel-Palestine that would at least deactivate a lot of the more insane attacks from the far left. Like, if there was a leader of the Democratic Party, Like, they should be able to come out and say, hey, this is the Democratic Party's position on Israel-Palestine. We think that the war has been persecuted in a wholly unethical manner. We do not support the continued Israeli occupation and destruction of Palestinian homes or whatever the fuck they're doing in Syria, whatever the fuck they're doing in Lebanon. We think that there needs to be accountability measures tied to every dollar that goes to the Gaza Strip and to Israel. If Israel's going to engage in this behavior, then that means that they're going to lose funding for particular things. But it doesn't just mean they're losing funding. They can't just abandon us and do their own thing. It also means United Nations sanctions and everything else that would go along with that if they don't play ball in a way that we can all agree is like humanitarianly worth it. Like, the Democrats could have a position like this and like have that strong position, but since there's no Democratic voice that can put a position like this out, it's just endless. I don't even know what you would call it. Tone policing or something by the crazy lefties, right? And you can address the lefty position too. The lefty position does not care about the Palestinians. They don't have a realistic plan for the Palestinians. Lefties say that we should completely cut ties with Israel. Okay, well then what? What do we do when they start attacking the Palestinians even harsher? Are you going to invade? That they will do that. That's what they want to do. Hassan is getting closer and closer to that point now, saying that we should give the Palestinians an Iron Dome. Really? We're going to give them missiles now? Like, the lefties only use this as a wedge issue because they know they use this intentionally because they know that there is no position that a politically viable candidate can take that would satisfy the insane demands that they're making. So it's a blanket wedge issue that they can infinitely use to attack every Democratic candidate. What does this have to do with Mark Carney? Because Mark Carney's position is here. Or, I'm sorry, is good here. We should sanction the fuck out of these fucking lunatics and psychos. We should be using our powers, via ambassadors, via the UN, to sanction the fuck out of these people. And it could be broader groups as well. Isn't a platform like that a non-starter with a lot of Democratic representatives? I doubt it. No shot. No, I don't think so. I don't think that would be a non-starter. That we would love to support Israel in them being a strong, peaceful, democratic, Western-style nation in the Middle East. That's totally fine. We would love to be partners with them there. But being a partner with somebody like that means that you have to conduct yourself, with a certain level of expectations that they have dramatically fallen short of over the past year at least, right? And then you pressure them that way. But the lefties have no real, solution for any of this shit. So it becomes an infinite purity test because the Democrats don't have a position on it, like as a party or as a whole, that seems to be coherent or something that we can at least hear. They're just like constantly assaulted in debates with trying to fabricate on the spot some coherent Israel-Palestine position, which is fucking impossible. But Israel ain't doing that, so that means those Dems will have to effectively boycott Israel. Israel would do it. What do you mean? We've I'm pretty sure didn't even Bush sanction some West Bank people for being unhinged? I know that Obama did. I think Biden did. I don't remember 100% for Biden. We could do it, but we would have to. But it would have to be a. It would have to be a real holistic plan, right? Like, Israel wants to work with an America that empowers it to pursue their interests. The only reason Israel does not necessarily want to work with America is they feel like they can do better shit on their own because America's going to not work with them as much as they'd want to. But if America comes out on the strong side of, you're an amazing country, we love what you guys have done, we want to work with you, we want you to continue to thrive, but our interests need to align more. You cannot be engaged in the most cuck-fuck wars all over the Middle East constantly and doing this fuck shit everywhere. It's not going to work. You're going to get punished for it. Like that, but you would, the White House is not capable of having a position on this right now. And the Democratic Party doesn't have the leadership to have a party-wide stance or position on it right now. So, yeah. The U.S. sanctions 3 Israeli West Bank settlers and their outposts for violence against Palestinians. Oh, this is in 2024. Nice. Wait, was this when they sanctioned? Were one of these people one of the ones that me and Lonerbox ran into? I don't remember. I think that guy in particular did get sanctioned because I remember seeing a picture of that fucker. At Destiny, wow, it's such a convenient issue to discredit any candidate who is competent on global issues. It's almost as if it was handpicked and boosted by foreign oppositional states, lol. True. Wait, message deleted. Who deleted that? By the Jonah. Was that one of my mods? Do I have a foreign opera mod in here? Silencing the people? At Destiny, you may be underestimating the extent to which the perception of anti-Semitism in the world influences Israeli psychology. There is a belief that most of the world isn't operating in good faith. Sure, I don't necessarily doubt that. But, like, Israelis need to get over it. They got to get the fuck over it. And America can help with that, I think. But, like America has to show itself as being a strong and willing partner that is making security commitments to Israel, which I feel like we've more or less followed through on. Jesus Christ, over the past couple of years. Every state in the region seems to have. So that assurance needs to be there. But then you can't act like a traumatized, cornered animal for the entirety of your existence. It's just, I don't know, whatever. Have you seen the big schism going on in the subreddit between billionaire haters and billionaire defenders? Like, Bezos' take here is not that wild, no? Oh, I think I commented on this on Brian Shapiro. Did they shoot this in RAW and not color grade it? Why does this look this way? I don't think it's quite washed out to be RAW, but I feel like whatever... Is it Lux? What do you call it? Whatever they didn't apply or LUT? I don't know. Whatever. The billionaire hate is a hard one, okay? I've said it before. Like, I think the billionaire hate is cringe, and the hyper obsession with trying to have just billionaire tags, blah, 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 whatever, I think it's cringe. That being said, I think I fucking hate all the popular billionaires right now. Fuck Bezos, and fuck Elon, and fuck the Zuck, and fuck all these motherfuckers. So, like, I'm not going to defend any of these guys personally.
And Elizabeth Warren,
I just don't think the billionaire tax, whatever bullshit, I just don't think it's very effective.
and Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others, are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's not true. I pay billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, right, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
Like I hate this motherfucker, but this is true, right? Doubling taxes on billionaires is not going to pay for fuck all in the United States. You're not going to raise that much money doing it. It's cringe. It's stupid.
So you can't connect those two things, not logically. There are more examples. Why is rent expensive? Why is rent so expensive? I recently saw somebody blamed it on Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb is not the cause of expensive rent. In fact, it's been almost, let me finish here one sec. It's already been outlawed in New York City, and rents are still very high. So we know Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What's really causing high rent is government intervention.
I don't know who's a bot anymore. I don't know. Hold on. Does my chat know the answer to this question? This is kind of a complicated one. Sorry. Okay. Pippums and DGG said, are you against expanding the tax brackets then? I don't know how many more times I can say, like, the Trump tax cuts should be rolled back. Like, I don't know how many more times I can say this. I don't know what else you want to say. If you want to bump the top brackets up a few points, I think that's fine. If you want to increase long-term capital gains, I think that's fine. Like, I don't know how many more times I can say this. Like, I just knew he would blame it on big government. It's so infuriating watching these leeches defend sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars they would never need to spend in $100. Wait, did he blame it on big government? Did I miss that?
And Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others, are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am,
These people,
At the very end?
Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb is not the cost of expensive rent. In fact, it's been almost, let me finish here one sec. It's already been outlawed in New York City, and rents are still very high. So we know Airbnb is causing high rents. What's really causing high rent is government intervention.
Oh, I was reading chat.
Intervention.
I don't know what he says next. He could say something smart after that, or he could say something fucking retarded after that. It just depends. The full quote right after the cutoff. Bezos, in New York City, and rents are still very high, so we know Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What is really causing what we demand? We subsidize demand with things like tax policy, which is fine, but at the same time we constrain... we subsidize demand with things like tax policy, which is fine, but at the same time we constrain supply. We constrain supply with things like zoning and permitting. Why does it take so long to get something permitted to build? If you want rents to come down... Oh, yeah, this is true, right? So that's a smart thing to say. That's true. You could double the size of the fence around your coop, the wolf said to the chickens. It wouldn't increase the number of eggs you lay, I assure you. In fact, it's really the fence altogether that is lowering the number of eggs you lay. That's so deep. Upvoted. Mod this guy. You're thinking of log? Oh, I said raw. Yeah, log, sorry. The name unavailable in Kick Chat. Welcome to the dumbest timeline. Wait. Oh, Illuminator gifted 5 subs in Kick Chat. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Can we start a letter campaign to Jeff to get Destiny unbanned on Twitch? True. Whoa, 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 whoa. True. Why do you hate Jeff Bezos? For the same reason I hate the streamers that turn their back on me. There's an extension that uses Arctic Shift to display people's top visited subs next to their name. Arctic Shift sounds like AI. Not doing it. Loomer is justifying an attack on a mosque just when you thought she couldn't get any more evil or deranged. Really, Medi? I feel like of all the things Laura Loomer has said, this isn't even like the top 10 of the most evil or deranged things. Don't fall for the hate crime hoax today. The mosque is evil and needs to be shut down by the feds. Terrorists among us. 2 of the 9/11 hijackers, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Midhar, had direct ties to the Islamic Center of San Diego. Oh my God. Holy shit. What is this? Fucking Willy, dude. DGG trying to pedo-jack at someone because their own cult creator is a pedophile. Wait, hold on. I see people pronounce it differently. Is it pedo or pedo? It's not pedophile, it's pedophile, right? So why do people say pedo instead of pedo? The British word for pediatrics. Oh, hold on. Quiet. My queen is speaking.
Are there influencers on the left? This is like a Random question that I have with like MAGA influencers and stuff. Are there influencers on the left who they're kind of like afraid of as being like very like effective or like ones they want to take down?
Yeah, they are very scared of Hassan Piker.
Oh, they are?
That is like the one that they are scared of because Hassan has the ability to capture what I believe to be someone like the alt-right men.
Wait, who is afraid? Or what are they saying? Who's being afraid?
As well. Like there is a crossover between the people who gravitate towards a Nick Fuentes or a Tucker Carlson that could find better solace in someone like Hassan. They're terrified of Hassan Piker. Terrified.
That's fascinating to me. Oh wow, that's interesting. Yeah, no, there is crossover. And I mean, I've critiqued Hassan in the past, and like his stands will come for me. Like, I'm kind of the mindset of I really don't like a lot of things that he has to say, but I think he's a net good, and I think he like deserves a platform. I don't think he should be canceled. I do think he says some things that are like absolutely beyond the pale from time to time. But that is so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've always defended everyone's right to speak, even my biggest detractors. I think we should be very wary whenever there is an establishment push to silence anyone. I think that shows if the levers of capital are all fixated against one individual, you should probably pay attention to that.
I completely agree with that take. Like, I've always been of the mindset of like, especially with all the shit going on with the FCC right now, like, and I'm trying to like talk to conservatives and be like, listen, I think a lot of what you say on Fox News is stupid dog shit garbage, and I hate it, but I still do defend your right to say it.
Yeah.
And listen to it and engage
but
with it.
also with people like Hassan or any streamer, they are live for so long and they are living the most honest articulation of like thought and commentary. They're going to say stupid shit, and that's okay. And I guess that goes back to like my thesis, right? It's like there has to be some forgiveness and grace to people being human and saying stupid shit. Because look, if anyone pulled up our texting group chats, you know, like we all say stupid things, and I think it's really important to put that humanity and being human and being stupid back into the public sphere and owning it. I think that is really important, especially like as we're building systems that aggregate humanity, and we purposely leave so much of humanity out. I think we have to put that back in, and we have to have grace for people who are human and decide to speak all day, every day.
I hear you. And my hot take is that the people who are the loudest about trying to like point fingers and cancel people are just trying to distract from their own shit and the own harm that they've caused.
Oh yes,
you know,
yes, we see that with MAGA. Yeah, the party of family values.
The real conversation is that CSAM is a fucking garbage term, and we should all stop using it and go back to child porn. Yeah, that's a dumb one. There's a guy, I always say this, I always worry about being like captured by my age, and I'm just like, oh, I'm saying exactly the same thing any 37-year-old would think going through, you know, this age, where it's like, child porn was perfect, okay? And then they ruined it. No, I'm just kidding. The term child porn like makes, like everybody knows, nobody in their entire life has ever heard the term child porn, and they're like, wait, so children can consent to making porn because it's called pornography and it involves children? No one ever thought that. Never. In the history of all of child porn, no one ever thought that. But they're like, we have to call it CSAM so we can more accurately illustrate whatever it is. It kind of reminds me of the George Carlin bit. Although I don't... The reason why I brought up that, well, I'm 37, I think, is because I don't know if I fully agreed with the George Carlin bit. But the point applies here, I think.
They're only words. You can't be afraid of words that speak the truth. Even if it's an unpleasant truth, like the fact that there's a bigot and a racist in every living room on every street corner in this country. I don't like words that hide the truth. I don't like words that conceal reality. I don't like euphemisms or euphemistic language. And American English is loaded with euphemisms because Americans have a lot of trouble dealing with reality. Americans have trouble facing the truth. So they invent a kind of a soft language to protect themselves from it. And it gets worse with every generation. For some reason, it just keeps getting worse. I'll give you an example of that. There's a condition in combat, most people know about it. It's when a fighting person's nervous system has been stressed to its absolute peak and maximum, can't take any more input. The nervous system has either snapped or is about to snap. In the First World War, that condition was called shell shock. Simple, honest, direct language. 2 syllables, shell shock. Almost sounds like the guns themselves. That was 70 years ago. Then a whole generation went by, and the Second World War came along, and the very same combat condition was called battle fatigue. 4 syllables now. Takes a little longer to say. Doesn't seem to hurt as much. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. Shell shock. Battle fatigue. Then we had the war in Korea, 1950. Madison Avenue was riding high by that time, and the very same combat condition was called operational exhaustion. Hey, we're up to 8 syllables now. And the humanity has been squeezed completely out of the phrase. It's totally sterile now. Operational exhaustion. Sounds like something that might happen to your car. Then, of course, came the war in Vietnam, which has only been over for about 16 or 17 years. And thanks to the lies and deceit surrounding that war, I guess it's no surprise that the very same condition was called post-traumatic stress disorder. Still 8 syllables, but we've added a hyphen. And the pain is completely buried under jargon. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll bet you if we'd have still been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam veterans might have gotten the attention they needed at the time. I'll bet you that. I'll bet you that.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about the example that I used, but sometimes it does feel like we run down this euphemistic treadmill, and it's like, what are we doing here, guys? The unhoused. Really? The thing is that CSAM encapsulates more than just porn. For example, some of the 764 weirdos that got off on children mutilating themselves and their pets and other shit. How? Isn't CSAM, doesn't it stand for, I thought it was child sexual abuse material. Are you saying that non-sexual material is also considered CSAM? Because if so, that's even more fucking confusing. Yes, like children carving signs and shit into their body is CSAM. That's fucking retarded. And then I feel like it's even more fucking retarded. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Oh my fucking god. When the fuck is this debate? Holy shit. John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt debate Mike Pompeo and Victoria Nuland on U.S. foreign wars. The Victoria Nuland leaked fucking voicemail was like the #1 thing that all of these weirdo fucking conspiracy nuts, Mearsheimer included, all of them hung their hat on that leaked phone call was proof that we'd orchestrated the 2014 Euromaidan. What does the motion mean? What motion? The influencer hosting this podcast is called Hassan a bigot, smeared him repeatedly with lies, accused him of being an animal abuser. She took part in the 1630 Fund/Core Dark Money program, takes lots of undisclosed political dollars, and crashed out on regularly on threads. Nice. I wonder if Omidyar told her to say that. What does the motion mean for the debate? What does the motion mean for the debate? Oh, the motion. Be it resolved, don't go hunting monsters. My guess is if there's a conflict and that conflict appears to be resolved, don't continue to pester and don't continue to dig to try to invent or find more enemies there. Otherwise, you're going to be in forever wars forever. Is my guess. So my guess is Mearsheimer and Walt are going to take the negative and Nuland and Pompeo are going to take the affirmative. That'd be my guess. You have it backwards? Wait, really? Hold on. It says it right there. Con pro. Be resolved, don't go hunting monsters. Wait, what did I say? Be it resolved, don't go hunting monsters. I might have said backwards, sorry. Mearsheimer, I don't know much about Walt, but Mearsheimer is like the classic, every single thing Russia does is justifiable and understandable, and everything America does is evil and wrong and probably full of Jews. So I imagine that their side is going to be the stop going to war with everybody. It's basically going to be like, this is like a really fancy way of saying imperialism, good or imperialism bad. So be it resolved, don't go hunting monsters. It's a double negative to fuck me here. So don't go hunting monsters. So be anti-imperialist. Don't go interfering in other countries. I would imagine that would be defended by Mearsheimer. And then obviously for Pompeo and then for Victoria Nuland, what was her job? Like foreign ambassador or whatever? They're probably going to be a bit more pro-interventionalist. So they would say, well, we do go hunting monsters. Yeah, but I guess it's technically a double negative, so whatever. Fuck. Actually, what happened was, I'm going to be honest, I got the answer from an AI, and the AI fucked me there. That's what really happened. This motherfucker. I'm so triggered that these fucking guys accuse... I shouldn't get triggered. Listen, if you think my opinion is retarded or not, you know, well-informed or whatever the fuck, fine. But, like, you guys know that Rob was querying an AI for that entire debate, right? Which is fine. I don't even care. That's fine. If you're using AI to give you answers, or not, I'm sorry, not to give you answers, but to challenge points that I'm making. I think that's totally fine. I don't even care. That's fine. That's okay. Just don't lie about it and don't misrepresent it. But then they both started accusing me of using AI. And it's like, what? Like, on what basis? And then it's because I didn't remember what the Rucho case was about, which I don't, by the way. I know it comes up a lot, that, and I thought about it. I remember when we were reading the case, I was like, I should read, is it Browden? And is it Gingles or Jingles? I always fuck it up. But, like, because these are two underlying cases that get brought up a ton. And the Rucho one or whatever was also brought up quite a bit, but I didn't read the underlying case for that, so I don't know 100%. But they accused me of AI because I got upset because Ryan didn't understand how severely reworked that Gingles framework is for bringing a Section 2 case against the federal, against a state that gerrymanders in a way that they would consider racially unacceptable. They're trying to gerrymander against certain races of people, and that Gingles framework is basically destroyed. And that was like the big part. That was the big part of the decision, right? That the Gingles framework was basically completely undone. Now, Alito says he updated it, and then Kagan says that they completely destroyed it, and they've revised it now. Or not revised it, but it's gone, and now it's like the, what does she want to call it, the Calais update or whatever? Or the Calais update is what she wanted to call it. But I'd asked questions, or I'd mentioned a few times before, I was like there's never going to be a Section 2 case brought again. And Ryan was like very confident with him, oh yeah, of course they could. And then I think at the end I asked him, do you know how they updated the framework? And he had no idea. He couldn't even answer for any of the three preconditions. And it's like, if you don't know the answer to that, how the fuck were you answering any of my questions earlier? You haven't read the case. Which again, I just want to be clear, I don't care, okay? The cases are boring. It's all boring shit. And you don't need to read it to comment on it because fucking nobody else cares. But if you didn't read it, fine. But don't pretend you've read it. And then don't accuse me of not having read it. What the fuck? And then to like put a cherry on top, Rob tries to roast me here, who I don't think has ever read a Supreme Court decision in his life, by saying, how did Destiny, who claims over and over he isn't getting help from his chat, looking things up, etc., and has extensively read these cases, not have any knowledge of this? First of all, chat can say things to me, and I might bring them up. Like, I'm not going to, I would never deny that. Or like, and looking things up, like, I don't have a textbook memory of every court case, especially when I'm looking for it. Yeah, of course I'm Googling things. But that's fine. I don't care if you Google things. Like during a debate, if I don't know what case to bring up, I'll Google it. I think I even asked them. I was like, wait, how do you spell that? Why do you think I'm asking how to spell it? For my own personal enjoyment or because I'm Googling it to look something up? But then he goes on this, as you can see, Alito mentions this right at the beginning of his explanation. Destiny is not good at debating these cases. He gets significant help from his audience and other sources and still performs miserably. And then when he knows he looks bad, he rage quits and then accuses others of not reading the court cases. This dumb motherfucker is quoting something here. This is not from fucking Alito. He's quoting from the goddamn syllabus, which is not written by Alito. So he's not even quoting the right part here, meaning somebody gave him this or he AI'd it and then it was like, this is the first time this comes up. And because he's never read a Supreme Court case before, he's giving me something from page 3 of the syllabus. This is not Alito's writing. Alito didn't write this. Why would you say that? And it's just like it's just a thing you would say if you've never read a Supreme Court case before. You would say this is from the syllabus right at the beginning. It's literally the court. What do they call? Is it the court reporter or the reporter of the court? No, the reporter of decisions is the one who writes the syllabus. Now that being said, the syllabus is going to be generally correct. Well, it should be, right? But they're summarizing what was written below. This is not the justices themselves writing, though. So if you want to know their rationale in more depth for the decision, you go and read the decision. But it was just so funny that he said it. It's like, you're literally demonstrating my point in real time right now. He responded again. I never claimed I read it. You claimed to have read it, and you didn't know some basic facts of it. That is true. You had no idea about the Rucho case, which would seem to belie your claims of having read these cases in a meaningful way. There are VODs. How long ago did we read this case? How old are my kick VODs? How long ago did we read this case?
Shut up!
How old are my kick VODs?
Stop!
I'm not even gonna remember. Fuck me. Cake only goes back a month. Belai. Isn't it pronounced belly? No. I don't know why the fuck I'm even going through this. I don't need to prove this to you fucking guys.
Legislation to enforce the
And then we read this the next day too. It's like there's VODs of me doing this. Why would I don't know, bro. Literally nothing matters anymore, I guess. Nine-0, guys. I didn't use AI for this post. I simply searched the decision for Rucho and saw it was discussed several times. Merely saying decision instead of syllabus does nothing to disprove my point. More red herrings from you to avoid explaining how if you read these decisions you get so much wrong. Just because you read a decision on stream doesn't mean you understand or correctly recall it. Are you telling me you don't have orbiters and chat messaging you about these cases at times while you're debating them? Or that you aren't using search engines or AI during the debates? Big people do message me, and there are messages in chat. Like, yes, but I've never denied that. I use search engines sometimes. I don't think I would ever query an AI in a debate because the answer is just going to be too complex for the subject matter for me to be able to integrate that into my brain and then answer meaningfully. I just don't think you can do that. Unless you're having a really long, casual conversation and the person doesn't mind waiting a few minutes. There's just no way that I could ask an AI something that complicated about a court ruling and then hope to get it correct. Or to say anything meaningful about it. I'll just be repeating what the AI says. You actually went so far as to make up the name of a person in a case to try to prove your point because you didn't have an example. Remember John Smith? Like, it's obviously a troll, right? Because Ryan's push for me on the whether or not anybody's ever been restricted from a ballot before without having been criminally prosecuted first. And he's like, "Well, can you give me the name of somebody?" It was like, "Fuck me, I don't fucking know." And I was like, "John Smith." And he's like, "Is that a real name?" Okay. Why bother talking with some dialogue tree retard from the debate cuck school of Andrew Wilson? True, actually. But this is why they were supposed to be blacklisted, but I couldn't help myself. Apparently, Frogan just didn't respond to the complaint? This can't be real, right? Usually you put in a, what is it called, Kafka? Like denials? Like you plead, it's not guilty in a civil case. You put a pleading in for your response, I guess. I don't know. Well, you wouldn't respond with no contest because then you would be guilty of everything, right? Or I guess maybe you could just go to arguing damages, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Oh, look at how nice this is, guys. June 19th, 2025. Court case is 1 year old. How many docket entries? 16. Wow. Feels amazing, man. Meanwhile, what are we up to? Do you think we'll hit 300 by the end? No way, right? 264. Oh, by the way, they've posted the fucking name of the child sex trafficking victim in the last filings they did because they didn't redact her name. But you better believe they redacted Pixie's fucking name from every fucking filing they had to make sure they got that real correct, while they posted my address as well, which I know she loved doing. I know it's intentional. Isn't one of these a maximize button? Am I crazy? Ugh, whatever. It appearing from the records in the above entitled action that summons has been served upon the defendants named below, because you have to be able to serve them with paperwork to put them on notice that there's a lawsuit. That's required. And it further appearing from the affidavit of counsel for plaintiff and other evidence as required by the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 55A, that each of the below defendants have failed to plead or otherwise defend in said action as directed in said summons and as provided in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. So my guess is this has to do with how you're supposed to respond to a complaint. Or this is to the rules for entering a default judgment. Entering a default. When a party against whom a judgment for affirmative relief is sought has failed to plead or otherwise defend, and that failure is shown by affidavit or otherwise, the clerk must enter the party's default. Plead means she didn't, that's like the first stage. So they really didn't even reply to the initial complaint? Can anything negative happen from Doe from this, as long as you have money? I mean, hopefully there's a countersue available, and hopefully I can block her from ever taking the bar. That each of the below defendants have failed to plead or otherwise defend in said action as directed, blah, 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 blah. Now, therefore, on request of counsel, the default of each of the following named defendants is hereby entered. What did she do with all the money she raised? This just means that, how do you decide how much the default judgment is? Since it's given by a statutory amount here, would it just be in the matter of $100,000? I don't remember what that, is it $150,000? Is it automatically the max judgment, or did they file anything? Hold on. Okay, so the complaint is filed by plaintiff, that's Ethan Klein. There's a similar naming mistake / error in the latest filing by Brettler. They had the name at the bottom of the email, but it was for a person we're calling Abby MC, but we can't use the full name, which is like 4 more letters. Fucking stupid. Stupid. But whatever. That's their cover name, okay. Civil cover sheet filed by plaintiff. Request for clerk to issue summons on complaint filed by plaintiff. Interesting. I don't know what is a summons here? Is this a way of asking the court to serve the defense, maybe? What is a summons here technically? Summons resources and Westlaw provides, blah, 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 okay. A particular note providing detailed guidance on the service of a defendant summons under the criminal procedure rules. Okay. I'm guessing they issued this. Certificate of interested parties filed by plaintiff. Report on the filing of an action regarding a copyright filed by Ted Entertainment. Notice of lodging filed by plaintiff, Ted Entertainment. Notice of assignment to a district judge. These are the people who are going to be judging the case. Register of copyrights. What was this? Report on filing of copyright action. Oh, stuff for the record, I guess, to show what they're suing over or something, maybe. Notice to counsel, read consent to proceed before a U.S. magistrate judge. 21-day summons issued. Read complaint. So this is the summons issued. Wait, are you allowed to ask the court to issue a summons, or can you do it yourself, or does it depend, or? You request a court to issue a summons. Okay, so you don't usually issue it on your own. Standing order by Judge John F. Walter. Read this order carefully. It controls the case and differs in some respects from the local rules. Oh, because this was filed in federal court, I guess? Okay, this is all like on the second day right after the filing. Okay, a month later. Proof of service executed by Plaintiff Ted Entertainment upon defendant Morgan, whatever. Oh, this is Frogan. Served on 7/14, so July 14th. Service was executed upon Jane Doe, member of household, in compliance with Federal Civil Procedure by substituted service at home address. Do you think she was hiding from the service? Is that why it took so long, or do you think it just takes a long time for the court to get these out? Stipulation for extension of time to file an answer to October 3rd, 2025 complaint. This was filed by Ethan. Did you see that Chud Logic shit got reported and it got a Discord/Twitch ban? I haven't. Over this latest shit. I thought about going the full like scorched earth report route. People have been spam reporting my Discord, by the way. But I didn't bother. It would, if I would have that, it would have been against KUIHMAN, because I'm pretty sure he was like hurling multiple racial slurs at me. In that convo, I just didn't even notice it. I tune out like the twink voice; it just disappears in my mind. Okay, on August 1st, counsel for Frogan contacted counsel for TEI by email to contest the validity of service. Oh, so they were trying to say, "Oh, your service didn't count. You didn't actually serve us." So they're playing games. Okay. Whereas in the same email, counsel for Frogan offered to resolve the issue and avoid unnecessary motion practice by 1, having TEI withdraw the July 18th, 2025 proof of service, or 2, having Frogan execute a waiver of service and receive an additional 60 days to respond to the complaint. Whereas on the same day, counsel for TEI responded to counsel for Frogan without consent. By the way, this is more ordinary practice, where it's the defendants that are usually trying to push everything down the road more and more and more and more and more. But this has been the opposite in my case, where I wanted to get things over with as quickly as possible, and it's the plaintiff that is kicking the can down the road on everything. But in the same email, counsel for TEI offered to streamline the resolution of the issue by granting Frogan an additional 60 days to respond to the complaint. Ooh, that's a good counter. So they might say, well, wait, let's do 60-day extension to, provide service. But Ethan's lawyers are like, well, hold on. You motherfuckers are already saying that you're going to fight over this service. How about we just say you've been served, but we'll give you an additional 60 days. We can file a joint thing. We agree to give you additional 60 days to respond. Whereas counsel for Frogan agreed to this arrangement so long as Frogan preserved her right to file any responsive pleading pursuant to Federal Civil Procedure Rule 12, with the exception of contesting service under FRCP rules 12B 4-5, and counsel for TEI agreed. Okay, so they did agree on this. Whereas good cause exists for the stipulation because 1, it resolves the parties' issue, therefore it is thereby stipulated by and between the parties. Oh, okay, so they did agree to this. Give her additional 60 days to respond. Stipulation for extension of time. Okay. And then the judge probably just signed the proposed order. You basically write up the order for the judge. Like, listen, and as long as like both parties are agreeing, right? Listen, we've both agreed on this shit. This is not like a response reply scenario. Like, here, judge, can you just like sign this order that we both agreed to? So the judge probably just signed this order. And it seems like the judge did. That was on August 5th, 2025. What is this? 8 months later, May 19th. And they just didn't respond. There was no, you have the complaint is filed, you're pleading. So Ethan is saying, I'm suing you. And then the defense here needs to either enter their response, which might be a denial of the majority or all of the claims. It could be a motion to dismiss. But it sounds like they just filed nothing. So then it'll just be the default judgment, which I don't know how they determine if that's just going to be the full amount that Ethan was initially seeking in the complaint here. TEI be awarded defendants in each of their profits plus TEI's losses attributable to the defendants' infringement of the nuke, the exact sum to be proven at the time of trial, or, if elected, statutory damages in the amount of $150K, awarded reasonable attorney's fees, awarded prejudgment interest as allowed by law, and awarded any further relief as the court deems proper. So it'll probably be, I don't know if they'll get attorney's fees, but it sounds like they'll just get the full $150K. What did, how much did she fundraise for this? At Destiny, there's a rumor going around that this may be part of Denim's strategy. The theory is that she is effectively paying Frogan not to file anything yet so that they can wait and see how the judge rules, allowing her legal team to prepare for whatever decision is made. There are also rumors that Frogan has left the country, so collecting any money from could be extremely... Well, what do you mean? The judge is going to give them the default, no? What do you mean? No? She fundraised $38,000. Question mark, that's retarded? Well, that might not be retarded because I'm reading through their prayer for relief down here and it sounds like they're implicating the H3 snark people in some of this lawsuit. And if that is the case, it's possible that Frogan participating in this lawsuit could get more information to Ethan that could help him in the lawsuit against Denims. So if that were the case, it might make sense for Denims to pay Frogan or for Frogan to just fuck off completely so that they're not fighting the same legal battle on two fronts. And then Denims, through her lawsuit, can fight everything. And Frogan could just take a default judgment, leave the country, and say whatever. Maybe. I don't know if she's left the country, but I also don't know if you could garnish wages from somebody who gets like 1099 income. It's not like she's a W-2 earner or something, but... You can. Is she broke? Well, something is strategic happening here, right? Because why would you not even respond at all to the lawsuit? Like, you could just say, like, you could just enter a default pleading of, like, you know, I didn't... what is your default pleading called in a civil case? It's not guilty, but you would refuse, or you would deny each of the claims stated in the complaint, and then you would just go through the process, I guess. Destiny. Also, this judgment can follow her to other countries if Ethan goes through the expense. Yeah, but don't you have to go to every single local court and like file the judgment there? I don't know how annoying that would be, but... Destiny. I don't get civil court. Can I just sue anyone and they have to pay a lawyer and get discovery and get their messages and all their info? Yep. Read page 4. It's actually funny to see how much he tried to avoid service. Destiny, new attack on Democrat. Without Googling, what happened? Attacks on Spanberger for vetoing a bill, but probably not a law they could win on in court, and instead taking executive action? Is this about data centers? I don't fucking know. I don't care. Okay. We're on Ethan Klein drama right now. Okay. At the time of service, I was at least 18 and not a part of... At home. Papers were served on this date. They were mailed. Okay. This is a 5-story business-style apartment building that is secured by a locked door and intercom. Our subject name is not listed on the intercom list. No one was seen on the inside. I could not gain access. I decided to wait outside the front of the building until I was able to gain access by someone letting me in while they're leaving or arriving. Holy shit, he's taken. Oh my God. At 3:15 a.m.? Is that right? 3:15 a.m.? This guy is taken. What the fuck? At 3:15 a.m., I was able to gain access by following something after a resident or guest was leaving the building. I located where unit number 403 is. I can stand down the hallway and be able to stay out of view and be able to watch the unit without being stay out of view. Oh, I bet he's using a voice to text translator right now. I can stand down the hallway and be able to stay out of view and be able to watch the unit without being too inconspicuous. At 4:30 a.m., at this time, nobody left or entered the unit. I stepped away and left the location without being noticed. No activity, left at 4:30 a.m. Jesus Christ. He waited in there for an hour. And then here at 2:30 a.m. Oh, holy shit. Wait, how many times did they have to try to do service here? Upon arrival, I was not able to get access. The door to the property were locked. Approached the elevator, took the 4th floor. Maintained my position down the hall from 3:15 a.m. until 6:30 a.m. During this time, there were no changes. No one was seen entering or exiting the building. The door remained closed. I quietly walked up to the door and listened closely for any movement. I did hear movement on the inside. I did not knock on the door. Instead, I just took note of my findings. Hold on. I don't know. Never mind. Okay. 2 a.m. Upon arrival, I was not able to gain access. The doors to the property were locked. I maintained my position outside of the main entrance, sitting on a large planter. At 3:07 a.m., I was able to gain access. A resident was exiting the building. I proceeded to the elevator where blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then at 7:14, a week later, upon arrival, I could not gain access. The entrance to the building was locked. I positioned myself in front of the building, waiting for someone to enter or exit the property so I could gain access. At 2:12 p.m., I was able to gain access. I entered in after a resident was leaving with his dog. I proceeded to the 4th floor. I approached unit 403, and I could hear a female voice talking. I could not tell what was being said, but it sounded like someone was giving their point of view. I stepped away and positioned myself in the hallway, far enough away as to not be seen by anyone within the unit looking out of the peephole. Throughout my time waiting, I could hear constant talking with brief moments of silence. At 6:12 p.m., I heard the doorknob of unit 403 make noise, and the door quickly opened. Stepping out was a darker female, possibly African-American or Middle Eastern, in her 40s, 5'6", 155 pounds, dark, long, curly hair with dark eyes. I asked her if she is Morgan Majed. Is that Frogan's name? And she said, why? I said, I have legal documents for you. And she said, she is not Morgan. I asked her if Morgan lived there, and she said, no, that she has lived there for 6 years and there's no Morgan. I asked her if she would show her ID, showing that she is not Morgan, and she refused. I told her that since she won't show her ID, that I will be serving her. She refused to take the documents, so I placed them in front of her door. The female saw me place them there. She said, I'm not Morgan. You can speak to her management. Sheesh. Well.
Good morning. We are here on the...
Oh, that's the basis interview. What is this? This guy, bro. I have no hate in my heart, okay? But, like, It's a little bit sheesh. I think basically we're just getting more people pregnant and shit. I just don't know, bro. Fuck, I didn't watch this yet. Oh, he made a short form of it. Is this intentional? I feel like he's framed Ethan here with the sun in the background. It kind of looks angelic.
An Israeli-American millionaire podcaster is suing...
What the fuck?
An Israeli-American millionaire podcaster...
I wanted to take Sam's side on this. Or Samson's, sorry. No, Samson's side on this. Because I did feel like we were getting into territory where it's like, are we... suing people for political opinions we disagree with? Like, your perspective on whether or not Ethan Klein is pro-genocide or not, I feel like that is a legitimate political opinion that can be debated. I don't know if I want that litigated in court. But then I feel like if you kept watching, there were just so many claims that Noah Samsen was making where it's like, bro, you are just fucking yourself so hard. Like, they became stronger statements of fact and not just political opinions. So I think I wanted to defend him so I could have the contrary take. But, yeah, I don't know.
Is suing me for defamation. Hi, I'm Noah Samsen. I'm a YouTuber. I make videos about how Israel sucks. Last year, I uploaded this video, The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein, host of the H3 podcast, filed a defamation lawsuit. Here it is. Here's the lawsuit. It's 31 pages. He's alleging that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. I believe that Klein's claims are meritless, and I intend to defend against them. But to do this, I need your help. Defamation lawsuits can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't have that kind of money. So I started a GoFundMe, Klein v. Samsen. I set the goal for $200,000, which will be used for lawyers' fees and legal expenses. However, any funds raised above this goal will be donated directly to Palestinian aid, and any funds that go unused or are recuperated once legal proceedings conclude will also be donated. I'll be doing a fundraising marathon stream on Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Guests include FD Signifier.
Not legit. Ethan was never pro-genocide. I mean, I'm just saying you can have that as a political perspective. Like, if you say, like, you support Israel, so you're pro-genocide, like, I would say that's not a justiciable claim. That's like that's a political opinion that doesn't belong in court. Obviously, I wouldn't consider myself pro-genocide, but, like, if somebody said I was pro-genocide, I don't know if that's, like, an actual claim. I just don't feel that. I would be really uncomfortable saying that. But I'm pretty sure the examples that Ethan gave, Noah Samsen went way further than that and was, like, making absolute statements of fact about things that Ethan just didn't say. So I don't know. Fuck him.
Boy, Denims, iDubbbz, Big Joel, Frogan, Chris Kunzler, Overzealots, and more, and a bunch more. Donation goals include chug a gallon of milk, pie in the face, hot chip challenge, shoe on head cosplay, why not, run a marathon, and more. And if we make it to $500,000, I will ride a bicycle.
This case is baseless. If it goes through, it's a scary precedent for online creators. But yeah, fuck. Well, like, I thought there were statements of fact in here. I would have to go back and reread Ethan's complaint that were pretty bad about things that Noah kept saying over and over again. Yeah, I don't know. Why does he pretend that he doesn't make enough money to defend himself? I mean, it's not like he posts a ton of YouTube videos, right? So he might not make that much money for this to be able to just throw a couple $100K at, like, a court case. I don't know. Fuck, I'm not gonna get to watch this. I don't even know what the fuck this. I shouldn't. This is gonna be a wild one. Good luck.
We're just gonna get this show started. Dickers, can we test your audio just real quick? We're live, by the way, but I just want to make sure everyone, everything.
Test. Is that all good?
Yep, all works.
Nice.
We could hear Aiden. Destiny's here. Welcome, Destiny. How you doing?
Doing great.
Okay, you're a little. Let me turn you.
I'm doing great.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a little bit impromptu. I know that Aiden had been wanting to debate Destiny on a few things, and people tagged Dickers, and Dickers graciously agreed to show up as well. But today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the accusations that Destiny has been throwing around. He's accused different servers of engaging in malicious behavior. But Aiden, what exactly was your problem with some of the statements that Destiny has made so far? And can we cam up, gang? Do we have?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Yeah. So hold on, I'm just setting up cam. So to summarize it, essentially, hold on. Fuck. Start virtual cam. Can you see me?
Yep.
All right, there we go.
See both of you?
Yeah. So, generally, some of my issues with Destiny's statements in relation to the Snark Left server is that I feel as though the server has been classified as a doxing server, a server where some sort of hard moral line has been crossed, but I don't feel as though that's been substantiated at all. I think the messages that were shown by Dan on the stream with Chad and KUIHMAN, those messages did not show doxing, at least in the way that I would define it. It seems like, I mean, we should probably start by establishing a standard definition here, right? So we can agree on a standard definition before we
We'll get to that. I just want to make sure that your issues are the same as Dicker's issues. I know, look, this is super last minute for you, Dicker, so I get it. But you've been critical of Destiny. What are your issues with Destiny? I just want to make sure we can get on the same page.
I mean, my issues are broadly similar to Aiden's. I think the whole characterization of the hysteria about people being in some Discord server with like 100 members or something, or the participation in such is some kind of like moral wrong. I think we are, like Keffel's posted, in 2026. That's like the main thing. I'm also critical about some of the accusations that have been made and the implications that people want to drag out of those.
Clarification. When you say,
I am going to kill myself.
Let him finish.
If you talk about spicy chat.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to understand what was
so I just want to.
Being said, when you said Keffel's posted, I was just trying to clarify what he meant by that.
Is there people have some kind of like moral wrong by being implicated in some kind of like forum, some kind of Discord server? Yeah, that's kind of the gist of what I'm talking about there.
And just real quick, just a housekeeping thing. Destiny, can you cam up so we can see your face?
Oh, I thought it was on. Sorry. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's all good. Just want to make sure people can see facial expressions and all that. It's just better for the algo. Okay. Once he gets there. Welcome. Okay. Well, is that basically the thrust of your criticism then? You were able to get it all out, Dickers? Is that good?
Yeah, basically that's going to be like the main concerns that I guess that I'd be interested in talking about. But yeah, spicy chat, I just can't be fucking asked. But yeah, everything else, super cool. Yeah, that sounds good.
Fair enough. How do you respond to the accusations, Mr. Destiny?
Firstly, were either of you in the server?
Yep.
I was. Wait, you were?
I was. So I joined this server, like, I think when it first got created, I think I typed hi in there, and then I never looked in there again, and I got banned from there like 2 months ago, I think, because I fell out with the person that was running it at the time.
Wait, then how could you speak to anything in the server?
Well, you're the one making the claim. You're the one asserting that some sort of malice occurred, right? So I feel like it's your burden to substantiate that, and everything that I've seen, at least what you presented on stream, with Shut and KUIHMAN, just didn't back that up, right? Or what Dan presented, and you were kind of backing.
Okay. And then, was Dickers in the server? Or are you in the server?
I was. I am. Yes.
Okay. So, my broad complaint... Also, wait, just curious, one more question. Why aren't KUIHMAN or Jstlk here?
Were they asked?
I think they got invited, but it's like super last minute.
Yeah, it is very impromptu. I did tag them, and they are invited. And if they want to show up, they are more than welcome. They can jump backstage, and we can drag them in.
Okay.
But yeah.
Just curious. Okay. So my macro complaint is that I feel like this server has been involved in a long-term, year-plus weird harassment campaign of me, of anybody that is surrounding me, of things related to my personal life, and that the people involved in this server have a high cross-pollination in all of these other communities. It could be Spicy Chat, it could be Jstlk server, whatever else, and that the only reason why these people are engaged in this harassment campaign is because they either don't like me personally, don't like my political beliefs, but all of the harassment is like related to trying to bully people out of my, I guess, sphere of influence and to make them disavow me and whatever else. And then on the micro claim here, some of what's been leaked so far seems to show that one of the things that this server engages in would be doxing people that they don't like. or doxing people that they get into petty squabbles with, or doxing people that they perceive as being near me. I won't name names, obviously, but as evidence of this, over the past, I think, week, since this is all blown up again, I think about 10 doxes have been posted of people that are in my orbit that people feel like haven't disavowed me hard enough.
And to add to that, I know of at least 2 people who have DM'd me directly saying that they have, because of all of this, been doxxed, though I have no idea, nor was I told, who actually did that. So yes.
Well, I think we can start this by saying, I've heard that happened to at least one person, and me and Dickers, I can speak from this, unequivocally denounce doxing you or anyone surrounding you. There's no reason to resort to those tactics. We can win through argumentation and not through like doing stupid shit like that. So we disavow that. I don't know of anybody that's doxed you or anyone around you. And I don't know anyone I know who knows anyone that stalks you or anyone around you. But we don't stand by that. And I don't think the server did either. I haven't seen any evidence that there was doxing going on there. My understanding is it was just like a clipping server.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's even going to be like discussing that in like loose terms in any of like my spaces at least. I'm sure Raid moderates in a similar way, but I think even right now in the server, any screenshots of KF whatsoever, even innocuous, they don't want to include those because, yeah, things are pretty fucking hot right now, and nobody wants to even fucking point people to it, right? So, yeah.
Well,
it's
just
wait, I'm sorry, wait, real quick, just so I can
hold
understand on what was said there. So are you saying that it was ordinarily part of your posting and there are 2-point people at Kiwi Farms threads?
No.
Okay, I feel like I misunderstood what you just said. It sounded like you said that nobody wants to do it right now because it's really hot and they feel like it would look bad because of all the heat around the server, which made it sound like...
Nobody is saying that's like the like if you're like
one at a time, you're interrupting each other.
Yeah, please shut the fuck up, Dickers. If you're like so if you're like trying to
So
interpret
that
that in the
was
most
a
like
response to
bad
what I
faith way
said,
possible, sure, you could interpret it like that, but I said, and Dickers agreed to this, we unequivocally, period, condemn doxing you or anyone around you. Not right now, not like at this present moment, in general, and he agreed to that, so I don't know how you would take from anything we've just said that we're saying don't dox right now specifically. It was an unequivocal condemnation.
Okay, wait, real quick.
So
I think Dickers is on like a 5-second delay or something, because it sounds like when people are talking, it's like delayed, or is it not still? Because it sounded like there's a big delay, and that's why.
I'm taking a look. I've got like a 92 millisecond delay. I might be delayed. If I am, excuse me, pardon me. But yeah. So to respond to what you said, no, it's not because it looks bad. People don't want to point it to it right now because it's super hot. Because suddenly somebody's going to go to like the KF thread, and then on the latest fucking page or something, there's going to be a dox. But it's not for like optical reasons. I mean, how many people are in there right now? People aren't worried about leaks or anything like that. It's just because they want to take a precaution. But no, it wouldn't be like normally engaged to talk about KF stuff. The most links, the most screenshots, that'd all be from public streams. Like that's the main goal. That's the main, I guess, purpose, use case that people use it for. Watching people's streams, talking about it, having a private space so they're not like, I guess, like logging in the fucking chat or whatever. Yeah.
Real quick, so how often do you think you guys, if you had to guess, would link to KF posts prior to all of the heat being on the server?
Incredibly rarely. I mean, it wasn't even created when a lot of the KF stuff was happening. So I know you said that it happened, or it was created about 2 years ago. That's not true. It's been around for the last 8 months. And maybe you can just say that it's like, because there's nothing relevant on KF, but I've not seen that as a common thread.
Okay, so then you would say maybe...
I mean, you've got the logs, no? Have you not... I'm presuming we're having this conversation and Dan sent you over the logs, right? Or are you genuinely asking?
I'm genuinely asking. I'm just curious. If you had to guess how many times you feel like people would link to a KF thread in that server, would you say maybe like twice in a year? Would you like once a month, once a week?
I don't know if I was monitoring it that readily to be able to say. So I'll just say, I don't know, but very infrequently.
Well, how can you say both of those? Wouldn't the answer be, I don't know, I don't really watch it, but now you're saying, I don't know, but also it was definitely infrequent?
I'm saying that I'm not certain, but if I had to guess, incredibly infrequently.
Okay.
I can say that I'm not aware of a single time where KF has been linked in there, although I don't doubt that it's happened.
Well, okay, so are you making an accusation? Because it seems like you ask like very pointed questions that are like hinting at something without like overtly stating what you believe. I feel like what you mean to say is that like you believe the server was in coordination with Kiwi Farms, right? That's what you meant with that, like essentially what you meant.
Yeah,
right?
of course. But I mean, we know my opinion. But I'm just asking questions to just kind of get some clear answers of like, how often do we feel like things were linked here? How often do we feel like this is being used? Is it being used right now? And then when the answer is, well, no, because it's hot right now, makes it feel like, so then it was used kind of semi-frequently in the past. I'm just trying to get a handle on how frequently in the past.
Well, no, I'll just explain what I said there. So I was posting because somebody was referencing me. I said explicitly in my Discord that, no, I don't want to be mentioned on Destiny's Kiwi Farms. That looks fucking awful right now with what's going on. And then somebody on Kiwi Farms is like, yeah, we love Dicker's Discord server. We love Dicker's TV Discord server. He's amazing. He's really funny. Like, this guy's fucking with me right now on the fucking farms. And I got told even that. Yeah, even posting that was apparently inappropriate, so...
Gotcha. And then as
I
a
don't
quick
usually
thing...
link, though. It's usually like a screenshot for whatever, but yeah.
Sure, and then just as a quick thing, are either of you in the server right now, or are both of you out of the server, or...
I've been banned for months.
I'm in the server.
Okay, all right, just checking. Okay. All right, so zoning in, I guess, more specifically on the OSINT League of Legends tool, are we saying that this is not, like, obviously doxing, or...
Nope, clearly not doxing. Okay, so if they were attempting to gather PII for the sake of malicious publication, which would be the definition of doxing, why didn't they publish the info?
Publish it where?
Well, doxing involves publication of any gathered PII. That would be the doxing part. So I'm curious, like, if their intention was to dox, as you're asserting this is obviously doxing, where did they post the info? And if they didn't, why didn't they?
Well, why do we think people dox people?
People dox people
for the purposes of harassment, right?
Uh-huh.
And how's that harassment going to happen if you don't post it to the public?
Because you guys are the harassers.
Wait, that's not doxing then. That's just harassment without doxing. If I get Aiden's full fucking information,
I'm so sorry. Can we please like can we just do this one at a time? Can we do this one at a time?
Hold on. Let Dickers.
I can't do a debate with him. Can we just do one at a time? Like you could debate him and then I'll come
Aiden,
in. I'm going insane.
This one, okay?
I'm going fucking insane, dude.
Okay.
Ahead, holy shit. All right, where were we? Sorry. Okay, so what we were talking about was, so you're saying it's already loading the question. You got, or it's not the question, the statement that you guys harass. We're not harassing, at least us, that I know we're not harassing anyone, as most people in the server were not. But by definitionally, doxing has to utilize publication of that info, right? Merely viewing PII is not a dox. So I would like to ask again, why didn't they publish it if they were intending to dox?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that it has to be published for you to say that you've doxed somebody or gotten a dox on somebody. I think that if I were to find your full dox, I could, for instance, email you and I could say, I know you live at 111 Johnson Street, right? And I think you would say like, holy shit, this guy doxed me, right? But nobody would be like, well, did he publish it anywhere? No, they say, of course, he doxed you.
Hold on, just a matter of legal fact. Like for defamation, what publish means is you sent it to one uninvolved third party. That's all that means.
Who's talking about defamation?
So if you are taking someone's docs information and you're sending it to someone else, even if it's in a private DM, that does count as publishing.
But it has to be for the purpose of harassment, right? Even in that instance. So, for example, if I send, I don't know, some third party's information over to Aiden, and I say, go fuck with them. I mean, I've distributed docs information for the purpose of harassment. Right?
Yeah, that's basically doxing by
If you're
proxy.
doing it-
We could colloquially call that doxing. I'm fine with that. You don't need to be necessarily
For
the one to
example, for example, if me and Aiden were having a conversation about a commentary topic, there's a huge KF thread that's going really fucking hot. Everybody's talking about it, and then the headline has somebody's docs information in it, their name or whatever the fuck, and the URL. I would feel comfortable sending that to Aiden in DMs because I know that he's not going to go and harass over that, and we're doing it for a legitimate purpose to find other information and not for the purpose of harassment, right?
I would agree with that. If you're linking like a thread or whatever, I think it's whatever, especially if it's already blowing up. Depends a lot on the purposes of why you're linking things. But if you have people that are in a server and they're trying to find people's information so that they can use that information to harass them, I guess we can. Do you want to say that they're not doxing somebody? They're just using.
But do you see that? But do you see? Okay, the use that information to harass them component, just has not been substantiated here, like at all. I feel like so. I just am curious where you're getting that. Are you like pulling it out of your ass?
Okay. Do you want to move from the doxing then to that part?
Well, this is in relation to the doxing. I believe that's like going to be an essential component to asserting that this was in fact doxing, which you and Dan have both done.
Yep. I mean, I don't really care so much about the doxing part. It's the harassment part, right? This is why people dox people so that they get harassed.
So is it doxing or is it not doxing? Because we can't really, like, you made an assertion. Doxing is like a pretty big deal, at least in our space. Like, I feel like that's not just like something you could just like, let's just move on to the next point. Like, it either was doxing or it wasn't.
Why
and
is
I'm
doxing?
asking
Yeah,
you,
but why is doxing a big deal?
So doxing would be a big deal because you're making information accessible to to people who can then go and harass the targets of said information as a result. Can we agree that doxing also requires intent?
Yeah, to some extent, sure. But like, so then what you just said is agreeing with me. Doxing in and of itself kind of doesn't matter, right? Oh, here's his address. The thing that sucks is what people do with that information.
Yeah, of course it does.
Right?
Yes, but I'm not. But if you're going to assert descriptively that it's doxing,
just real quick, you disagree. So Aiden disagrees.
I think so. Doxing is wrong in and of itself because it increases the likelihood, or it gives the availability for other people to go and do that harassment.
Correct.
Right. So I agree that it's not a direct harm, but you're only doing it with malicious intent because you know that harm is more likely as a result of that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it becomes immoral in and of itself.
Sure.
If I drive
think you
drunk,
can,
it's not certain that I'm going to kill somebody, but
yeah, I think I agree with that, right? Spiking a drink isn't bad because there's a spiked drink. It's bad because you want somebody to drink it and get drugged, right? Like that's the bad thing, right? This is the really bad thing. Assuming they never drank it, then, I mean, you could argue it's bad to spike because you want somebody to drink it, but like, you know, this is the thing we're focusing on, the harassment part. So if somebody has a server where they're using a tool to look up somebody's personal information with the goal of using that information to harass them, even if they don't publish that information elsewhere, if they're telling everybody else how to get the information, and
then we could agree that would be doxing by proxy. Like when you like directed, I'm pretty sure when you directed people to like Anna's like Kiwi Farms thread, you probably knew that like her PI would probably be on there, and there would be a large mass that you couldn't control every individual member of that would therefore have access to that PII and use it for whatever reasons they can. You understand audiences and
well, sure, but I mean, like we can talk about this for a real thing. Why did I direct people to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread?
I guess just to contribute to it, because you were, I don't know like the specific, I just know you did it, I saw the clip.
If you don't know the specifics, then why, so the answer is, I can tell you, because I was there, I did it, right? The answer was...
Well, yeah, obviously you're going to know more than me, you're personally involved, but...
Yeah, exactly.
What detail am I missing?
Let Destiny say why, right?
So the answer is that I don't like this type of like obsessive gossip in my community, and I said that, listen, if you want to go and talk about this shit, go on Kiwi Farms to do it, I don't want to hear. Right. The goal was not go look up this information so we can all talk about it and dox and harass this person. It was go off here and go discuss it elsewhere. Don't talk about it in my community.
Did you know the forum you were directing them? Did you
shut
the fuck? Shut the fuck up! Did you know that the forum you were directing them to?
I just want to. Can I just say how it's insane that instead of yelling at Destiny, you guys are yelling at each other? Why are you doing?
Because I can't do it, man. I just can't. I want to do this by myself. I gotta be honest with you, man. I can't. I can't. It's frustrating as shit, Dad. It's frustrating as shit. What were you gonna say?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'll let you take it for a bit. What I was gonna say is, didn't Destiny ask on stream if anybody knew what Anna's parents did for a job? That does seem like you're trying to get some feedback, and you do want it in your spaces. You're asking what her parents did as a job, which would be PII of her family members. No?
What was the context of me asking that question?
I think you're asking it offhandedly on stream.
I would have to know the context of why I asked, but the person, when we go back to the linking to the Kiwi Farms thing or whatever, the explicit purpose of that was, if you want to talk about gossip shit, go here and do it. We don't do this in my space. If that, do you think that if...
Yeah, but
do you think that it, just real quick, I just want to ask a context where that would be appropriate? Well,
yeah, or it wouldn't be like doxing, or you wouldn't be having that stuff in your space.
So if it was the case that on Jstlk server, on Spicy Chat, on whatever these weirdo snark places,
feels like a deflection.
I'm answering your question, right? If it was the case that somebody was like, "Hey, we don't gossip about Destiny shit here, and we don't stalk an A-log and do all this shit. If you want to talk about it, go to his Kiwi Farms thread." Do you think I would have a problem with that? Or do you think I would be way more okay with that than how
so returning back to my question, because I didn't get an answer to that. Can you think of a context where it's appropriate for, after you said to direct your community, because that's your plan, to go and like send them over to KF, you say it's so they don't talk about it in your space, which
correct?
Possibly fair, except for the fact that the URL has her docs in there, right? Can you then think of an appropriate context why you would then ask for PII or personal details about her parents, her family members?
Well, I don't even know the timeline on that, on when that question is coming. So I'm just focusing on the directing people to another space to go and talk about shit. I would be beyond happy if all of these other spaces that obsessively talk about me were like, we don't do this here, go to his Kiwi Farms thread. I don't give a fuck to my docs on or whatever the fuck else. At least they're telling them to go have the conversation in a more appropriate space. But
Well, did you know that? Did you know at the time that that site was willing to like host PII?
I don't know. I'm sure maybe colloquially. I'm sure they probably had my shit.
Well, yeah, I just was making sure because like I feel like if you know that that site is posting PII and you know that directing them to a forum that is hosting said PII will give you know thousands of people eyes on said PII, and amongst those thousands, it's very probable that at least one would be willing to take it a step further, right? I feel like at that point, if you have reasonable expectation that the person you're directing to engage in the action would go and do so maliciously, I feel like then you can make an argument for doxing by proxy. When Shamu and this Nick Andros guy were sharing it between each other, they both had reputations at stake to like defend, and there was no vested interest in them just like going and like publicizing this information for the sake of harassment. They both had reasonable expectation that the other would not be publishing it.
So a couple things. So one, it wasn't to thousands of people. I'm pretty sure this was to my offline chat. And when you say, well, maybe you posted it for this reason, people were, wait. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. I just fucking, something am I doing? People were people were gossiping a ton about this person in my chat. And I said, if you want to talk about it, go here. I'm banning talk about it in my chat. I don't know how else.
It's a site that allows doxing and hosts PII, right?
Sure, it might, but it's better than the cross posting between like the Kiwi Farms thread that was being talked about in my stream chat and then them like going back and forth between the posts. Like the goal was to cut the conversation in my chat because I didn't want them talking about it in my community. Do you think that there would be more or less chance of them digging into, you know, this person's personal information or whatever if the chat continued to talk about it, or if I just said, listen, if you want to talk about it, go there, go somewhere else?
Well, why couldn't you just ban it without directing them to a site that hosts a PII? I feel like there's a false dichotomy.
Because people kept referencing stuff that was coming up on the thread. People kept like asking questions about it. So I made a clear statement of like, if you want to talk about it, go here and talk about it. Don't talk about it here.
Why not just... Is that true? Because I think when you initially were speaking about it, weren't your words, they've just created a brand new thread about Anna, go and fill it up there, go and talk about it in that space, I don't want it in mine. Was that not your exact words? That thread was new, no?
The thread might have been new, but it would have been a continuation of what was going on in my thread. Because everybody is doxed. And
so they were linking to your thread at the time.
I don't know if they were linking to my thread, but the stuff that was being discussed on Kiwi Farms was being discussed in my chat. If Anna's thread hadn't been created yet, then it was the stuff that was in my thread. But they doxed, I'm pretty sure Mr. Girl Lab and everybody else has been doxed in my thread as well. People dox people in my thread too.
Well,
but
why is it either or? Why can't you just definitively say like, hey, I'm not looking at these like sort of conversations in my chat. Like, you guys go talk amongst yourselves. Like, I'm just not looking for this right now. Why did it have to be directing them to the site that hosts PII and hosts docs?
If you have an issue with me linking to Kiwi Farms, you can have that issue. That's fine. But you can't pretend you can't pretend that my goal was to increase the amount of harassment or doxing or whatever else related to Anna. The goal was quite obviously to eliminate that talk in my chat, which we did ban for it afterwards. And it was telling them, if you want to talk about all these whatever bullshit, go here and do it. Don't do it in my chat.
Okay, but I feel like you kind of like have to be like stupid to not realize that like Kiwi Farms specifically is a forum that enables and facilitates harassment and doxing and hosts PII. You had to have known that at the time when you're directing people there. So even if I can't denote your intent per se, but I almost certainly believe that you knew what was happening on that site when you directed your audience there, and you knew that when you push them over, that's basically out of your control what they then go and do.
But people were already, some people were already visiting it. Some people were already like going back and forth between it. I just want to make a clear statement that I want my community.
Well, that's something that is reasonably out of your control, right? If they're going and doing that on their own. But when you're then going and telling the entire mass voluntarily, they can go over there, that's something completely different than people just like naturally from your audience going and doing it on their own.
Let's say that I accept that framing, then isn't what you guys are doing orders of magnitude worse? Because you admitted that you are linking to Kiwi Farms threads in your spaces where you continue to talk about, engage with, create other accounts to deal with people that you're speaking about from those Kiwi Farms threads?
I don't fucking use
I didn't. Wait. I don't know why you just said I. Wait. I don't know why you said I didn't.
You can ask.
I'm asking.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I personally didn't. So this wouldn't be
hold on. This isn't about you personally. I'm asking, wouldn't that be the case?
I'm aware. I'm just clarifying. I'm just
sure.
like a clarification.
So then I'm asking, wouldn't it be the case that if the people in that server were ever linking a Kiwi Farms thread, that whatever you're going to say about me, it's orders of magnitude, clearly and obviously worse in that space?
Well, I think the problem
Based
that
on
Ibrahim
what?
brought
You
up
have
here
not
is the
I want to hear Aiden.
URL.
I want to hear Aiden. I want to hear Aiden answer that question.
Yeah.
Thank
let
you. Thank
answer
you.
Then,
Yeah.
then Dickers. I almost called you Beckett for whatever reason. No, British people all look the same.
Dude,
And
fuck
then
you,
Dickers.
man.
So sure, it could be magnitudes worse if okay, well no, you'd have to demonstrate. Oh, people are linking KUIHMAN. So I don't know what specific examples you're talking about, but it was an invite-only server with a much more controllable, smaller mass, where it was like 100 people. If members took it too far, they could have been banned. A lot of them were verified creators and like verified I'm pretty sure you had to be known to get into the server, right? That's very different than like a mass of nameless, faceless chatters of much greater quantity that are being directed to this platform, and you won't be able to control like what they do. Now you could say, oh, well, amongst those 100 people, you could be directing people there, but reasonably speaking, somebody, if they're vetting every member, could reasonably believe that the people in that server have reputations at stake and would not be, and if they have no prior history of doxing, wouldn't be willing to actually go and utilize that PII for malicious purposes.
Okay, so none of this is responsive to my question. If you have 100 people in a server, and this server is obsessively talking about certain people, and then they link to their Kiwi Farms thread, why would them having a tightly controlled server, why would that matter? Why would that have anything to do with anything I just said? Wouldn't that count as doxing?
Okay, so because the people that were in that server have prior established reputations,
So?
and if they went and they know that doxing is a hard line in our space.
Well, when you say prior established reputations doxing, like what Shamu's done in the past, what I think even you have done in the past?
Well, that's literally the first time we ever heard about the Shamu shit was from you guys. That was 3 years ago in a wholly separate community.
Sure, that's fine,
in, like,
but that
the
just
sector.
completely destroyed your entire carefully vetted creators with a reputation,
No,
whatever,
it wouldn't.
right?
No. Okay. No, it wouldn't, because obviously when we say like vetting them, and I didn't even use the word. I don't even think I used the term carefully. It's just people that had no known reputation of doxing and no interest in doing so because they had prior established reputations to defend and would be socially alienated if they were to go and participate in this behavior in our space.
Okay, can you tell me what the vetting process was to get into this Discord then?
I'm pretty sure you just had to be like a known. I'm pretty sure you just had to be like a known person in like the space.
Okay, then there is no vetting. That's what you just said was just totally made up.
Well, that obviously, if somebody's a known figure in the space, they would have some sort of social connection, and therefore it would be a negative consequence would be alienation as a result of crossing the community's hard line of participation in doxing. And to our knowledge, nobody in that server ever did participate in doxing.
So nobody knew? KUIHMAN didn't himself say that he had assumed that Shamu in the past had engaged in some kind of doxing? He didn't make that statement? Dickers hasn't Dickers literally made a video on you talking about you doxing somebody in the past?
Yes, and that should demonstrate to you the person whose info I shared had already been doxed. That should establish you how harsh this space takes doxing, right? My situation, I was unequivocally denounced by everybody. I basically got like put through the ring for months. And it was like it was a shitty situation. I lost a lot of bridges over that.
Sure, but it wasn't because you doxed. It was because you were discovered to have, and then it brought that space into poor reputation, right? But there are doxers.
Where do you think I doxed?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, so when you say that space, it was in my personal server. The whole reason the server that you're talking about got created is because I wouldn't let people constantly talk about you in my server because I was personally just very uninterested in the subject.
To the server to talk about it?
What you say?
So you sent it to the other space to talk about it, right? You
No.
I don't want you to talk about this person in my server, so go here.
No, that's not what I just said. The other space was created. Yeah, the other space was created because I barred them from talking about it. They went and then created this other space where they would be allowed, I guess, to talk about this sort of shit that at the time I found incredibly boring. Nobody that is interested or nobody that was A-logging you was in like VC at the time or active in the chat at the time, and anyone who's like associated with your critics or is your critic unequivocally denounced me. I got cut off by Jstlk cut me off. I got like, this is a hard line in this space, and I should be an example of that.
Well, so it sounds like the hard line is that apparently you were publicly outed for this, so they didn't want the association. But then the fact that you said yourself that you were in this space for 2 months, right? At least, sounds like there are people that engage in that behavior in that server, right?
What? When did I say anything like that?
When did you say anything like what?
I don't understand. I feel like that's like a non sequitur. Like how would that sound like there's people in the server that do that? I wasn't an active member. At that point, I'm pretty sure it was like a few weeks
What do
after
you mean by
that.
active member? Now we're saying you have to be an active member of
I've
the
typed a
server?
net total of 3 messages in that server, and they were like, "Hi, like how's it going?" Like in one day.
Sure, but you don't need to be an active member to be reading what's in the server and to copy paste information from it, right?
I was not, because when I wanted
Wait.
to
I don't know why you just said what you did. I gave an example of a capability, right? Somebody could be reading what's in the server and not be an active member of the server. So people could be posting threads to Kiwi Farms or whatever else, and people like you who've doxed before or Shamu who've doxed before could be reading it and using that information now.
Sure. I mean, I've never gone and disseminate. Like I've never disseminated.
Didn't ask
like,
if you did it personally. We're talking about the server.
Okay, yeah, you're saying that people within the server, because of what I did, it demonstrates that people in the server were not adequately vetted prior to entry, right? But if we didn't know about the Shamu shit, then how exactly? I mean, unless like if it's a CIA vetting process where like you're going through somebody's like entire like messaging history, like across forums and like.
Didn't know about the Shamu shit. He was doing this in public Discord servers, no? Wasn't this like in his Discord server a few years ago or somebody else's Discord server a few years ago? It's not like these were top secret group chats or...
It was private.
Well, yeah, it was in a wholly different...
People weren't aware of it.
different community.
That was the whole reason why.
Wait, when you say private though, do you mean...
Hold on, Destiny, to be fair, I didn't know about it, right? Like, there's a lot of people who didn't know about it.
Well, I'm sorry, Wick, you didn't claim to have carefully vetted everybody that had gone into the server. He did.
Nobody said anything about careful. I said that the creators, the people in the server...
Wait, what do you think vetting means?
Okay, you said careful vetting. Vetting would be generally looking into somebody's background to some extent to make sure that they would not be a given risk to whatever it is you're having them participate in, right? So if you look through, since these are all public-facing people, to my knowledge, if you look through their like given past, what was publicly accessible at the time, and there was no evidence of doxing, and you knew that they had established reputations within the community and therefore social reputations to defend, that would be an adequate enough vetting process. I agree it's still like kind of irresponsible, but I don't even think it's close to doxing or like what you did, directing an entire like large mass over to the Kiwi Farms thread towards someone they dislike.
And how many pages were even made in Anna's Kiwi Farms thread? Was it hundreds, thousands?
I have no clue. That's like I feel like that's just like not necessarily a super relevant detail.
I feel like it's pretty relevant because the implication is that I'm directing all my people over there and they're going to all be active participants of the thread. It was like 50 pages, if that, over years. Like nobody really posted. There was just a few people that were posting in my thread already that went over and filled out that thread. So this idea that I direct...
Does it matter how many pages it was? It's going to matter more the amount of information or the kind of information that was posted in that thread.
Well, no, I'm speaking to
you said earlier that you didn't reference to it after the fact, and the context was like, it was totally fine. You referenced the fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and then it was over. Did the Anna arc end after you linked to the Kiwi Farms thread? Or did it carry on, like chatter of Anna in your community?
Well, I think it carried on because she continued to talk about me every single day on her stream, unfortunately. But the the implication that I'm directing my community there to actively participate or whatever in thread, it's not borne out by what I said in chat. It's not borne out by what happened afterwards, and it's not borne out by the amount of posters and.
Didn't you just admit to it?
Admit to what?
Didn't you just admit to directing your community to go participate in your thread instead of yours? So how are you going to deny the implication when you just admitted it like a few minutes ago?
I said the point was not to tell them, guys, go gossip about it, go fill out all the stuff there. The point was I don't want this type of talk in my community. That was the point. Do you think
they were going there to talk about their day? What exactly do you think they're going to fucking Kiwi Farms to do?
I think the vast majority of them didn't go there at all. That's the evidence I was giving. I just said I didn't want this talk.
That would be a consequence. That would be the actual consequence. But at the time, you would have no way of actually necessarily knowing that outcome, right? You just knew that you were directing an audience there. If it's true that like not a lot of them went there, whatever, that's great. It's great that the reckless decision didn't like cause as much material harm or whatever.
Well, you're saying reckless decision, but it seems like I had a pretty good... First of all, you keep saying thousands. This is an offline chat, so I don't even know how many people are active
I said thousands once. I just took your word for it when you said there weren't. I don't keep saying
well, it was
that.
an offline chat. I know what my chat is talking about most of the time. I think the vast majority of my chatters don't even know what fucking Kiwi Farms is, but a lot of stuff and rumors are being reposted from there to my chat. And if I don't, make some kind of comment on it, then people think there's a sweep or people aren't sure, why something's being censored or whatever. And I was like, listen, if you want to read about it, go here. behavior. You can be critical of my decision to post it. You can say, well, I think that was your response, whatever. That's fine. But the accusation that I'm like intentionally doing this to further her dox or to further her harassment, that just doesn't make any sense. If I wanted to do that, we would just keep talking about it in a DGG chat or make a site like one of these secret Discords that you guys make, or there would have been way more people posting in that thread because they all understood like this is the juicy thing that we need to do.
Okay, so you legitimately you believe that most of your audience has no idea what Kiwi Farms is, in your opinion?
Back then, absolutely not. Yeah, most did not know. Even today, actually,
They probably do
most
now,
don't.
though, right?
Well, around the Keffels arc, they would have, because Kiwi Farms became a lot more of a talking point, and then maybe now a few more do, but especially since I do majority politics, my guess is less than half. They might have heard the term before, but don't actually know what Kiwi Farms is. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know that that's not how these crazy fucking communities like work, right? You've got lurkers, then you've got chatters, then you'll get the people who are the most fucking engaged. I think even, I don't want to reference anything, so I don't think I'm even getting close to that, but even the people who do the really fucking bad shit, which is bad on your thread, we're talking about what? 5 people? A dozen people? 20 people
Sure,
maybe?
but I would argue
it's
that's
not
not,
these huge
but
swaths
that's
of
not
people that are building that shit up.
Sure, but I would argue that's not ordinary Kiwi Farms behavior. I think the people in my thread are especially unhinged. I don't think that it's generally that there is open encouragement. I mean, like you can make the faces, but like Noel himself literally.
I'm like Hutch, I can't help but make the faces, unfortunately.
Noel himself literally said that everybody in my thread was fucking unhinged and unwatched my thread because he didn't want to fucking deal with even reading it anymore because the people were so insane in there.
Yeah.
So I think that my thread is a little bit beyond.
Is it still not the case that you only need a few select individuals? I mean, for doxing, one person does it and it's done. You don't need thousands of people to go and fucking do this stuff.
Okay.
It only takes like one person, maybe a dozen dedicated posters.
Sure.
Kiwi
Let's say
Farms
that is the
a niche
case.
Website.
Sure. Let's say that is the case. Then I don't understand how this doesn't make your guys' decision to post this stuff in your own private server a million times worse.
Wasn't me, gang.
Okay, we can carry on. It's all right. Oh, he's back in.
Yeah, must have been just an internet
Okay.
issue. I didn't kick
my
him.
bad.
Oh, you're okay.
You
hit the wrong button.
You have the logs, and I guess you're making the accusation. So do you know what exactly was posted there? Because, for example, I don't know, do people actually link the URLs? At least I can say for my server, if any of the fucking URLs and any of that information has docs information, that is absolutely unequivocally banned. And then if people are posting to, like, I don't know, let's say some other server where somebody has, like, a totally public name, even then, it's going to depend what they're fucking posting to. Generally, as a rule of thumb, this is the way that I moderate it, is if you want to share a post, screenshot it, post that, and then blur any appropriate information. But linking directly to Kiwi Farms, usually not.
We sort of.
As a rule of
I
thumb.
don't know what the sure, but again, for your own servers, that's fine. I'm just saying that if you have an issue with me linking to her KF thread, of which nothing came of that, and nothing. I mean, like I
Did
said,
it not? Was Anna not swatted? Did she not have complaints about that?
I've never in my life heard that before, and I know that if she was swatted, she would have heard that constantly. So I don't think so. No. So nothing really happened.
I could be wrong. I think she did come up with it constantly. No?
You could be wrong, but you also made that claim that I was talking about finding Anna's parents' information. That wasn't Anna, it was Keffel's. But that's another thing we can get into in the future.
That was Keffel's parents' information.
Correct. And I think it was after she was already talking about my family members. But regardless, I'm just saying that if you are of the mind that I shouldn't have posted that thread in my chat, you can be of that mind. That's fine. But like to say that my goal was to like intentionally cause more doxing related harassment or whatever towards Anna doesn't make any sense. It's not.
I mean,
there are so many other ways that I could have harassed somebody.
This girl was like super fucking obsessed with you. You at the time you really fucking hated Anna. That can't be denied, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But if I really hated Anna, why wouldn't I just
She's
wait,
in the basement of her mind.
If she
You've got this huge crazy drama. She's shit talking you all over these fucking streams, and it's really fucking twisting your brain, right? I could be sympathetic to that, but then when you say go, guys, and it wasn't an offline chat because there's a stream clip of you saying, "Hey, listen, guys, brand new Kiwi Farms thread. Go and talk there. Don't talk about it here." And then I think 2 months later or something, is it you start talking about Anna again?
Can I just ask, just for my clarity, Dickers, are you saying that with him stopping the people in his chat from talking about it and saying go do it elsewhere, is bad? Was
You
that
didn't just say elsewhere. You directed them to a specific forum that is known for hosting PII.
That question is to me, mate.
Yeah, but does that count as directing him them there?
It's a stretch. So
just as a quick
thing for the
unequivocal statement than here's a brand new Kiwi Farms thread. Go there, post there. Can you think of a more unequivocal way to direct somebody to something?
First of all, I need a clip to see if that was my exact statement, because that sounds a little exaggerated.
We can show it.
Number one, whoever's talking to you, I'm sure can provide the clip. Number one, but number two, what I'm saying is that if I wanted to harass her because I hated her so much, why would I ban chat of her from my DG chat? Like, this is a strained argument. Like, again,
you didn't want to trigger anymore.
Well, you
right?
say, okay, so for example, when I bring up
community,
consistent behavior, like the denunciation of like my behavior, right, from this community to demonstrate like the hard moral line with doxing, right? What that would indicate typically is that this community is a hard moral line with doxing, so they're willing to denounce me for it. But you'll imply something like, oh, so when it was like public with you, they denounced you, implying that like they did so at the time strategically, sort of like jumping, or you're totally fine with insinuating, you're completely fine with injecting malintent whenever it comes to descriptions of like the behavior of the people you dislike. But then with you, you're like, oh, well, it makes no sense. Well, can't you use the same explanation?
Well, sure. Well, no, because we just look at the surrounding behavior. If I wanted to harass Anna, I would have been able to do it way more effectively using my chat. Why would I tell people no more chatting about her here? Why would I do that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, wouldn't that like sort of bring negative consequences to yourself? Like,
okay, Aiden, I don't know if you know the Anna law, but yeah. So
wait, hold on, wait. What do you mean? Wait, if it was so obvious that KuiHMAN is such a horrible site, then why would I post that, knowing that would also bring negative harm to myself? Like, this doesn't make sense.
Because you know that like conversations happen in your community about her triggered her at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and instead of just like canceling all out and saying we're not talking about Anna anymore, directing people to a Kiwi Farms thread, at the very least you have to have the awareness that would have led to some eventual harassment.
Not necessarily harassment. It's a containment zone. I don't know. I guess I'm explaining this for the audience because you're playing down. But like, people are going to be talking about stuff that's happening in other spaces, right? It's up to you to figure out if you want it in your community or if it has to happen elsewhere. So I don't want it in my community, but I know that there's a lot of stuff that's coming up that people are chatting about. I don't have another containment zone or whatever for it. And I figure on Kiwi Farms people chat about it. I don't know if I link to her thread or is my thread or is Kiwi Farms. I was like, listen, if you're gonna go gossip about this shit, go fucking here. I don't want it in my fucking community. Like, that's it.
Okay. So I've got the quote. If you want to talk about what you said on stream, is that all right? I've just got the, I think this is the Mr. Girl manifesto.
Is it the clip?
This might be the quote where it comes from.
If it's
the quote,
clip,
and I guess Destiny can say if it jogs his memory, okay?
I guess. It'd be nice if we had the
quote,
the video, but...
Yeah, this is my only non-media blackout time. Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. I'm only doing non-media blackout because I know you fuckers are going to be finding it slowly over the next week or two and then talking about it in chat and getting big bans. So, if you're obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can post all you want. Read it all you want. Make accounts there. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay? All right, boom. Now back to media blackout. Oh, the reason why we go do media blackout is because anytime she gets any attention, that'll loop and feed into itself for fucking hours or weeks or months or whatever. So, yeah. You didn't want to fucking loop it on that shit, but you linked and directed people to those Kiwi Farm threads, right?
So it sounds like what I just said was that I don't want this conversation in my community. I don't want her getting constantly re-triggered by my community. I don't want this in my space. So the media blackout refers to the fact that we were not having any conversations about Anna. That was the media blackout. However, every time a new post is made in my thread, every time a new post is made somewhere else, like people in chat are like, did you guys see this? Or have you seen this? Blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, hold on. We're talking about Anna. If you want to talk about her, go somewhere else. Or go to Kiwi Farms. This is it. Go talk about it here.
Wait,
we're not talking about it here.
It doesn't seem
right?
like that is what's happening because you were during a media blackout anyway, and then you lifted that to go and direct people to the Anna stuff. So in a media blackout, when you've banned mentions of Anna, aren't people going to get banned for mentioning that stuff anyway?
Yeah, but I don't know why I have to explain this. I know, it's funny. We'll play the game. If somebody comes in chat and somebody's like, whoa, did you guys see what happened to the psychology girl? Like, you can ban that person. What happens after you ban that person, though?
Presumably they lose all of the attention under that name and they have to go and make a new fucking account or a new email.
Everybody in chat is like, wait, why did we ban that person? What happened? Right? I can start banning people that ask why I banned the person, but like this, you can't do this. You have to address it. You have to say like, I banned this person because they brought up, Anna. And then, but then in a few weeks or whatever, somebody will say, what about this or what about that? Right? It's you play this whack-a-mole game forever, and then you never stop the re-triggering because they're always going to be bringing stuff up in my chat.
You said a few minutes ago. you said a few minutes ago that that most of your chat at that point in time wasn't aware of Kiwi Farms. So when you say like, when I get rid of them, what do you think happens then? Well, if they didn't know about the site, most of your chat at that point in time, you've possibly just given a bunch of people who would have otherwise potentially sulked about it in private or complained to their friends another forum where they can do this, and a forum that you can't moderate. So where bad tactics are permitted.
It's
So I
not
feel
a
like
bad
that's like,
tactic, though. Hold on. Is your just to
Kiwi
reiterate?
Farms permits
No, just
bad
to be clear, what
tactics.
Aiden is saying here.
No,
I
stop,
think he meant for-
wait, don't translate for these guys. They don't need help. Okay.
I-
If your impression from that message, also, was this a thing I said on stream, or was this a message that I typed in chat?
According to you, it was
something you said on stream. No. It was something that you said on stream.
Okay. So if I'm saying...
You can even look at the intonations there if you're, like, doubting it. So, if you're obsessed with Anna, and you want to go and talk about her all the time, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms, you can post all you want, that stuff.
Sure. So
it's something you said on stream.
Okay, sure. So if there's a media blackout, but people keep bringing it up, and then I stop the media blackout, and I say, if you want to go talk about this, go to Kiwi Farms, talk about it. And then I say, no more talking about Anna. How is the assumption here that I'm trying to...
Okay, here's the question, I suppose.
Yep.
What's more innocuous and what's more harmful? People making offhanded, coded references in your chat to stuff about Anna, and that's going to make her loop on the attention. Or going to Kiwi Farms, where people, in your words, categorize, archive, catalog, all of this fucking behavior, and it's there as like a permanent fucking harassment tool. If people wanted to harass her, right?
Well, so I don't know if Kiwi Farms is a permanent harassment for it necessarily, number one. But number two, you're asking me what would be worse?
Yeah, which would be innocuous, which would be more harmful?
Having it constantly brought up in my chat, where we have to constantly address it over weeks and months, is worse.
Well, that doesn't sound like that's a concern for Anna at that point. That just sounds like it's a fucking headache for you.
Why do you think... Of course it was a concern for Anna. What do you mean?
Because having people as a permanent catalog of her docs, her information there, that can be banned from your offline chat, and it's harder to find information there. But on Kiwi Farms, you're right. You accurately describe it. People archive, people categorize, people log that shit for fucking
The things
days,
that she
and
were
it's there
looping at were
permanently.
messages in my chat that were being given to her that she was looping off of. They were things there were screenshots of messages coming from my chat.
Yes.
So I don't want people talking about it in my chat, but I can't be playing whack-a-mole and banning.
Think that when Kiwi Farms... Do you not think that when a Kiwi Farms thread starts, that has the huge potential of escalating it massively?
I mean, it could, but don't you agree that my chatters continuing to ask about stuff posted there could also escalate it massively?
It could make her loop on it, since I think she had mental illnesses. But in terms of reaching IRL harassment or people going to those fucking lengths, no, I don't think so. I think your DGG chat, well, maybe not now.
Hold on, wait. Just to be clear, real quick, there was no IRL harassment of her, though, from the Kiwi Farms thread, right? So I don't know why we're bringing that up, number one. And then number two, I'm pretty sure that after I banned it from my chat for some time, she did stop looping on things. Again, this is just... the only reason why we're
going over to the Kiwi...
The only reason why we're running down on this, I have to illustrate for people that are listening, okay? Again,
it's a pivot.
It's not a pivot, technically.
From the Snark server, because you can't prove that anybody doxed in there.
Well,
No.
It's not a pivot.
Talking about the Snark server is what I would rather be talking about, which is fine. The reason why I want to talk about this point, though, is because I know that you guys have mind-fucked yourselves on this for years on this rumored talking point. And I actually just, with what Dickers just said, I actually just understood now what you mind-fucked yourself on. When you said... you just said that you wanted to keep Anna from looping on this because it was a headache to you. Do you think the only reason why I banned talk of her in my chats was because I just didn't like it and it was bothering me?
And it got attributed to you, yeah. And so it's on a secondary
Are
platform.
you not aware that
you
she
don't get
asked me
blamed for
over
it.
and over and over again to make it so that people wouldn't say things about her in my chat? You think I did that only because...
Yeah, and then when people would, the blame would fall on you, right? So it's a headache for you.
Do you have any evidence of that at all?
Well, that's my interpretation. That's my argument. I mean, given the fact you were coming here with no fucking snark logs, I mean, are we going to ask that question the entire debate?
Well, we can get to the snark logs. We can get to the snark logs.
That's
but I'm just
my
saying
argument.
That,
Your
sure.
mindset at the time.
You
Do
can
I
say
have
that
direct
that's
evidence. No, I haven't got a CT scan.
You can say that's the evidence. That's fine, okay. But I'm just saying that like the story that you guys are telling is that I wanted to maliciously link Anna's snark thread on Kiwi Farms in order to maximize the amount of harassment that she would receive because I hated her and she was causing me a headache, but I wanted plausible deniability. Even though I'm linking the Kiwi Farms directly. Oh wait, let me finish. Even though I'm linking the Kiwi Farms thread directly in my chat under my own name, somehow I'm doing this because I want to shed all deniability for myself, but I also want to continue to maximize harassment against her. And then we stopped talking about her in my chat. And that seems to, for a while at least, like calm down the looping stuff or whatever. My story is that I don't like it when people gossip in my chat, that she was complaining about messages coming from my chat talking about her. So I do a media blackout in my chat so that people stop referencing her. But then every time a new thing is posted in my Kiwi Farms thread, of which stuff continued to be posted, every time a new thing is posted, somebody would shut my show and go, did you guys see this? Did you guys see that? Until eventually I'd say, okay, hold on. This is about Anna. We're talking about her. If you want to talk about her, go to Kiwi Farms, talk about her. Don't talk about her in my community. We're not doing this here. We're not having these conversations here. And then I say, back to not talking about her. For you to run with that and say, well, you were just doing this because you were trying to maximize the harassment of Anna. You can have that opinion, but it's a stretch. And given the fact that there was no, no real life harassment of Anna that came from it, number one, and number two, that thread was a dead thread. It didn't even like spawn anything because why would it? It's just it's a wacky.
I do want to allow Dickers.
I'm not even sure if that's true.
If that isn't his argument, Dickers, I'm going to give you the microphone. Then if you want to re-clarify or restate it or whatever, now's the chance. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get like an honest point on this. Maybe not. I mean, this has all been so fucking.
If you want to move on, that's fine.
It might be fucking. No.
You can ask me any question. Don't keep it up. I'll answer whatever.
Question, yeah.
Yeah.
Because maybe we'll get like a more honest answer to this, possibly. Do you regret it in the end, linking to a Kiwi Farms thread and having it there, rather than being like moderated in your spaces? Because at least in your spaces, chatters aren't going to do fucking crazy shit like go there, fuck with her, archive the crash outs. Link to that permanently.
No, Kiwi Farms doesn't.
In your fucking chat, that's
nobody
not
had done that.
Dedicated.
Nobody had done that to me and my thread. And my thread was like 1,000 pages.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't think
you're
people
like
were
a huge fucking media figure.
Yeah,
Anna
but
is
if I had
known as somebody that you had sex with, and
sure.
then
If I had 1,000
pages
pages or whatever in my thread, and I don't think I was getting swatted back then. I don't think I was. Why would
I say anything about swatting? I don't think I did.
What other real life harassment are you referring to?
Well, I'm not talking about real life harassment. I said online harassment in that instance.
He said earlier he personally believes doxing is bad in and of itself.
The majority
I was clarifying what you fucking said earlier. You're denying saying that?
The majority of the the majority of the quote unquote harassment was just people talking about her. That's what she considered harassment. The majority of it was people who showed up in her Twitch chat to argue with her.
I'm not talking about what she considered. I'm asking retrospectively, do you feel as though stuff would have been better moderated with sly references here and there that you would have had to ban? And then people like, wow, why was that guy banned? Versus on a Kiwi Farms thread where people would go, fuck with her, archive the crash outs, upload it up to Kiwi Farms, and have it as like a permanent harassment tool if people wanted to. Especially during your like further dramas with Anna.
You said
because I'm even fucking dropping the fucking swatting stuff. We don't even have to talk about that. But I'm talking in retrospect. Do you fucking regret it?
No, I think that it was probably the right move. But I can acknowledge it. Like maybe it's a hard move. Like you can try to just ban a topic and then ban everybody that asks about the topic and then don't answer why you ban the people who are asking about the topic. But like containment zones are well-known things on the internet. 4chan had arguably all of VG as a fucking containment board. Like 4chan had containment zones. Discord, Jstlk was a containment zone for drama in my stream before the whole court case stuff. Like this is like a well-known phenomenon that like if you want to talk about some shit, go there because there are usually less people there. It usually dies out over time, which it did. There were less people there. And then it avoids all of the attention in the main community. I think in retrospect, I think it was probably the right decision. I could see saying that like, well, maybe just having people ask questions about it is maybe better. But Anna was like ranting about me every single day on her stream. So people in my chat would have continued to ask, and I can't just ban all conversation about it while she's talking constantly about it because they're either going to go to her chat to talk about it, they're going to keep slightly referencing it in my chat, or they can go on Kiwi Farms to talk about it. It's a separate place. It's where you literally talk about shit like this. Like, that's... Again, you can say that, like, I don't like your approach or whatever. Okay. That's fair. That's fine. But, like, to say that, like, I'm intentionally trying to exacerbate the harassment of her, that's a stretch, and you have no proof of that. And it doesn't even make sense because I could harass her in so many better ways.
No,
that's not even the claim being made right now.
The reason this got brought up, it was brought up by me. It was brought up by me. The reason I brought it up is just to signal that would be probably a better example of a case where you would have reasonable suspicion. Where you would have a reasonable suspicion that somebody would go and do something potentially bad, right? Because
no, that's not true. No, that's typically Kiwi Farms just for gossiping about people. That's generally what they do there.
Well, yeah, but also like making PII available that malicious actors can then access if they wanted to.
I guess, but like that doesn't usually matter for smaller creators or smaller people. Like it's just not like larger figures are way more likely to get like swatted or like real life harassment. Like nobody's showing up to harass somebody with like a 10-page Kiwi Farm. So
that involves like a whole lot of trust for like a just random mass of faceless people. Like, I mean, sure, for some people it doesn't.
As opposed to the trust that I should have in my chat if Anna is ranting about me in an unhinged manner over and over and over again every day.
Why you haven't argued for this dichotomy? Why does you shutting it down in chat have to result in you directing people to this site specifically if most of the chat at that point didn't even know about Kiwi Farms? Shutting the obsessive people down in general, if most people didn't know about it, and they wouldn't have even gone there as an alternative. So then where would they have gone?
I don't know. They could create a splitter Discord. They could create another community to chat about it in. That's usually what happens when you ban people and you don't give them an outlet for the stuff they want to talk about is they start creating splinter communities that you have even less control over that can get even more unhinged. So why not direct them to the place where people already talk about this shit? Why have them create another one?
Wait, why would a splinter Discord server be more unhinged than Kiwi Farms?
Because it would be a place that would be like fucking dedicated to obsessing about this person, and then this community would have like other things that they could continue to talk about and grow on. And it just typically Splitter Discord. I'm sure you guys know. I don't know why I'm explaining this. Splitter Discords get cancerous as fuck, way more than a random KF thread that died. By the way, her thread is dead. Like that's it. Like it. Like what I thought would happen happened.
After you directed people there?
What?
What happened to it after you directed people to it there?
I'm sure there was probably a small flurry of activity and then it died. Because people
fucking blew up, right? Compared to how much activity there was before.
Wait, compared to how much activity there was before? It was just created. What do you mean?
It was...
Well, what was the posting rate at the time was it literally created that moment? Or was it around for like a few days before
I don't know. Somebody in my chat said that after I linked it, that there were like 6 posts created in the next week, I think is what somebody said. I don't know how true that is. I can't go back and check it. But it didn't blow up ever. It's dead. It died. It's got 48 pages on it. It's dead. It was never a super active thread.
When you say it was
just created... Anna's Kiwi Farms thread had been created 2 weeks earlier. This is from, I guess, the Mr. Girl manifesto from the fucking Anna section. It's the best log of this stuff, I guess. Anna's Kiwi Farms thread had been created 2 weeks earlier and had averaged 1.4 posts.
Can we stop entertaining this pivot, please, and like talk about why we're fucking here? Like this was literally brought up. This was literally brought up.
You can let me finish what I'm saying, and then we can move on after, if you'd like.
Actually,
okay?
Oh, Dad. You're just
okay.
This is a pivot
Anna's
because
Kiwi
he has
Farms
nothing.
Threads,
Give us an example of doxing in the
Aiden,
server.
Shut the fuck up. Anna's Kiwi Farms thread had been created 2 weeks earlier and had averaged 1.4 posts per day. The day Destiny signal boosted the thread, there were 35 posts, followed by another 99 that week. So whoever's saying like 6 posts, they're just fucking lying.
There were 34 posts over the next week, so it went from 1.9 posts a day.
35 posts that day. 35 posts that day. 99 posts over the following week.
How many posts are on a page in Kiwi Farms again? Is it 10?
It depends how fucking long it is, I think. I'm not totally sure.
I don't think so. All I know, listen, relevant? Well, yeah, because I'm just curious if that was literally the whole thread. All I know is that thread died pretty fast. There might have been a flurry of activity over a week or two. Although keep in mind, people were already posting about her in my thread, right? So they were already talking about her. It was being linked a lot in my community. Again, you can disagree with me telling people to go there and chat about it, but based on how everything turned out, I think it was probably the right move in retrospect. I don't think just like silencing all the conversation about it in my community and not talking about any of it there. I think that more bad stuff could have split off from that, but I think my decision was fine. And for you to stretch this to like I'm trying to harass her in a covert manner is just...
You've said this like 5 times now, dude. And again, everybody, me and Aiden have both said that is not even the fucking claim being made. But you keep on going
just
for
for
it.
my edification, what is the claim being made? Just state it clearly.
That it was irresponsible. Destiny has got... Aiden, you made the claim, so fair enough.
Yeah, I was the one that made the claim. It wasn't necessarily... It wasn't meant to be like an argument of itself. It was going to be an example of a case where I feel like you'd have far greater likelihood if like since this is like doxing because you're making the information accessible to the server where they could then go and act on it. I brought that up as an example where you'd have actually more basis to assert that than you would here.
Sure,
right?
And if you listen, and if you want to say this is irresponsible, then fine, you can say that. I think that's an opinion you maybe could even defend. But it's way different than like I think you guys even use this.
Do it again, man.
Well, no. We can go.
Nobody was
hold
saying
on.
this.
We can re-roll the tape if Wick wants to rewind, or we can. But because I know, because you guys all have used this phrase for like 2 or 3 years. Destiny intentionally sent his audience to Kiwi Farms to post about her with the basically the statement being that like I'm encouraging my fans to go and harass her there. But that wasn't my goal. The goal was
that's just
hold on,
like
let me
the
finish.
plain reading of that sentence is like
the plain reading was that I was trying to increase the harassment of Anna. Rather than this was a step I was taking to reduce the amount of conversation about her in my community.
That the plain reading of that is you did direct people to Anna's Kiwi Farms to go and post there. That's literally like almost
Sure,
verbatim.
but
what
if
you
your
said.
next, but if the next demand after that is to reduce the amount of people talking about it or eliminate people talking about it in your community, which is larger, I think that's fine. But we can agree to disagree. But like
for all of the reasons that I just outlined, I just don't think that's fucking true. But we can go back to the snark.
That's fine. You can say for all the reasons you want, but like historically, my argument was correct. It turned out to be the correct one. That thread died, nothing real or whatever came from it, and I don't know what would have happened if I would have let the people continue to talk over and over and over and over and over again. So
did it die because it pieced it out on its own, or did it die because you stopped talking about Anna and stopped doing these like breaks in your media blackout?
I'm pretty sure it was only one break in the media blackout. I think I posted that link in my chat a single time. And I probably stopped eventually.
About Anna in the future?
I'm sure at some point we went back and forth again because she continued to talk about me, but eventually we stopped talking about each other. Then eventually, once she stopped doing that, there was nothing for me to talk about at all related to that. And then eventually people stopped talking about her. That was how it worked.
Okay. Let's do we want to move on to the next point?
Well, sure. Well, let's go back to okay. Well, now we've gotten all the Anna lore out of the way because I know you guys love to bring this one up. We roll it all the way back to the Shamu stuff. Shamu posted a doxing tool and the username of somebody in that server, correct?
That was the Candros.
I probably disagree with that description. I mean, would you like would
Wait,
you
what part of that
describe it-
description do you disagree with? Which part?
Sure. So it's an OSINT tool, and it becomes a dox tool when it's used to dox, right? Just like it's like describing a kitchen knife as like a fucking murder weapon if you're just using it for food processing. Like it's like
what else
I
can
feel
you
like that's,
use
like,
an
very
OSINT
loaded.
tool for?
Okay, so you could use an OSINT tool for like intelligence gathering for journalistic pieces where you're like purposefully omitting certain pieces of PII that you know will lead to like identifying the person's personal
Was
identity.
somebody
but you might
writing a
find another
journalistic
anonymous
piece on this
account.
person? Was somebody writing a piece on this person?
Shamu was heavily reporting on Tectone, and at the time, when they had been looking into this account, they were under the belief that this was possibly Tectone or somebody doing this at Tectone's directive. So yeah, Shamu, based on who they believe this possibly was actually doing a piece on this person, yeah.
Why did Nicandros post the tool then?
I'm pretty sure do we have the logs? I'm pretty sure it was between the two of them. I'm pretty sure wasn't it to give to him? Hold on.
No, okay. So I can fucking spell this out then. So online researchers, okay? Online
this is so
researchers
goofy.
occasionally
Come
have to
on.
interact with
Well,
like
hold on,
docs.
let Dickers hold on, Destiny, please. Let Dickers get
not
it out.
that
Please.
goofy.
Dickers, hold on, stop, Aiden. Dickers, please. You had something to say? I want to give you the space to say it, please.
Yeah, so online researchers usually have to engage in, like, sometimes they come across docs information, sometimes looking up, like, a previous fucking Twitter account name of, like, some shit can be pretty fucking useful to be able to, like, piece things together. So long as you don't publish it, that's totally fucking fine. And this is a conversation that should have been had in private, rather than talking about it in a public Discord. That's basically it, but in terms of doxing, no.
Well, so then the fact that they were talking about it publicly, why should they have talked about it privately instead of publicly?
Because, for example, with the fucking gay ops comment, you don't want to have a fucking 100-person Discord being like, oh, what's this conversation right here? With these two big YouTubers that I like. Damn, we're doing gay ops? I want to be just like them. I'll get involved. I'll help them with the content. You don't want to fucking even accidentally distribute that stuff. I don't think from the conversation that was their intention.
Sure,
But it is
so
reckless, absolutely.
I agree with you. Why didn't anybody else on the server say anything?
Who was active at the time?
Anybody that was watching. Was there a single person in
like
that
who?
entire Discord that said, hey, you guys shouldn't be doing this. This isn't okay. That's not cool.
You tell me, you've got the logs, right?
If I remember correctly, there was a few other screen names that were in the logs that were posting around the same time. I remember Substance being there, I believe. I'm 95% sure.
Substance isn't a mod. Substance is some, like, Twitter clipper guy. He's not a fucking moderator. And he's not the person who I would even understand to know what is and isn't appropriate around that stuff, right?
I don't know. Do you need to be a moderator to call out bad behavior? If I see people in a server talking about using doxing tools and things like that I think is irresponsible,
well,
I need to be a mod.
I don't even know if I would expect like a
"Oh,
random
this is
chatter to know why that would be inappropriate, right?
Fair
They
enough.
just see two researchers talking about doing like internet research, like, oh, I guess this is
Sure.
what they fucking do, without
possible.
realizing, fuck, there are other people in this fucking Discord. They might do some fucking retarded shit.
Hold on, wait, and
But
also
that's about
just
it.
to, just
It was
to
an
rewind.
inappropriate conversation to have
So
in public.
I
This has
thought
been fucking twisted and warped into like an active doxing attempt,
I understand.
which is totally retarded.
Yep, you keep saying that. I thought this was just
Not attempt, a claim that it was doxing.
I thought
right?
you
A
just.
descriptive claim that it
I
was
thought you
doxing.
just kept saying things about like the people in here are vetted, so they wouldn't be doing this doxing stuff. So why would it even matter if they posted that tool? And then you said it's just a clipping Discord. That's all they do in here. Now you're telling me these two guys are collaborating on research for an internet article by posting doxing tools in the Discord back and forth to each other?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's
I don't even know what. I don't even know what claim you're trying to map out there. So the predominant use for this.
Wait,
was,
okay. Let me give the claim. The claim. I'll give you the broad claim, and then you can.
Put it on Twitter.
Sure. The broad claim is that this is a server where people regularly engaged in this type of behavior. That's why when he posted a doxing tool, nobody batted an eye at it.
Was it?
It's why they were back and forth, and nobody in the server was correcting it or calling it out.
Tools like that existed.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. But if there's very
Well,
few
it
of
does
them,
matter because that was the only time, right? So it wasn't
if
something that's
it was
frequently
the
used
case,
for that purpose.
if it was the case that that's the only time anything like that had ever been posted and nobody had ever seen anything like that ever in their entire lives, why weren't more people on the server like, what the fuck are you guys posting here? What are you guys doing this for? Why is this going
Well,
on?
let me
here?
ask you a question. If this was the
Well,
dedicated
no, I just want to hear the. I just want to hear
Why did they have to go to somebody else, Himpleton's friend, to be able to access this tool? Why does nobody in that server have access to that tool? If everybody's so au fait and okay with it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because they knew other people
in
that
that
would run the
server,
searches.
even during your fucking debate, thought that it was a lolcow.
Do you see how every time I go to answer, you want me to answer,
League
right?
of Legends tool.
Yeah. So,
sorry, go on.
Nobody in my chat thought that. KUIHMAN lied about that to Chud when we were in the middle of that conversation.
If you go on Google and type it in, the first result is the fucking League of Legends tool. You have to go to the second result, which is the
how did
OSINT tool.
How did KUIHMAN even know what to Google though?
Because you were talking about it on stream?
No, nobody mentioned the name of that tool.
Yes, you did.
No, I think Chud Logic.
I'm pretty sure Dan did in that debate.
Chud Logic said, "Isn't that wasn't it a League of Legends looker upper?" And that was the first time it was mentioned. It was because KUIHMAN said it in DMs to him.
Oh,
nobody
I
else
could be
knew
wrong about that.
Okay.
For where that initially come from. So I'm guessing they've gone back, taken a look at the logs based on the stuff that was like unredacted, and then went, "Oh, okay, this is what they're talking about. What the fuck is this?"
Yep.
Google. It's literally the first fucking result.
Sure. So that's
Is
what
League of
KUIHMAN.
Legends
So that's
thing.
what KUIHMAN said. Yeah. But why didn't KUIHMAN go and check the tool then? You're saying that he read the chat
What do you
logs and then
mean?
why didn't KUIHMAN just click the link that was in the chat
Dude,
logs?
I think KUIHMAN's trying to help up Chud while he's like got no idea what he's talking about during the debate.
Wait.
And KUIHMAN
He's
thinks
trying
he
to
can do a quick
help
Google to be able to,
Chud.
like help him out.
He's trying to
But
help
this is a
Chud
totally,
by.
like side tangent about KUIHMAN lied or not. I
It's
don't
not
think
a
we've got
side
any
tangent at
evidence to
all.
indicate
It all
that he
plays
did.
perfectly into exactly what I'm saying, which is this was normalized behavior by you guys. That's why you guys were trying to defend it.
Okay, how many times was the tool referenced?
Doesn't matter. The fact that you would put in there, nobody would
And
bat
you've
an
already
eye.
pivoted away.
I haven't pivoted away at all. I'm talking exactly about the tool that was put in there that nobody had a negative response towards. It seemed like everybody was accepting of it being there, and then KUIHMAN tried
You
to
pivoted
make
away
an
from
excuse
my
for it.
question that
What was
I
your
asked,
question?
because I don't know if you want to answer it. Okay. If this was such a normalized tool and such a normalized behavior in this Discord, why the fuck is it the only time that it's mentioned and they had to go to Himpleton's friend, an internet researcher, by the way, to be able to even get access to this tool?
Because they're broke as
Nikandos
fuck.
didn't have
I
it,
don't know. They didn't
Shnu
want to pay the
have
money
it,
for it. He
and
might have
they're
already-
both fucking proven out in the fucking claims.
Because the other guy-
If this is the
because-
dedicated
hold
purpose
on.
of this
You see
server,
how you're
doesn't
filibustering?
somebody else fucking
Hold
pay
on,
for it?
please,
Why are you
please.
going to Himpleton's?
Because they didn't want to pay the money for it, and that other guy was already a subscriber.
What, is Himpleton in the server? Is Himpleton's friend in the server? Why
The
didn't they ping
person
him?
that they were going towards to use this tool was already somebody that had paid for it, and they didn't want to pay for it again.
No.
Like
but
sharing a
if this is-
Netflix
If this is the primary, hold on. If this is the primary purpose of the server, why is it again the only time that it's being used? And then secondarily, why do they have to go to somebody else who isn't even in the server? If
Okay,
you got
well-
the guy that I guess has got the big fucking bucks to be able to pay for it, invite him into the fucking doxing
Sure, let's
server,
take those
dude.
one at a
We don't
time.
wanna
So the
fucking
first
outsource this
question.
shit.
So the
Let's get him
first
in.
question is, why was it the only time it was mentioned?
Wait, can I? So it was only mentioned one time, and they had to go to another person to be able to get access to it.
Okay, so
I don't
do you
invite
want
that
these
guy in.
answered together or separately is my question to you.
Whichever way Destiny would like, I suppose.
Go ahead, Destiny, please.
Okay, give me the questions one at a time again. What was the first one?
Oh, bro. Okay, so first point. It was the only time that it was ever mentioned. You're calling this like consistent conduct that's being
Sure,
engaged in.
so the
and then
consistent conduct.
secondarily,
Wait,
let's
just
go
one at a time. One at a time.
somewhere
One at a
else
time.
on
Yeah, let's
the
take it
server.
one at a time.
Jesus.
So
So
that
the first thing,
Go ahead.
Sure.
just because that was the first time that particular tool was mentioned, doesn't mean it's the only time I think a docs has been posted in there. There could have been a variety of reasons why that was the first time that tool was mentioned. It could be that it was generally a hard.
Was there a docs posted in there? I didn't realize that. In the logs.
Well, we can get to that. But the issue was
Okay.
that this was an account that I just don't think people had very much information on. So maybe this was an extraordinary measure they had to take to find information. You guys are claiming that they were fighting with this account because they were harassing Pinky Chew. Is there any proof of that even?
Wait, no, this is pivoted. This is pivoting to a totally new claim. My question to you: you're characterizing this as a doxing server. It was only referenced one time. They had to go to somebody in another space, another commentary creator, totally outside of any of the fucking coverage of Ethan Klein, Destiny, whoever the fuck else. This is a totally different space to be able to access that tool. Why
Wait a second. What was the other space? Wait, what was
into the server?
What was the other space that they went to?
It was into general commentary spaces. So Himpleton is a general commentary YouTuber, internet researcher as well.
Wait. So they went into a public server and said, "Hey, Hinkleton, can you run
that's not what they
OSINT?"
said.
Okay, so
that's
wait.
not what they said.
So where did they post this
I'm
conversation?
saying they go into people in a different community. I think it's quite clear what I'm saying, but you can.
Well, no, because you just said this whole line of blah blah about how another community that has nothing to do with H3, nothing to do with Ethan Klein, nothing to do with whatever else.
Yep.
But it sounds like you just went to another person.
Yes, somebody in a totally different community.
Hey, well, clearly they must be in some shared community because they know each other. So I don't know what that means. Totally different community.
They're both in internet commentary. Yes.
Okay, which would encompass every single person in the SNARK server as well. No.
Not really with the way
not
that term's
necessarily,
used.
no.
So this is like.
What do you mean, not
snark
necessarily?
content. No. Talking about Ethan. Talking about you. Talking about Noah Samsen, Hassan.
Yeah, but a lot of the people in this SNARK server are commentary YouTubers, right? I didn't say the whole commentary community is in there, but I'm saying, okay, right?
What I'm saying is that there's overlap between these communities, but that person was not in the SNARK server, not in this side of the community.
That's fine.
Somebody else in another side of the community to be able to ask for it.
That's fine.
The question is,
I
why does
agree.
nobody in that server have access to that tool if it's so frequently used for doxing?
That's great.
Which,
So
again,
I just want to
get to it, but when
sure.
when was
Okay, that's fine.
doxing
I just want to put a pin
posted?
in that. Okay, so we went from in a totally different, unrelated community to they went to a guy on the other side of the community that they were in. That's a more accurate phrasing, I would agree.
If you want to talk about like a macro community, sure, the other side. Yeah,
Sure, that's
Depends on
fine.
your color.
But my understanding is you have to pay to subscribe to that tool. My guess is they didn't want to pay the dollar amount to subscribe. I don't think they had very much information on the person they were trying to dox because it was a random Twitter person they were in a fight with. So they went to some other dude that had a
Get a Twitter
subscription to it.
username. That's all you need.
That what?
You've got a Twitter username. That's all you need.
Yeah, but I don't think these guys had been using a tool to dox somebody just based off of a Twitter username before. They probably had more information to go off of.
Well, that is the tool that you use. Also, I mean, these guys, I don't know if they've even used that tool before. Nicandros seems to be unfamiliar with it. Shamu seems to be unfamiliar with it.
Well, then how did he know to bring it up?
To be a little unfamiliar with
wait,
this.
how did he know to reference it then?
Who?
Because he's seen it being used before. This stuff is like all over fucking Twitter, no?
Wait. So they're not
Like,
familiar
people
with the
can
tool,
try and
but
act as though they're super fucking naive about these tools. It's just fucking out there. Anytime that you're seeing a screenshot talking about somebody's old Twitter names, that is the website you're looking at. You are seeing that logo. You're seeing the fucking website name. People just don't know what the fuck they're looking at. But it's incredibly fucking common.
Okay.
So, like,
that's fine.
coverage
But I'm
of the
just
fucking
saying,
Faithful Sheriff,
hold on, yeah,
when you're
that's-
talking about him being like Dr. Chudster or whatever the fuck he was before, that is what they're talking about, right?
Okay. So
that's the website they're using.
That's fine. He knew the name of the website. So how can you say he has no familiarity with it? None of them knew about it. How does he know the URL?
Well, because he knows what the tool is, but I'm talking of, familiarity. I don't know why we're getting so autistic about this. He clearly hasn't used the website before.
Okay, hold on. I'll back up. I'll do a good faith thing. You're saying that like everybody knows about these tools. You know, maybe he Googled it to find it or whatever else, but like people in general know that these tools exist and everything like that, right?
Yeah, like I know what a lathe machine is. I don't fucking know how to use one.
Gotcha. If that's the case, then why did KUIHMAN confuse it with a league name archiving site?
You can try and go back to KUIHMAN. What we're talking about here
Well, no,
is
hold on,
to answer the question.
Just let's give Dickers a chance to talk. No, you're right.
Yeah, no, we're gonna give Dickers a chance to talk.
Wait, he doesn't. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Make him answer that question. I'm gonna get a drink. Hold on.
Okay, can I just say I appreciate both of you for and Destiny too for. I was worried this might turn into a shit show, but this has been pretty good so far. I appreciate that. But I guess like if this is a common knowledge tool, I'm not a community guy, so I understand why I didn't know about it. But KUIHMAN obviously is deep in the commentary trenches, right? We would agree with that kind of framing of who KUIHMAN is.
Well, there's like different sides of the community, right? KUIHMAN is in like general commentary. He's not really on the internet researcher side, so no. I think KUIHMAN honestly didn't know what it is. If you take a look even at the server logs,
he just said KUIHMAN didn't know what it was.
At that time,
But
you've got people talking even between themselves and saying it's a League of Legends archiver tool. It's a League of Legends archiver tool. I'm not saying people are pretending to be naive. I'm saying people are legitimately naive. This is all over the place.
I mean, I did go to that site, I mean, for me, it was obviously something much more than that. But I can understand how people might have different
You can use it for
Wait a
for
second,
bad purposes. You can use it for totally fine purposes.
Hold on,
Depends how you use
hold
it,
on,
right?
hold the phone. Wait, Wick, you just went. Did you use this site for anything?
I asked Substance after the thing if I could use it just because they were all claiming, well, it's not really something you get a lot of information on. So I publicly asked Substance if he would allow me to run his username through the engine and only send the information to Destiny, right? I wouldn't publish it or anything like that. He gave me explicit permission to do so. And so I did because I was curious what you could get, right? I was able to find his full name, his location, 9 past usernames. I deleted all the information. I didn't send it to Desi. It was just.
By the way, just real quick, with a single query, right? You just typed in one thing and it all popped up. Okay.
Yes. So it was like clearly, it felt gross, and so I deleted it from my history, and I haven't been back since. But yeah, it's absolutely a powerful tool. Yeah. Well, I don't want to know this guy who I'm beefing with personal information. I just don't like that. It's just not something I do.
Wick even went back and deleted his browsing history.
I did. I seriously did. I didn't like that. I don't want even the. You know what I mean? I don't want even the shit there, right?
Yeah. So.
I mean, nobody wants to retain docs information. That's understandable. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So let's wait. I need an answer to this. How did KUIHMAN fuck this up so bad? If it's so easy and everybody knew what this stuff was.
He made no shut. He made one mistake. He made one mistake that he immediately made a concession on, and you harped on as a way to pivot from the broader argument.
Excuse me. He did not make a concession on it. I corrected him on it.
2 years. For 2 years.
Okay. Once you're done filibustering, I'm gonna say the same thing.
Is that a lie?
Is what a lie?
It's not a filibuster. That was like 5 words.
He didn't correct himself on it. I corrected him. And then he conceded after I caught him in a lie. That's not him correcting
I said he
the record.
conceded immediately. I said he conceded immediately. That was my wording, actually.
Was it the wording?
Conceded. Pretty sure that's what I said.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. I might be having connection issues. Give me like 2 seconds, Wick. I'll be right back. I am going to roll the tape on this one.
For 2 years.
Okay.
Deleted his browsing history.
I did. I seriously.
Yeah. So.
I mean, nobody wants to retain docs information. That's understandable. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So let's wait. I need an answer to this. How did KUIHMAN fuck this up so bad? If it's so easy and everybody knew what this stuff was.
He made no shut. He made one mistake. He made one mistake that he immediately made a concession on, and you harped on.
He made a concession.
As a way to pivot from the
okay.
What's your name?
Okay, I'm here.
Mr.
Okay, you said he made one mistake that he immediately made a concession on. It was the immediately.
So
that
what
got
I
me.
said, I said. Yeah.
He didn't immediately make it. It wasn't until I corrected him. Because I let Chud float
immediately
that.
When he was proven wrong, he made a concession. That would be what a concession. When are the like other opportunities you're making concessions other than when somebody's like making a point that you're gonna own, like, and admit you're wrong on?
Well, hold on. That's fine. I'll grant you this. But he lied, and then when I caught him out on it, he said, "Okay, I lied."
He never said that he lied. No, he said he made a mistake. That's why I conceded,
Okay,
right?
and that's fine. And then just walk me through. That's fine. So just walk me through a plausible thing. How do you make that mistake if these tools are so well known?
I don't think the tool is like that common knowledge.
Wait, so do you totally disagree with what Dickers just said, or?
I mean,
you can feel free to disagree. I'm just going to disagree with Aiden. I'm saying that people
it's
are naive about it. They don't know the websites that they're looking at when they're seeing this shit, but it is widely searched. And if you even have like slightly inquisitive mind, I guess it's like, okay, right, that's the fucking law kind of thing again.
I mean, I feel like it would maybe it's common amongst like people who are like involved with like OSINT shit. I just like unironically before the situation, I've just like never heard anyone bring up this tool before. So I mean, my assumption would be that it wasn't necessarily common knowledge, but I mean, that's not like a hard position.
Okay, I'm not saying that it's common knowledge. I'm saying that it's commonly shared and people are naive about what they're seeing, right?
Mm.
Okay. So then, if you click this tool and you see all the things on the side, how could KUIHMAN have made a genuine mistake?
The first link or the second link?
What first or second link?
When you type in LoreArk over into Google, there's a first link, which is the League of Legends name checker, and then there's the second link, which gives you access to all of those extra tools.
Oh, and you're saying the first link is just the League name checker?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. How did KUIHMAN know what to...
Wait. There's a different
I understand.
URL.
I understand. Wait. How did KUIHMAN know what to Google?
Because he went back, checked the logs, and we went over this earlier. This
Can I just do it?
Quick.
Hold on, no, wait. This is really important.
I'm answering.
This is really important, Wick.
Hold on, I'm answering. Going back, check the logs about the stuff that Dan thankfully left in of the logs that he sent over to us.
So if he went back and he checked the logs, he has the link right there. Why would he have to do a Google search for a thing that he's looking at?
He doesn't have the link. They didn't link it.
No, they had hold on. It was the name of the website. So I didn't Google it when I went to it. I just typed it in, right? The name of the website .com, and yes, and it comes up, and oh, look at all these tools that you have, and oh, look at all the things you can check, right? Like,
okay,
yeah, it was.
I think
it was
usually when
totally
people are going to
typed
be
out
searching
there,
the
as
stuff, you just
if I
paste
recall
it into your
correctly,
fucking Google
yeah.
search bar. You don't
Wait,
type in the .com, and then you
hold
fucking
on.
search it. This is such an autistic
Okay,
point.
well, I don't know. That's what I did.
Listen, I understand your fucking gripe with KUIHMAN, but this just isn't the fucking territory you need to be fighting about. Okay, this is fucking retarded.
You can say that it's retarded, but the reality, everybody knows you're lying, right? You guys linked to an OSINT tool to dox somebody on some people that they were just beefing with on Twitter, and then KUIHMAN tried to provide cover for Chud.
Okay, one at a time.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Wick,
Aiden.
do you have any chat that like people aren't going to see if you don't want to link the tool? Can you type lolarchiver.com into a Discord chat like right now? It could be with a person or like
Discord chat,
just like or in a just somewhere on Discord. You just
DM
type that.
To you, I guess.
Yeah.
What point are you trying to make here in?
Well, I'm about to fucking get to it.
Okay, I did it.
Wait, why isn't the okay? Wick, hold on, look.
Yeah, I know it doesn't come up with a URL, but why wouldn't I just copy and paste this into like the bar? Right?
Well, you could, but look what happens when you copy and paste the total URL. Can you tell everyone what that says?
Okay.
On the hyperlink, can you tell everyone what that says?
Yeah, it takes you exactly. It says https://lolarchiver.com, and it takes you to the site that I was.
No, Wick.
Wick.
Yeah, in the hyperlink. Look in the hyperlink.
Yes, it says League of Legends username, history, and changelogs. But then you click on it.
So where do you think KUIHMAN got it from? He went and looked in the logs. He saw the link, right? And if you
yes, it says
link
retrieve any League of Legends player username, history, and check out the last entries in the changelog, among other tools. Smiley face.
Okay, so is it not plausible that in the moment of trying to, because
If your argument is that he is that retarded that he didn't actually click on it to confirm, then fair enough. You can make that
If you
argument.
click on it, what's it say at the top of the screen, Wick?
So this tools allows you to find League of Legends username history. Scanning takes about 2
Thank you
weeks
very
to
much.
cycle,
So he
but
didn't
then
just
they
make
have
that up,
again.
right?
If you look,
Wait a second, hold on, wait. Are you looking at lolarchiver.com?
Yes.
What does it say on the left? Are we just
Yeah,
ignoring
it
that?
says Twitch tools, Kick tools, Lol Archiver, username history, username availability, database search engine.
We're not talking about
email,
different
reverse
lookup,
lookup, phone, reverse
We're not talking about what happens when you click on the website itself. We're saying in the description when it's linked in the hyperlink, it literally says retrieve any League of Legends player usernames, history, etc. So KUIHMAN could have seen Chud debating you. He could have been sending something to Chud, quickly linked it, went back into the logs because this was actively being referenced by this point. Found the link, linked it to Chud for some reason, and literally in the hyperlink, it states retrieve any League of Legends players' usernames, history. Okay, sorry, it wasn't linked in the logs or linked in the logs. Sorry, it was named at that point though. So lolarchiver.com, when you link that to somebody, it literally the description in the hyperlink says retrieve any League of Legends player's username. That's literally what he said.
I'm just saying that
this is such a retarded point. I'm gonna put this in the bin with spicy chat. Okay, if we talk about it anymore, I might actually do some TOS things on screen right now.
I'm just saying that it's just so.
It's like obvious cover, right? So we know that KUIHMAN was trying to lie because the interesting
Any
question
way
is why
that
we
you
try
try
to
and
lie,
fucking
right?
slice it, KUIHMAN has clearly gone to the fucking website and is fucking retardedly thought, oh fuck, let me help Chad in a fucking debate right now, and then sends it off to Chad. It's a League of Legends lookup tool.
I'm
not
more than
realizing
willing
that
to
it
believe
links
that
to other
KUIHMAN is
tools
that
on that
retarded.
site.
But imagine,
it was
wouldn't
the
it?
OSINT tool that was being referenced.
But we could say that. But like, man, how bad would it be to jump to conclusions on that immediately while talking to Chud, who's trying to defend these people? Wouldn't that be like the worst possible mistake you could make? And was KUIHMAN not in the Snark servers? And were you guys not talking about this potentially while this debate was going on? Not a single other person checked that link?
Yes.
And nobody else checked?
People were saying that it was a League of Legends checkup tool.
How would that make sense?
Wait, hold on. Wait. I just want to be very clear. Wait. I just want to be very clear.
Wait, sorry.
Were they saying that it was a League archiver, or were they saying to tell KUIHMAN to tell Chud that it was a League archiver?
I can quote directly. I'm gonna go and have a look. But I think there was one guy who was saying, it's a League checkup tool. It's a League checkup tool. Ah! These guys are raped. Dan's a retard. And then I said, shut the fuck up and don't talk about it if you don't know what you're talking about.
Do you think KUIHMAN should have listened to your message instead?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to Chud in time. Okay,
You would have been better for Chud than KUIHMAN was. I will admit that. Yes.
How many days ago? Wait, just checking. Was this debate?
Genuinely naive about this stuff, so I think people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
How many days ago was this debate?
Like, if you know what it is, you know what it is.
Was this on the?
It was less than a week ago, right?
Was this on
So
the? I'm just curious. Was it on the 14th? think it was,
14th or
right?
15th.
We could have a look at the day.
I believe the 14th because
Okay, just
I
curious.
remember.
So then I just want to
yeah,
hear
I
one more
remember thinking
time.
about it.
Everybody was just saying that it was a League of Legends archive tool, right? Nobody, I don't know,
Yeah.
because I don't have any logs. I can't speak to anything, but nobody else in there was saying that, like, this is an OSINT tool or linking to the OSINT part of that. Just checking. I don't actually know. I don't have any logs, so it's all on you to say what happened here. I'm just curious about that.
We don't have logs either.
I don't believe so, no.
Hold on. Wait. You said you're in the server
everything
right
that I
now.
saw-
You said you're in the server right now. Can't
I'm
you just
going
check?
to try and have a look at the fucking
Oh, he is.
logs.
Sorry, he is. I got
What
banned
I
months
was
ago.
seeing at the time when I was engaging in it, everyone was saying, Dan's so raped, Destiny's so raped, these guys are so retarded, it's a League of Legends checkup tool, they're fucked.
So, if you were to just check on that day for the term OSINT, there weren't a ton of people saying that. Nobody said that. It was just League Archiver.
Well, you will surely know that it did because Dan then brings up that it's an OSINT tool. So on that day, people will, right?
Before.
But it's when it turns into debate.
Why are you playing dumb? Before KUIHMAN tried to run cover with the LOL archiver thing. You're saying that the only time OSINT came up was after me and Dan had demonstrated that KUIHMAN was lying to Chud and DMs about what that tool was.
Yes, so if it was a lie, other than him just like quickly reading the description, the hyperlink, obviously I don't have his end of the DM, so I don't know specifically how he saw it, but we know where he got it from because he read it almost verbatim at the beginning, right? Why would he tell such an easily disprovable lie? Like, I feel like it's just like handing you a fucking like easy win for no reason. Like, you could refute that in 2 seconds. Isn't it far more likely this was a mistake?
Maybe he thought we didn't know the actual tool. Maybe he thought that we didn't have the actual raw files. Maybe
Wait, Dan,
Couldn't you
despite the
look
fact
it
that
up?
Dan said that he does this for a job?
Wait, Wick just pulled up. Hold on. Wick was able to just go to the website and read out like what it said on the website. So this is like a website anyone from the public can access.
No. But
So
that
why would
link
he-
wasn't in the picture.
Dan had redacted it.
Yeah,
And when they were reviewing it, Dan had redacted it.
I don't know why anybody would have thought this would have got past Dan. He says in the debate, I do this for a job. You think I don't know what I'm talking about here? Brrrr. Dan is the guy who has got a reputation for doxing people.
Yeah, not
You
to
think
knock
people are gonna
Dan,
be able
but
to
you
kind
don't
of
think
pull
Dan
a
talks?
fast
You
one
don't
on
think
them?
Dan talks a
On
lot
the-
of shit? And also, if everything you're saying is true, if Dan is so reputable and Dan has such a high degree of knowledge about this, then why would KUIHMAN not check the site that he's looking at 2 seconds before trying to feed Chud Logic information
he
into
did
debate?
At the top of the site, it says that it's a League of Legends username checkup tool. I'm happy to say that
Wait, but
KUIHMAN
on the
was
left,
totally
he didn't
fucking
see the part
retarded
that
and
said
should have looked
he
further.
didn't see right on the side on the left where it says database, search engine, email reverse lookup, phone reverse lookup.
You mean like links
I
that, like-
believe.
are you talking about
I
the links
believe
that link to
KUIHMAN
other
would be
websites? Is
stupid
that-
enough not to check this shit.
He got it wrong. And okay, the only reason people like to, like, for example, if I'm debating a broader point, right, the smaller mistakes people make, if I was trying to engage honestly, you could probably grant that to them. People who want to engage dishonestly and like hyper focus to get an easy win will focus on like little details as opposed to the overall substance of the convo. When he offered an immediate concession, when you brought this up, right, which is what I said, and then you accused me of not saying, and then you replayed it just to figure out I said exactly what I said I fucking said.
Wait.
He immediately conceded on that, and there's like no. This is an easily disprovable. Like, if he was purposely lying, it is easily disprovable. You could just pull up the front page of the website as Wick just did.
Do I have a place in this fucking server where I can like post stuff? Because KUIHMAN has just leaked to me his DMs with Dan at the time.
I don't care. I don't really care about the DMs with Dan. I'm just saying that. We've gone back and forth. Listen, we've gone back. Well, here we've gone back and forth.
Why are you trying to move away from it? We're talking about.
Let's pull it up.
Because I don't know why. I don't know what KUIHMAN's doing.
I
Here,
thought
wait.
we're
We can go through.
One at a time.
Sure.
Aiden, then Destiny, then not Dickers. Sorry.
Well, if we're
Look,
trying to figure out the truth about like KUIHMAN's like lies and like the nature of this like server that like was like coordinating and shit, like shouldn't we want like all the logs? Why don't we like see his DMs it down?
We can look at them after if you want. We can look at them. I have no problem with that. I'm just saying that for this particular thing. Wait, hold on. So for this particular thing, KUIHMAN was trying to, you could say, pump Chud with a narrative to fight on this front against me and Dan, not knowing if me and Dan had any of the unredacted logs because he didn't truly know that. Chud was wrong. We called him out on it. And then KUIHMAN walked it back after being obviously proven wrong by something that he should have, 1 second of fact checking would have shown. And then my second quick question is, why did Nicandros lie that he posted this link as just a joke later on? If this is all fine and dandy and it's just research stuff.
So before we go for that pivot, I'll just address the KUIHMAN stuff first then, if that's nice. Okay? So you said about the narrative that KUIHMAN was trying to pump with Chud. Let's have a look at the narrative that KUIHMAN was trying to pump with Dan. So he posts, lying fucking rat vermin. I say this is quoting KUIHMAN. Hang yourself again, please.
Wait a second.
Begging.
Post
And then he
a
gives
screenshot
link,
of these. Post a screenshot. Post a
and then
screenshot.
he says,
Post a screenshot. Post a screenshot. Post a screenshot.
It wasn't this. It
Post a
is.
screenshot.
Oh, sorry.
Post a
it has
screenshot.
Twitch too.
Post a
It has
screenshot.
Twitch
He thinks
more
he's
than
got
Twitter,
Sling
though.
Dickers, so we
It's
want to look at the
clearly made for
screenshots
lol.
now.
No,
Can
we
you
want to
post
look at the
it, please?
screenshot.
show the
DM it to me and I
screenshots.
can stream it.
Oh, sure thing. I'll send it to Wick. I'll send
Yeah,
it to
we could just stream it. Yeah.
Well, I was asking for a place to be able to post it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, as you've read the beginning, they've figured out there's going to be an angle to spin this with, so now we're okay with like looking at the DMs.
Who? What? I've never said we don't. I don't want to look at the DMs ever. but
Why?
okay.
Well, why are we okay with looking at?
Can we
why
see
are we?
this? Do we need it bigger? Oh, this might not be big enough.
It's
yeah,
big
can
enough. You have to
just DM
left click it
everyone,
once
like,
to
maybe?
blow it up, and then you
I
can
DM'd
right
it
click
to
open.
you. I
Whatever.
DM'd it to Destiny. Look in your DMs.
Oh,
I guess.
I can blow it up like that. You guys can read that, correct? So lying rat vermin, hang yourself again, please. I'm begging. Here's the link.
It's a very nasty thing to say to somebody.
Very mean. KUIHMAN being mean? That's crazy. You said DocTool 2 wasn't this. It is. Oh, sorry. It has Twitch 2. It has Twitch, LOL, and Twitter. No. It's clearly made for LOL. You are edited.
Well, I asked him to send me the full screenshot, and then it was edited, so I'm curious what's in there. But yeah.
Right there under League of Legends username, just up a little bit. It says almost verbatim what he reiterated.
Wait, Aiden, why are we going on to the
Because I'm just re-emphasizing. Because I'm just okay. I'm sorry, guys.
Get
Dickers,
Destiny to answer for these
Dickers
DMs.
needs to talk. Nope, no. Sorry, my bad.
No, I want Destiny to talk. I want Destiny's response to these DMs.
What about it? It looks like KUIHMAN is trying to sell a lighted down. What about it?
Well, it seems like he's earnestly believing it now.
I think he's trying to get Dan to believe it.
Tool. You're saying that KUIHMAN knows what it is and thinks that Dan doesn't know what it is, despite the fact that he's got a reputation as a doxer, and he said that he does this stuff for a job. And presumably before releasing these fucking DMs, do you think he's Googled it and looked into it a little bit more? And KUIHMAN
Are we done looking at it?
Okay, wait. Let me present the best faith version of your side, and then we can both agree to it if you want. I'm happy to concede to that version. You're saying that in the middle of a potentially career-ending debate for multiple people, according to the accusations that Dan and then me basically made, that KUIHMAN decides to run cover for these people by checking the chat logs to see what tool was linked. He sees that lol archiver thing. He Googles the lol archiver. He clicks the link, doesn't look at anything on the side, figures that, okay, I'm just going to show this to Dan because I think it's just for League of Legends stuff, messages Dan, sends him the link, while also telling Chud Logic that, like, look, it's just a lol thing. Like, these guys don't know, like, fucking whatever, right? And never bothers to check on anything. Doesn't bother to think, why would you be using a League of Legends name looker-upper when we're talking about a guy on Twitter? And doesn't look at, like, the fact that there's a smiley face at the end of this, even in the picture you've shown me. He just fucked all of that up, and it just so happened to be fucked up perfectly to defend his boys.
Well, it wasn't perfect.
Did it? It looked totally fucking retarded when the tide turns.
That would be the. It was immediately disproven.
Are we done looking at this? Can I
clearly not a perfect lie if it's easily verifiably false.
Well, why does he... So on the second part of the screenshot, why does he say, oh, sorry, it has Twitch too. It has Twitch, LOL, and Twitter. No, it's clearly made for lol. Did he not see the email and phone and database lookup? Is he literally just selectively
Well, presumably he's seen this other stuff there as well and realizing in real time that he's, like, self-raped.
Okay. And listen, if that's your version of the story, that KUIHMAN
That is
literally
literally
self-raped...
the only plausible way to read those DMs, in fact, is a self-raping in real time.
Okay. Why did Nicandros later say that it was just a joke?
Dan was correcting him at the time, but Dan redacts all of his fucking logs, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did Nicandros say when he posted that OSINT tool that it was just a joke?
Okay, we can move over from KUIHMAN to Nicandros.
Well, I
actually
just want to
don't
ask.
know.
Hold on.
I've tried to ask... Oh, go on.
I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
So you explain it like it's a very like complicated like process for him for this to like actually be like a mistake under our narrative, right? By emphasizing that he clicked on it. Are you like constipated, Dick? Are you okay? Right? By emphasizing that he clicked on it. By emphasizing that he clicked on it. My question for you is, or I guess I would ask. You totally fucked me up, Tim. I'm doing that like.
It's hard to keep track of this shit, right? You guys have it's a wild story, guys.
Get out what you need to get out, buddy.
That was so dramatic. Oh my god, Tim.
Well, get out what you need to get out, buddy. Okay, go ahead.
No, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, Aiden, it's your time to shine. Go ahead.
I fucking lost track of. I was distracted, man.
Fair enough.
I think there's nothing that's going to be able to be like pushed on this fucking debate topic. Destiny fucking hates KUIHMAN and thinks that he's like a lying rat, and so maybe honestly he thinks that KUIHMAN lied during this, but it's like going to be massively weighted by his bias about KUIHMAN being like a bad fucking person. So that's going to be it. Or Destiny's just fucking lying to be able to like smear KUIHMAN, and he thinks he's got him in like a little bit of a bind.
Did KUIHMAN come into that conversation afterwards and like scream racial slurs at me or whatever?
Problem?
Well, so then when you say that I think that KUIHMAN like fucking hates me and has a bias against me, doesn't it seem like that's probably true? That's probably a good read on my part, right?
I'm saying that you have a bias against KUIHMAN, and so you're assuming that he's fucking lying, or you're twisting it because he got something fucking wrong.
Well, sure, I could argue you have a biase towards KUIHMAN because you guys, I'm saying he's lying for a purpose to protect his friends. You're saying he's legitimately fucking mentally retarded.
No.
I think that he's like pretty fucking ignorant about this stuff. Yeah.
I don't think you need to be able to make.
I don't think he's retarded. I think he's like a smart enough guy. But yeah, made a mistake here.
Have you?
As it happens.
You've gotten like little facts wrong like all the time. You said the server was up for 2 years. You said it's like very possible to make little mistakes and to believe that
Aiden, that was 5D chess actually. He
No, can I actually?
Can I
ask Destiny that?
Yeah.
I am curious. Why have you said that this you have 2 years of logs from this server? Because I've been asked that question too, and I don't know the answer. Why have you said that there are 2 years of logs for this server?
Well, because I think that it's nice to keep your opponents guessing. I might
it's
fudge. Okay, I might.
So when you get it wrong, it's not a lie. It was on purpose, and it's 5D chess.
He was saying
Who
it's
buys
intentional log.
Let me know when I can.
Let me know when
I can explain. Okay, am I good?
No,
Go ahead. No, hold on. I am very curious.
I might fudge a detail or two for reasons, LOL, but it'll never be anything on the substance, right? So whether this server was up for 2 years, or whether it was up for about 6 months, or whether I'm talking about other servers that could be implicated in this, or whether I'm getting that fact wrong, what is a single thing that has changed about my underlying analysis by being slightly incorrect, or even substantially incorrect about the date of the server starting?
The difference not about your analysis, the difference about the message that you're presenting to an audience, right? If you say that it's like done in the last 8 months, what the fuck has happened to you in the last 8 months? What's happened in the last 2 years, Destiny? What does that encompass if you say that it's happened in the last 2 years? Is it really to throw people off? Why would you say that you've only got 4 months of logs and then you're going to bring up a fucking trap card 6 months ago? No? I'm saying if you're going to try and keep people on edge, wouldn't you go the other way? Your explanation makes absolutely no sense. It was clearly to be able to like sell a fucking narrative to your audience.
What narrative am I selling with the 2 years? What? Also, by the way, I'm asking if I already know what the answer is. But go ahead,
doxing, harassment, and so the hate is inorganic.
Okay.
It's been astroturfed. This is the reason people hate you. They're striking down everybody around you. All of the harassment that you've been complaining about, including your initial doxing narrative, why doxing was justified, that all comes from this server, if that's true. But
wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Actually, I don't actually know this. Or maybe I'm lying again. Is Saba sexual and him bragging about harassing the person in my court case, was that in the Snark server? I thought that was in Jstlk server.
Dude, you don't even fucking know. I thought you were posting on that as like an intentional conflation on Twitter. You don't actually know.
Can you make him answer that question?
The implication of me saying you don't know is, yes, that was in a different server.
It was in Jstlk server. So why would I claim that all of the harassment about me has come from the Snark server when I know the majority of it probably was from Jstlk server?
Crazy splinter server splits off where all of the doxing and harassment is happening. You can't find examples of doxing and harassment in Jstlk server, so far as I'm aware. But you've suddenly got this shadowy fucking Snark server.
I can just point to what my docs was posted on Kiwi Farms like a trillion times. My docs is in every other fucking court filing. Why would I need to invent a 2-year creation date on the Snark server in order to claim this is why I'm getting doxed? Or it doesn't make any sense.
Otherwise, got nothing to be able to attach it to, and just like
I would just attach it to.
Dumb.
Excuse me,
These
I
guys
just
are
said
playing dumb. They're playing footsie with filibustering behind the scenes.
It's okay.
Don't ask me for evidence though, because I've got none and I'm raped.
There's
gotcha.
No filibuster.
It is a filibuster when you're just saying random shit, right? I would just blame my docs on Jstlk and Kiwi Farms. That's what I was already doing.
Yeah, I know, but now you've got something to be able to attach it to. If you say it went back like 2 years, it's like an obviously intentional lie.
What do you mean? I already had something to attach it to.
Given to yourself rather than like KUIHMAN earlier. You're getting a detail intentionally wrong, and now you're saying, "Oh, I just wanted to throw people off."
The detail that I got wrong was not really important to any of the claims I'm making about what anybody has posted in this Snark server.
Well,
When you talk about
the worst complaints that you have about KUIHMAN, the worst complaints you have about Jstlk, and then the worst things that have happened to your career have all happened within the last 2 years, not within the last 8 months.
But the vast majority of these things have happened in Jstlk server. And I've said that. We've talked about
really?
that. Yes.
Pixie being encouraged to start a lawsuit, did that happen in Jstlk server?
No, but I think Jstlk played a decent part in
complained
funneling
about
information
all the
to
people
it.
around you being fucking doxxed, which is bad, by the way. Did that happen in Jstlk server?
A lot of that was on Kiwi Farms. It's posted on Kiwi Farms.
Yes, exactly. There you are. So you're talking about all of the bad things going on that justifies your reverse doxing. That happens on Kiwi Farms.
Hold on,
but
whoa. You just
they're playing
pivoted to a
footsie in the background.
totally different thing. When I was quote unquote, when I'm doxing people,
about KUIHMAN and Jstlk
hold on.
over the last 2 years.
For when I'm doxing people, how many of the justifications that I've given for these doxes have had anything to do with the Snark servers?
Well, you've only just found out about it, so none.
So you're saying that I lied when I justified them in the past? And now I want to tell my audience, actually, guys, no. It's not clear. It's an incredibly convoluted storyline because you guys have invented it.
I'm talking about the harassment that you've claimed is coming from Jstlk.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the harassment that you've claimed is coming from KUIHMAN because they're playing footsie with Kiwi farmers, and now you've got this crazy fucking Snark server. Oh, fuck.
We don't even
Does it
need
go back
to-
2 years? No, only goes back 8 months. Fuck it. I'll tell people it's 2 years.
It doesn't really matter though, because most of the harassment that I've gotten and most of the harassment that I've pointed out to and most of the harassment that I've posted logs of has all come from Jstlk's community. I've never needed another Snark server to point this out at. I just thought it was really funny to see it was connected to even more people that I didn't know about in the past.
You've never attempted to point to everything. You've said when people are denying it, they're just playing dumb. And now
Wait,
I gotta ask, hold on,
you claim all this doxing happens.
Just real quick. Dan wants to join. Is that okay?
Wait, give me like 3 minutes and then we can, right? So,
well, I'm asking them specifically.
Oh, sorry.
If they're not comfortable with Dan.
Yeah, I'm fine talking to Dan. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, so Dan, in about 3 minutes, we'll drag you in.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
So I don't need the Snark server. Like, if I could push a button to delete one or the other, I would go for Jstlk server every fucking time. I don't think anybody in my fan base. Just curious. You guys are saying that this is a narrative that I'm selling my audience. Is there a single post? Not even like a whole post, a single comment reply in my subreddit where somebody's like, oh my God, this explains all the harassment from Destiny. It's been these guys for 2 years or whatever. Everybody that I've talked about is...
How can you prove this was the implication that I was going to give? Have you read all of my Reddit posts?
Well, I'm just curious where this story's coming from
What
because
kind of
everybody
evidence
in
are you trying
my...
to ask for this fucking claim?
Literally any evidence at all.
I'm not even. We don't
exactly.
Even
Yeah.
to,
Like everybody knows my
I just
my
gave
beef.
the fucking evidence. I gave your statements that you've given before, the narratives you've given before. You can't substantiate the stuff with Jstlk server because it's all open. Anyone can go and check it.
I've substantiated every complaint I've made.
Snark server existed 2 years ago.
The biggest complaint. Wait. The biggest complaint I've had about Jstlk server. The biggest complaint I've had about Jstlk server was they're reaching out to and harassing Rose. Right. That's my biggest complaint. I've never said anything about the Snark server related to that. Right.
I gotta confess, I'm not sure what's being talked about anymore because you guys are talking about.
I'm sorry. Wait. Let me. I can do this in 2 seconds. It's gonna take forever. Their new claim is because I got the time wrong on this on the fucking whatever server, the thing, Ethan, Destiny, whatever, that because I got the date wrong on when this was created, I wasn't doing that by mistake or through 5D chess.
No,
what I was
that's
actually
not my
doing,
claim.
what I was actually doing was I was trying to put it back 2 years so that I can retroactively say, guys, look, the lawsuit and everything bad that's happened to me, every single bad thing that's happened to me is all because of this server, guys. And that's why I said it started 2 years ago, despite the fact that we all know that I could never prove that because it didn't start 2 years ago. So I wouldn't have a single log to substantiate that.
Yeah,
all of the guys would refuse that.
KUIHMAN got the details wrong about the law archiver, so you could just like immediately pull it up and like.
But the
prove him
detail
wrong
on the
and
law
verify that he
archiver
lied.
thing was a substantively bad mistake to make. That was the substance we were talking about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the Snark servers existed for 6 months or 10 years. That's not relevant to any of the things we're talking about.
Okay, here's the question to ask Destiny.
Okay, I want to let Aiden. I want to let Aiden because Aiden's been trying to get.
I mean, this was my line of argumentation, but okay.
No, please. He needs a chance to talk, man. Please.
Well, Aiden just hasn't had a lot of time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Sorry. Where we were was I was saying that you don't need to like it doesn't in regards to him getting it like substantively wrong. He didn't need to. If he immediately can, why would he lie about something that can be easily disproven immediately?
Because he didn't know that Dan had the tool himself, that he could look it up. He probably was trying to be more general and vague about it, and was hoping that Chud wouldn't bring it up on stream.
But the site is public facing. It's a public facing
yeah,
site.
but maybe he was hoping Dan was just getting a redacted version of the page and didn't actually know to look it up.
Well, he's sending him a link that Dan could click and see the actual version of the site on, no?
Yeah, but at that point, it's impossible to explain with just pure retardation or anything, right? Because it literally
It's
says...
impossible to... No, because it doesn't make sense. The explanation that it was a mistake is more fitting than that it was a lie. This is coupled with the fact that it is so easily verifiably false. He'd probably... If he was to lie, he'd probably lie about something...
Wouldn't that work in reverse for your accusation against
I'm not
Destiny?
accusing
You
him
can
of lying.
easily verify. Hold on,
we didn't even...
Please. I haven't got a lot of chance. But doesn't that work in reverse, that you can easily verify that Snark server didn't exist for 2 years? So why would he lie about it if it's easily disproven?
He doesn't... No, I agree. Wick. We're in agreement. I'm not even arguing that he lied. I'm saying he provides so much additional charity to himself in comparison to when he's talking about someone he doesn't like. Malice is inserted, but with him, it's actually just like a 5D chess move.
Well, because I've already explained this. I'll explain one more time. The mistake that I made doesn't matter. It doesn't affect any of my underlying claims. That server could be alive for 1 month or 10 years, and it doesn't change anything. You guys have invented this narrative.
You can't lie about the smaller details.
Hold on. You guys have invented this narrative that I'm trying to use this 2-year window to, and I saw Jstlk workshopping this in real time, trying to use this 2-year window to say every bad thing that happened to me is because of the server, despite the fact that most of my logs that I posted and everything have been from Jstlk server, not this other server. I don't need this to be alive for at all, actually. It doesn't really affect anything.
Well, you don't have the logs either.
From Jstlk server? I absolutely do. I've showed them before about them harassing Rose over and over again.
Jstlk server is like totally fucking
Sure, I don't care. Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't matter if it's 2 years or 6 months. But Jstlk lying, or I'm sorry, KUIHMAN lying about that tool, that was substantive to the debate. Whether or not it was an actual archiver of just League of Legends names or whether it was a doxing tool is a big deal. And you're trying to say maybe he was wrong. How is it that he's seeing on the site it's a Twitch tool, it's a Twitter tool, like, oh, it's like just for these things. Even after he saw what it was, he was still trying to sell it to Dan. Are you saying he was really just that retarded? His eyes skipped the words?
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting that you're looping it constantly back to the fucking KUIHMAN line stuff. But again, okay, so
because KUIHMAN was inserting himself into the debate to defend these guys. Yeah, it's relevant.
Can I speak? What?
Are we ready for Dan, by the way? Are we ready for Dan?
You can dump Dan in a bit, yeah. I mean, just go for it now. Okay. But the question that I'm asking you is, why would you say that it was 2 years old instead of 6 months? What mistakes were you hoping for people to make based on how much you knew?
I give you the honest answer, but you're not going to believe me. The honest answer is I just don't know. I don't remember. I didn't remember the first fucking day. You're assuming that I was in here on day 1, and you're assuming that I have access to the entire server's logs.
How long has Dan been getting logs from?
Most of the shit that I post, you can go back through my VODs. I know that I don't know how much you watch versus how much you just see from the Substance guy or whatever, but like most of the stuff that I talk about, or almost everything I talk about, has been from Jstlk server. The people that send me logs are from Jstlk server.
That's not exactly true. You're talking about people playing footsie with Kiwi Farms in private, and people are playing dumb if they try and deny it.
Yes, from Jstlk server. That's from Jstlk server.
That's talking about Jstlk's server.
That's
not talking about the very spicy chat guys.
The very first doxing I did was in response to Kelly Jean cross-posting shit about my ex-girlfriend from Lolcow into Jstlk server. Yes. My whole issue with Jacob and Zoe was the fact that Blav doxed them from Kiwi Farms, and then they came back 2 months later and they started reposting a bunch of rumors from the Kiwi Farms server. Yeah, of course. Yes.
And so your justification for doxing KUIHMAN was what? I thought that he was playing with Kiwi Farms in private, playing footsie with Kiwi Farms in private.
Nice pivot, by the way. So, do you admit then that this 2-year talking point has nothing to do with anything, right? The 2-year.
You're trying to claim right now.
Now we pivot. Now we pivot. You got completely obliviated on that point.
This is exactly addressing your claim, by the way. You can try and talk over it.
Okay.
The only harassment that you've complained about is coming from Jstlk server. That's absolutely not true.
I never said the only.
KUIHMAN is over the fact that you're claiming that these content creators are engaged in footsie with Kiwi Farms. It's not even about Jstlk server. It's about stuff they're doing in private.
Hold on, wait a second. I just want to make sure I understand this crystal clear.
You're
saying that I attempted to dox KUIHMAN over him being involved in the Snark server?
No, that's pretty clearly not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the kinds of harassment that you're describing. Part of what you're complaining about, or have complained about, is the Jstlk server. Part of what you complained about is people playing with Kiwi Farms in private, hence doxing KUIHMAN. Please tell me I did not just cut out.
You did for a microsecond, but we got it. Like I don't understand what the point... Yes, I don't like the fact that these guys are reposting stuff and playing footsies with Kiwi Farms, yes. What does that have to do with any of the claims we made earlier?
So what did KUIHMAN do in Jstlk server?
I don't know, I'd have to go back and check. When did
Can I ask? I'd like to.
Wasn't this literally? Wait, real quick. Wasn't this like a year and a half ago that I even doxed him?
Wait, Dan.
Okay, no, stop. No, no. This is over. We're reframing this. Let's just get down to fucking brass tacks on it. Let's start at the beginning. Are you saying that this server that you were vetting who came in there, Not you, Aiden, because you were in there for like a month before you got banned. But Dickers, is that your
Aiden's the one who
assumption?
made that claim.
Okay. I'm asking. So you guys are doing a good job of vetting who gets in there, right?
I'm not
you
part of the fucking moderation team, no.
Okay, so you don't want to answer that question now? Because before you said that you did do a lot of vetting. So now you don't?
I didn't. Aiden made
Okay,
the
you
claim
don't.
down.
So you let
Fucking
anyone
well.
in, right? So anyone can get in.
He said it was a lot of vetting, but not a lot of heavy vetting or cautious vetting or whatever. They were doing uncautious
cautious
vetting.
vetting. So you wouldn't let someone, you certainly wouldn't let someone in there. Do you think you would let someone in there that's like a known, notorious videos on them doxer? Would one of those people be in that server?
I told you, I don't have the invite link.
You don't know. You don't know. You have no idea. You can't. You've never talked to a person like that either, right?
I've never spoken to a person like what?
Like, I feel like you're stumbling a little bit here. Do you need me more clear on what's going on?
Dan, can I take a wild guess? You found like
No.
someone in the server whose cousin doxed someone 6 years ago, and you're going to claim that we knew about it, and therefore that makes it like a doxing server?
Well, it could be someone that's so notorious when you Google their name, all that comes up is them doxing people. Who do you
Can
think
you
I'm
just
talking
say
about?
who it is instead of the
Why don't you say who it is? Because it sounds like you didn't want to say who it was before.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
You have no idea.
I literally have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh. Well, I guess that's just one
I
more.
swear, I have no idea who the fuck you're talking.
To
You
be
literally
clear, I
said
don't
this over
have
month.
any idea who you're talking about either. So
Okay. No. This is good because there needs to be more of this for the end. I was gonna say right now,
Who are you
but I
talking
think.
about?
Ooh. You don't know who this could be? You don't know who
I
is in this
just said
story?
like 2 times. I don't know. Just say.
Well,
who it
Aiden,
is.
I wouldn't expect you to know. You were in there for like a week before you got banned.
so
That's
can you
fine.
just
But for
inform me
Dickers,
who
he
it
knows. Dickers knows. Dickers, why are you acting like you don't
my
know?
shit is fucked.
No,
He's
Dickers,
freezing
no,
up.
it's not fucked. You know what's going on. Come on,
He
Dickers.
hit the lag switch. Oh no.
My OBS is showing 0 up right now.
Dickers,
Okay,
where are you
talking
going?
about
Come
Salvo.
back. Oh,
You're
who
not
was
actually hearing me
that?
right now. Okay. Was it Salvo Pancakes? Is that what you're talking
Who's
about?
that guy? Who's that guy? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Salvo Pancakes is a guy within commentary who I think like 2 or 3 years ago doxed his phone number on a stream. That's who Salvo is. And that's why his YouTube got
He's
taken
not like
down.
known for that or anything though, right?
That's one of the most notorious things that he did. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, by the way, was there recently something where someone wanted to invite someone to the server? What were the requirements of that person to get in? I think there was 2 things,
I've
but I
already
just
told
want to
you.
be sure.
I've already
What was
told
it?
you. I'm not
Yeah,
a
what
fucking
was it?
moderator. I don't know about
Okay,
any
yeah, but I know, but
stuff
we're
like
defending the
Aiden's
server right now. Like, you know, all you guys want to go all and talk about Destiny and all this shit over the years. That's
I'm
been
talking about
litigated
the
for a
claims that
fucking
have
year.
been made.
No, we're not
I'm
talking about
talking
that. We're talking about the
claims that have been
server.
made there.
I want to know when someone wanted to invite someone else to the server, what did they say were the 2 requirements?
Dan,
What do you think they would be?
What did you just say?
Okay, well, guess. What do you think the 2 requirements might be?
I don't fucking know. You love
Really?
Hassan.
I know you don't know.
Wait, I just want to wait. Also, real quick, I want to put a pin, or just real quick, I just want to point this out. Okay.
What? No,
Wait,
fuck
no,
you.
Dan,
You've had
keep
the whole
going. No,
time. Shut the fuck
no,
up.
Dan, you
No,
keep going. Stop. Shut the fuck up.
Let
Dan,
Destiny
keep doing it.
go.
But I just want
Come
to point in, okay? Jstlk and KUIHMAN wouldn't come in to defend this. So Aiden, who was in that server for 1 week, and Dickers, who knows nothing about the moderation, these are the people who've been defending for an hour and a half that this is a super secure server that is so locked down and private that it wouldn't matter if people posted doxing tools there because nobody would ever use them in a bad manner. So go ahead. That's Dan, continue.
I said that it was inappropriate, to be fair. That's a
reiterate-
complete
I just wanna
mischaracterization about what I said.
Jstlk and KUIHMAN.
Wait, you
are
said it was
invited
inappropriate
to the
before or
stream.
after
They
that was
can
publicly
jump in
outed?
anytime they like.
If I'd have seen it at the time, I would have said that it was inappropriate.
Oh, okay, so after. So that doesn't count. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
It
Okay,
doesn't
so
count.
yeah, what do you
when I
think?
was made aware of it and when I knew about it, that's when I said it. Is
All
that
right,
not fair?
Dickers, what do you think the 2 requirements for this server that's a clipping Discord?
Dan,
What
you can keep asking this rhetorically.
Hey,
As if I'm trying to
I
avoid the
understand
question.
because I
I'm
know
telling you, I do not know.
You're not a moderator. Did I say what is specifically the requirements, or what did you think the requirements might be? If someone said, "Hey, I want to invite someone," what do you think someone might say in chat of the requirements?
I don't know.
You fucking retard! I know you don't know. That's why I said, "What do you think?" Okay? Do you understand, Dickers? Not
I
what do
don't
you know.
You're
What do you
asking
fucking?
like 2 specific
Is this
requirements.
trivia?
I'm not able to,
Do you
like, give
understand what a
5.
hypothetical
I'm
question
not
is?
sure.
right now?
You're not
Like,
in
can you
Icy
just
Chat.
say-
You're not a friend of Aiden.
Oh, I know.
Just
Wait. I know
reply
what's
with
happening
that.
right now. You guys are scared to answer because you don't know what people said the requirements. So everyone's waiting for someone to teach you what they said.
You're totally
don't
right.
know the
I
fucking
agree.
requirements.
150%. I unironically don't know.
Okay, could it be that they have to hate Destiny, Ethan, and Israel? Would that be something that was said?
Could have been, totally.
Is this
Oh, could have been. That's weird. That's weird for a clipping Discord to have that requirement, right? Wouldn't you say?
Well, it's
kind of a
I'm pretty
weird
sure it's
requirement.
people that are like clipping to disseminate like given narratives. And I don't think there's anything wrong with like clipping narratives so long as you can defend them.
Oh,
right?
a clipping narrative. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
So this
I don't
is
think there's
this
anything wrong with
what
that.
type? What type of wacky clip in Discord is this, where you have those types of rules when you come in there? That's kind of a fun Discord,
here's the
huh?
question, Dan.
One that's
okay, here's
focused
the
on, like,
question.
clipping
do not
people who
do I
cover
not have a
specific topics?
reputation in that Discord of somebody who loves Israel? Actually,
say that again.
Do I not have the reputation in that Discord as somebody who loves Israel?
I think that your reputation is someone that is constantly on the outs, constantly, when I look at the logs, people trying to say, why is this fucker in here? He's probably the one that leaked, let's ban him. And you're desperate to prove yourself to the other people in there to stay in there. That's my thinking of what's going on. Like, you're the weakest link. They all want to fucking remove you constantly. I look at the logs and all it is like, why are we not banning Dickers?
Why
Yes,
is that?
yes.
Why is that? Because we have different takes on Israel.
Because you are like the abused animal that's in there. I don't know. Like you're the. I don't know. I mean, you're giving my honest thing.
I've said several times on stream, I'm the primary victim of that server. Ethan Klein's got nothing to complain about. All right.
Okay,
But
gotcha,
am I
gotcha.
predominantly known as a lover of Israel in that server, Dan? Or do you think that might have been a joke from Kosher Kathy?
Okay. Speaking of kosher stuff that we're talking about, how do you feel about the server in general?
Answer that question,
Yeah,
Dan.
can you answer his question, Dan?
Sorry. Be more specific. I want to make sure I answer correctly. The pause isn't helping.
Okay,
I didn't.
you
I'm
want to
old. I
repeat
didn't
it?
quite remember. Just
Well,
say it
no.
again.
Yeah,
What's the question?
repeat your question. I'll make him answer it. Repeat your question.
Frames on OBS, but that's fine. So the question is, since I am known as a predominant Israel lover, do you think that might have been a joke? Or do you think that is a serious component? And if somebody shows any love for the Jewish people, they'll be banned?
What do you think, Dan?
I think that for the most part, if you have any I think for sure. I would say if you have any pro views there, that they would want to get rid of you for sure. Yeah, but you in particular, they also didn't like. So it's kind of a mix of both things. I don't know your specific views on Israel, but if you're asking if it's a server specifically set up to try and destroy anyone that's against that narrative, that's true. It is. It's like a little splinter cell that's set up specifically to do it. There isn't any standards in there. I would say it's a joke, but like if you're allowing people that dox and things like that in there, then I would say there isn't like any hard rules. It's just like, all kind of, we play the hand as we're dealt it. That would be my thinking of it. Do you disagree with that?
Ooh, his thing cut off. Uh-oh.
I just left to be able to fucking fix my shit.
Oh no.
Plugged in. I didn't even know what the fucking rules of the server are.
Mossad is a
And now we don't know what the rules of the server are. We went from vetted server with very few people that all had huge reputations to protect.
If you're asking me the exact rules of the server to be able to enumerate them,
I want to get into something else. Wait, stop.
It's going to be fucking moderated.
I want to move on to something I think is very important. Dickers and Aiden, how would you feel under any circumstances if I was to do something where I was to get a group of people together, let's say in one of my Discords, like the Anything Else Discord, and I was to say, listen, step by step, we're going to be reporting Aiden after this is done. We're going all in. I don't fucking like this guy. He crossed a line. He did X to, whatever. He crossed a line. How would you feel about that? You think that's okay?
I'd be a little disappointed.
Ooh, a little disappointed. Okay, sounds like I can do it then. So if you're okay, if just a little disappointed,
Well, that wouldn't be nice. Why would you?
Would you still hang out with me? If I did that, would you still hang out with me afterwards?
If you said sorry.
Really? So okay.
Probably.
So okay.
Sorry?
Hold on.
Aiden
hold
just
on.
wants friends, man.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not-
So I want to be on the same page because this might happen then. If all it takes is I have to say sorry when I'm done. So Dickers, what about you? So me and you, we're chill. So what about after this? If we do a little organizing of someone we don't like to deplatform them, get their channel deplatformed. What do you think? You want to hang out with me after?
I would understand you not being friends with that person, Dan.
No. I didn't ask you that. I said, do you want to hang out with me afterwards? Because I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and deplatform someone's channel. No, you wouldn't hang out with someone after that?
Well, no, I said I wouldn't be friends with you. I wouldn't hang out with you after that.
Would you talk with me? Would you be in a Discord with me?
I think being in the same Discord server as somebody, I mean, I wouldn't
Would you
really
talk to
give a
them?
fuck about that.
In the chat? Be like, hey, what's up, dude?
If
Yeah.
fucking Destiny Discord server. If you done that shit, I wouldn't really care to leave the Destiny Discord server.
Okay, but would you chat with me in chat? Would be like homies,
We wouldn't be friendly, no.
No, you wouldn't be friendly. So it's kind of weird that you're so buds with Jstlk, right? Both you and Aiden, because he kind of did that exact specific thing, right?
I'm buds with Jstlk. I fucking hated this guy, Dan.
Okay, well then, hey, listen, if you hate him, that's fine. What about you, Dickers? You hanging out
What
with
about
him?
me?
You in there? Are you chatting with him?
I am.
Because you know he did that, right?
What's the claim?
Specifically,
He was
step by step,
reporting me?
to go and
You're saying
remove someone's
Jstlk,
moderation.
You found logs
Not
where he's
moderation,
reporting
revenue.
me.
No,
Well, I'm saying-
he's saying that Jstlk, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but you're saying that this Jstlk organized the mass reporting of other people.
He did, step by step. And I understand that Destiny and Jstlk are in a holy war, but you guys, you have standards. You don't do that shit. You're different, okay? You have morals. Yeah? Okay, well, he did that. In the server, you guys watched it, you let it go fuck by. So let me ask you, why should that not be done to you? In like a Destiny Discord, for instance. I'm not saying it wouldn't.
Actions?
Okay, but you're hanging out. You're kind of implicitly saying it's okay because you're still interacting with Jstlk, right?
What is this guilt? We're doing
Yeah,
guilt by
it-
association.
It is.
Dan,
Yes, it
Dan,
is
Dan,
guilt
Dan.
by
Dan.
association. Yes, because you guys
Guilt
love
by
doing that all the
association.
time.
Didn't we just watch Jstlk read logs from my chat to attack Hutch with for 6 hours on his stream yesterday?
Oh no, we're doing guilt by association. You're in a private Discord with a guy who
Wait,
in that private Discord.
The complaint that
you
people
not
are.
wanna-
It's the exact
so you're
same
still
thing
in
that
there with
I'm
him.
saying. I think actually. Wait, hold on.
I just want to know,
Hold on,
Dickers.
Dan, please stop. Not Beckett.
Dude, come
Dickers.
on.
No, I'm promise. I'm not doing it on purpose.
Wait, was
Dickers,
Lav? Hold on,
everyone-
wait. I'm just checking real quick because I don't know. Wait, was Lav in this
What I'm-
Discord? There's
what
no
I'm
way
saying
Lav.
is-
There's no way Lav was in that Discord, right?
I believe she may have been.
Wait.
I
The
could go
person who's
check if you
made
want.
false rape accusations against multiple people has posted revenge porn of people on. She was in the vetted server.
The moral frogging over fucking people in Discord
No,
servers now.
you were moral frogging.
full of
You were moral frogging, motherfucker, not me. You were. I posted
What
on my
about
name
people
in
who
my
were
chat.
in Discord members?
Oh,
People who
now
were
there's
in
no
Discords.
standards. This is how long it took. How many hours do we
Wait,
have to have
what?
this
When did I-
conversation?
for a
Just
standard?
Wick. So it's 2
Destiny.
hours in, and now we've
Destiny.
dropped.
When
Listen,
did I ever utter a standard?
I would be so great if we just started here. Just say that. Own it. Just say, yeah, we got a server. We're reporting you motherfuckers. We're spamming clips. And yeah, you know what? We might like a docs or whatever the fuck. And just say that and just own it. And then we can just have like the fucking war.
Be based. That's it.
Be based.
Ask us.
Be
Ask
super
me right
based.
now.
Yes.
Ask me, motherfucker.
Hold on.
Ask us.
Let
Damn it.
We ain't like you.
Hold
You
on,
a bunch of
please, Dan,
pussy ass
stop.
bitches.
No.
Dan, stop.
Reporting?
Dan, stop.
No.
Dan, stop. Let Dickers respond. Dickers, please.
So I'm yet to see any evidence that Jstlk was doing this in the server, okay? But still, that's an association thing. I'm fine being in a fucking Discord server with him. Him and Steven have got a fucking a fight to the death that's going on, where Steven is like doxing a shit ton of his fucking Discord members. I'm just fucking staying out.
Wait, hold on,
of
wait.
that,
You said
okay?
you're staying
I'm
out of
not
it, and it's me and
getting
Jstlk.
involved,
Wait,
but I'm not
didn't-
reporting anybody.
Wait, didn't Aiden like yesterday make some huge impassioned call that the entire community needs to come together and align against like me and Dan and Ethan?
Yes, I did. I said that. Yeah.
Okay, and wasn't KUIHMAN messaging ChudLogic talking points to defend this server that ChudLogic's not even a part of, and that was implicating bad behavior of Shamu and the fucking Nido King dude or whatever the fuck? So when you say it doesn't seem like we're all working together, or it doesn't seem like we're all against you, you understand it kind of gives the opposite
Me calling
impression,
that
right?
came after the
What?
fact.
Who said
came
that?
Afterwards.
Oh, maybe Aiden did.
Who said what?
I was saying that came after the fact. I actually didn't.
Am I included in this holy war that you guys are?
Yes, you are. Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying that. Dickers, is Wick involved in this holy war?
I'm not involved in the holy war.
I didn't ask you.
honest, you
Dickers,
cunt.
you little pussy ass bitch. I asked you a straight fucking question. Is Wick involved in the holy war?
I don't think so. I don't think Wick's doing any of the fucking.
If you don't
doxing
fucking
like that, is he?
take a
Okay,
real
he
stand.
said. Yeah, he said he's not. Okay, is Wick getting
Okay.
burned in the holy war right now?
I don't
Am I a
believe so.
target?
I'm
Am
fine
I a
being on a
target
fucking
of
Wick
them?
panel.
No, I'm not asking you specifically. I'm not asking.
You're
if
asking me
you're
about a holy
specifically
war that
targeting
I'm
me.
not even
saying,
participating in.
Is this Discord targeting
No.
me?
Ask a more specific question.
Sure.
Is Wick
Yes.
getting
Are these
report-
communities targeting me because of this? Because of this holy war you guys got going on?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We're
Wait,
talking
wait,
about,
wait.
We're talking about doxing. We're talking about doxing and we're talking about reports. I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
I found out about the fucking Destiny stuff like 2 days ago. So.
And you're in here defending it? That's kind of crazy. But so then, just to be
You
clear,
brought it up.
It's your
just so we can be clear.
Okay.
No,
So
you guys are the ones that
I
showed up
just
to
want to make
defend this
sure
shit.
that you're okay with it.
Yeah, I just
You're
to be clear,
yes,
there is
yes,
no holy
because-
war that Wick is involved in.
Okay,
Nothing
that's
bad about
great.
Wick is
I'm
happening
glad
in
that
these
you're okay with
spaces.
it.
They're not talking about him or anything related to him like that. You're pretty confident of that. You're in the server now. You know that hasn't been there, and you're confident stating that, even though you also sometimes don't know what's being posted in there.
I'm
and
not confident on anything. You're making.
I'm asking
you guys
Dickers.
were making.
It should be easy. You could just say, I can
Wait,
say,
ask
am
the
I
question
DG
again. I
chat?
thought you were
I can say
asking
pretty confidently. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So I was saying. I was like. I can't.
He was asking.
You know,
Dickers.
let me just be for real for you, Aiden and Dickers. be careful with what you're saying right now, because you're going to lose all credibility and look like a fucking retard when all this shit drops. So just be real. Just be out there and stop defending a guy that was doing mass reporting. You're going to look a fucking autistic to a level that's unbelievable. They're going to cut together you right now. They are going to cut together clips of you talking right now saying, I have no idea. I've never seen that, with actual clips of you being like, yeah, let's do that shit. Just be fucking honest, you dumb fuck, before you get dragged down with these retards. Let me listen to me, Aiden and Dickers. Listen to me, you guys. There are people that are fucking molested.
Dan, stop. I just want to be very clear. Aiden and Dickers, it's okay if you guys don't like me and are targeting me and things like that. I won't like kick you off or ban you or anything, but I would like an honest answer. If these
I, in all honesty, had no fucking clue. Like, I heard your name
with
briefly,
like
but I didn't really know any of your like lore or anything about you, like up until a few days ago.
Okay.
Here's all I want. I want you guys to have some fucking standards. That's always been my issue. All this shit about me and all this shit about Destiny, it's been litigated over a fucking year. You know what? Yes, we are those people. We are. But we have a line, okay? If people fuck with us, we fuck back. That's it. That's just a fact, okay? The difference is that we don't lie about it, being in a fucking private server, acting like we're better, and then doing the same fucking thing. And that's what's happening here. Jstlk is doing that shit. Shamu is doing that fucking shit, okay? That's just a fact. Now, if you want to fucking support Jstlk, then I'm going to fucking hang your ass on the same goddamn line of what he's doing. Because he's out there saying, I want to remove this creator's specific revenue. Everyone come out, let's report this. And either you're going to fucking co-sign that shit and stand with him today, or you're going to back the fuck off. But you're going to have to do one or the other. Because if you stand with him and you keep fucking, oh, I'm a homie, I'm in the Discord with him, then you're the fucking same fair game that he fucking is on that shit. And it comes your way. So which is it, motherfucker? Are you all in with reporting or not?
I don't agree with Dan.
Okay, then you, yes, it is. You love that game.
Just so we're clear.
That's a terrible standard to hold, by the way. Because this is the same reason that I have been.
It's their standard, Wick. It's their standard.
How is it my standard?
Can you establish a violation of our standards that occurred in the server? Like you guys.
No, Aiden.
What?
Aiden, standard that somebody else is fair game because they have some kind of association for reporting, for doxing, for this kind of like militia.
Oh, so like collective punishment. Got like I
no, I answer.
Answer if you fucking internet stop cutting off.
Your internet's being shitty.
But so Dan, do you believe that responses should be proportionate to what the individual themselves voluntarily decided to do?
I think you guys should shut the fuck up about any type of association with this person knows this person if you're doing this in your server. And maybe you should shut the fuck up on it forever. That's what you should do.
Say that again without avoiding my question. That'd be like really cool if you could just fucking answer the question.
I don't have the same standards you do. I'm not a liar.
So you're too
hold on, I'm not a liar.
Question?
You guys act like you have moral superiority. I know. I'm looking under the sheets. You're scum. Aiden, you're fucking scum, and so is fucking Dickers, and so are the peoples in the server. Yeah, you are, because you say that you're better than me, and you're not better than me. And it'll all come fucking out, and then you'll have to fucking scramble. Because you're sitting there sucking Jstlk's dick right now after he's doing a mass reporting campaign. Why should people not do the same thing to you right now? Right now. Right now, why should people not do the same thing to you? And to Dickers, why not? If you're going to keep in there and sucking his dick.
Because I'm not doing it back.
Oh, like really? But you're just in there kind of, you're also like, yeah, I'm in the server where they're fucking reporting this guy. That's great.
I was in there for like, you literally said to me.
I want to know if it's okay or not. I want to know if it's okay or not, because you're still in there today, right? So you're in there right now.
No, he's banned from the server.
You literally admitted that I got kicked out. I was only in there like for a brief
he's banned from the server. At least that's what he said.
That's kind of funny. Okay, well, then you're not in there today. That's good. So you don't like Jstlk. You don't fuck with him then, huh?
Well, I didn't up until 2 days ago, where because
was that when it came out that he was sending CSAM, like from the guy that like we have that confirmed? Has by the way, has anyone told Willie Mac to like contact the RCMP on that? Because that's like Jstlk admitting that himself, right?
I'm just not.
Like, are you cool with this guy? I just want to know. Like, are you cool with the guy sending CSAM and then calling to like deplatform people or no?
No, if you can demonstrate.
That's in his own. Yeah, that's on Twitter. That's on Twitter. It's demonstrated. Go fucking look. Open your fucking eyes. Okay. And it seems like all you guys are like intentionally hiding this, and you're like, oh, what's going on? What's going on? I'm here. I'm in fucking New York, taking time off my day to do this shit, and it's fucking pissing me off. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You guys are all rallying behind a guy that is legitimately admitted that he has sent, not received, sent CSAM. That's SN. Or that's funny. That's Jstlk. That's Jstlk. He fucking sent that shit, and he's on 4K sending that. Okay?
Wow.
That's done. Send it to the RCMP. Go ahead.
Sucks for that guy. I mean, I don't know. What
Well, yeah, I
like-
mean, it kind of does. The people in the chat, right?
Yeah, but I feel like you're talking to me as if I'm Jstlk right now. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's admitted that he's done it, right? And then on top of that, he's doing deplatforming campaigns, right? And he's in a server where there's like known doxers and liars like Lav, and there is Salvo Pancakes, and there's actual dox schools being said.
Of that, I'm a
and
justifiable
by the way,
target
how's the
somehow?
anti-Semitism in that server? How do you feel about that anti-Semitism, right?
Me?
Yeah. How do you feel about it in that server when you were in there for the short period of time?
I mean, I've only really faced anti-Semitism from, I've only really.
No, I'm
faced
not saying if you faced it. How do you feel? Like, is Zogged used a lot? Like Zogged, and like, is there any shit, like any messages about the Holocaust, and like actual real, like, discussion of like, go on.
I don't know of any Holocaust deniers like in my space. I've debated some in the past. I
have to wait for it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a lot I've never heard about this before until now.
Well, who's
what's funny is
wait, Dan, just tell me who's denying the Holocaust?
You can just do a search in the messages and see what's going on.
You admitted for the 5th fucking time, by the way, Dan. So don't tell me that I need to open my eyes. For the 5th time,
you're banned.
You admitted I wasn't in there. So I'm gonna ask you.
Well, you were
again.
for a short period of time. No, you want me to say right now?
Dan, you
gotta
have the
wait.
logs. How many messages did I type in there?
Well, I'm on vacation right now, so I have no idea.
I typed like hi, like what's up. That's like my only messages in there.
Guilt by association.
Real quick, Aiden, you put out a whole call for the entire commentary community to come together to fight against us based on the horrible accusations we made. And this is about a server that now, over the course of the past 2 hours, you've admitted to knowing next to nothing about. Why the fuck would you do that? Did somebody tell you to?
Because I'll tell you exactly why. So I watched you guys make a claim about the server and lay out why you thought what you thought. When I saw your rationale, I believed that the evidence didn't substantiate the descriptive claim of doxing. Therefore, I didn't believe that you were right. Therefore, and I still don't believe you're right. And that's why I called for that, right? I also believe there are like a ton of like lies being disseminated right now. I mean, you've admitted yourself to like just like retweeting shit on Chud just because like it.
Hey! You know what? This is not like about.
Yeah,
us.
this isn't about.
This is-
So
we-
if I
it's
were to
been
call,
years about us. It's about you guys.
if I were to he finished. So if I were to say that there's a new streamer on Twitch and his name is Jstlk, and I was like, that guy's a pedophile, and I think that because one time he giggled at like an 8th grader or whatever, and you were to see that, and you're like, well, I think that's evident. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit claim. Your next step would be to say, we need to rally the entire commentary community to defend this guy being accused of being a pedophile because I'm not happy with Destiny's
Yes,
evidence.
if you're calling him a pedophile over that, somebody with your platform, yes, we
You
need
would
everybody
rally
to
the
come together, 'cause
entire
you'd be smearing some
community.
guy.
You wouldn't be worried.
Yes.
You wouldn't do the basic level of research to say, maybe I should dig into this a little bit before I
If I
stake
looked
my
at-
entire
well, okay,
reputation
okay.
behind it.
Okay, so it's like if I talk to the guy that's alleging that he's a pedo and he has the opportunity to lay it out, and supposedly he's had a mole in this 1-year-long server for 2 years, right? So he should have everything. When he lays out his argument, he just brings up that he giggled at an 8-year-old. When I hear that guy lay out his argument, I think there's nothing to this. This guy's being smeared as a pedo, and of course I'm going to rally people together to defend him over that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. Fine. So then if I were to ask Dickers, is he still here?
I don't know.
Dickers, hello.
Motherfucker. But I knew this shit, like, unbelievable.
Tech issues. Hopefully he'll be back. And
Let's say that you were to find out on these servers that they were
Wait,
posting.
you can hear me now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Dickers.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
If
This is why you don't hold.
You just skip me for a moment.
Well, to answer the question you were about to ask, if you could actually demonstrate to me that doxing was occurring in this server, I will unequivocally denounce whoever the fuck was doing it and the people that stood by and saw it.
Wait. The people that stood by and saw it. So what? The people that were, but not the whole server. You would still have this exact same call to the commentary community rally. You would only disavow. How would you even know who was active at the time and saw it? Would it just be people that responded to it, people that liked it, and then everybody else on the server is fair game? Or like they're cool?
I mean, no, I'd probably be okay disavowing the actual creators in the server, even if they weren't active at the time.
What does disavow mean?
The creators in the server?
Yeah, you said there were a bunch of YouTubers in there and shit. I know.
So
of
every
some.
single member of the
Right.
server, then you would disavow it. You'd say, "I'm not going to do anything with these guys. These guys are all bad people."
No, cut them off completely. There's a difference between a denunciation and like a total bridge burn. I believe that if somebody is like legitimately remorseful for what they've done and is not planning on doing it again, I believe they could be forgiven.
If all this
Aiden, is it like
last question on the Django. If all this stuff was happening, all these people were involved in these servers, apparently none of them know what's going on. The vetting process has surprised apparently at least 2 people in this conversation about what you need to get into the server. If all of this is said to be true, I don't care. If all of this is said to be true, don't you think it's a little bit silly for you to come in and defend the fact that a doxing tool was posted in this Discord and nobody really seemed to care much about it? Isn't that kind of a silly...
Not really.
Really,
you guys had the opportunity to lay out your argument.
Yeah,
it
and
was bad.
the argument is that you guys are watching a doxing tool being posted in a server that's engaged in a ton of bad behavior. Your defense of that was a vetting process and people with reputations, and we've shown over and over and over again. Lav, these are the reputations you're defending. Other people in this server that have been up to some crazy fuck shit that you yourself got kicked out of the server. These are the people whose reputation you're defending. The vetting process that says fuck Ethan, Destiny, and Israel.
What'd you say?
The server vetting process that is make sure you hate like these 3 fucking things. These are the people that you're saying are reputable enough to have dox tools posted.
Well, I don't think hating those things makes you necessarily a risk of doxing. I think
when they were trying to invite Stephanie Gale, what were the 2 requirements? Because I'm pretty sure it was: do you hate Destiny, Ethan, and hate Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, I mean, you could admit it, you're a very widely hated figure. So is Ethan, and Israel is one of the most controversial countries on earth. I think someone assuming those positions doesn't inherently indicate that they're a risk of actually going and burning their own reputation for the sake of doxing someone.
You know what you are? You guys are
hating those things means that you must have a strong reputation worth defending. I want to hear you say that clearly. You're saying that as long as you hate Destiny, Ethan, and Israel, you probably have a strong reputation worth defending.
No, I'm saying you can, right? You can. I'm saying those things don't necessarily.
Did you ask them if they had 2 arms and 2 legs? Did you ask them if they had lungs? What do you mean you can? What does that mean?
I didn't
you
ask
can?
them anything, but I know.
What do you mean you can? Wait. I want you to explain exactly what you meant when you said you could. What does that mean when it comes to vetting?
Okay. So it sounded like you were bringing up these things to when you bring up when the server vets that you don't like Israel, you don't like Ethan, you don't like Destiny, to negate the fact that these were vetted, reputable people, right? You could rewind the clip. It sounded like that's why you were invoking that. I'm explaining that these things are not mutually exclusive.
Nobody said they were.
With one being non-reputable, you could rewind it yourself, like you did for when I spoke.
The goal isn't to prove they're non-reputable. The goal is to say, what are you doing to vet them? Nothing. There is no vetting. You just have to be a hater, which are the exact types of people you wouldn't want to post doxing tools to. That was the exact argument you get for Kiwi Farms. It's a community known of unhinged people. What kind of a community do you think you're going to attract if the requirements to get in are to hate Ethan, Destiny, and Israel? The sanest people on the internet that can be trusted with tools that they also try to run cover for their friends on later on when they get called out for it?
Do you think hating someone means you're willing to cross any line to spite them?
Well, I know I can say a bunch of lines that were crossed. For instance, what about Jstlk's editor, Ryle Kittenhouse? What type of crazy stuff do you think he did? I can give you some stuff if you want. Going and fucking with small content creators, pretending to be other people. That type of shit, that could be interesting, right? And that was coordinated in this server. Isn't that kind of cool? Isn't it going to be kind of weird when you get to watch this stuff out and you're like, well, actually, I got the line you can say. You know, you can say.
I can't wait.
What do you want me to say?
Myself,
it was
so you
bad.
Can stop doing the gay referencing it thing.
No, I can be the answer for you. You can say, what do you want me to say? It's bad. Just say that right now.
No, if I see an example of bad behavior, I'm going
to condemn it. I'll condemn it.
Well,
yeah,
Dan,
I condemn it.
Dan, what would you, if you were me?
I want you to have some fucking principles, okay? Either you're different than me, okay? That's it. Are you different than me? You're better than me? You're a better man than I am, right?
No.
You're not? You're the same?
I'm not the same. I'm just not I don't claim to be morally better than anyone else. I've done things I'm not
because you're not. Okay, you're not better than me. You're worse than me. You claim to be better, but you do the same shit I do, but you do it in the fucking private. Okay, you and all these other people.
Nobody's claiming to be better or worse than anyone.
That's right, because you can't claim that. You can't claim that.
How's your connection? Are we clear?
I think we're steady. I think we're stable now, Wick. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Stable. I know Destiny had a couple questions.
Dan, okay.
And before your internet cuts out again, I want to get to that, right? So, Destiny, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, first of all, do we know who Rita is? Does that name ring any bells?
Yep.
Chud Logic server, spicy chatter.
Ooh, spicy chatter. That's crazy. Just curious.
I believe so.
That's not that crazy.
Okay. For the record, if that person was one among many who was laughing at Wick's full docs being posted in that Snark server, do you think that would be an indictment of the entire server?
one person saying something's never an indictment of a community. It's going to be the broad swath of behavior engaged there.
That's it. That's all we needed. Okay.
Which
you have
docs got posted
you have
there?
I have no.
Can we get a redacted version of those fucking
absolutely
logs?
zero
Is that
sympathy
real?
for any of you guys. It doesn't matter if it's real. Look at how
Dude,
look
what
at how
the fuck are you
crazy
talking about?
look at how
Are you
crazy
saying
the
if
excuse you were
somebody's
just
docs
willing
get
to roll out
posted
with
in
You're
your
like-
Discord
you're
server,
you're
and then
well,
somebody else fucking laughs at it.
a mod of spicy chat, a moderator, a well-known person, a moderator. Hold on. What do you think I would
Dude,
do?
who the fuck is the moderator?
If somebody would
Who
have
is the
posted, if
moderator?
somebody were to post a full docs,
posted there. That's crazy.
if somebody posted a full docs in my Discord, and one of my mods laughed at it, was just laughing at
Can we see
it.
the logs of that? Can we see the logs of that?
Why?
He's just not a mod, by the way. I don't
Wait.
No,
You
Rita's
could just
not a fucking mod.
Can't you just say
Rita's a mod in my server.
I think he's a mod in. He's not a mod
In
in
my
Spicy
server,
Chat,
it wasn't
is
a
he?
mod there.
If any,
to my
like,
knowledge.
Oh, is this in Icy Chat?
What did
Or were you talking about Snarky Chat? Which chat are we talking?
This wouldn't be an IC.
I don't know, but I'm very curious.
I mean, you
I'd
want
love
to join
see
IC
the redacted
Wick?
logs
I'll let
of
you
this.
in. You could check
Dan,
this out.
since you sent them to Destiny, can you send them to us?
I have no idea what's going on right now, or what Steven's talking about.
Can I just say?
Also, just as a real quick thing, I'm
financial-
sorry. QQ apparently was the mod who laughed at it. Rita was just a spicy chat who laughed at it. Those are just two names.
Well, can I just say, look. If you are going after me, like at this point, if you're doing that to me, I don't care about the truth of the matter. I'm going to choose a side that isn't doxing me. I'm going to choose a side that isn't harassing me constantly. I'm going to choose a side that isn't calling me a pedo in every fucking reply that I make on Twitter.
No,
like,
hold
why
on,
would you
wait,
fucking-
wait,
Good thing I've never done any of those things.
Wick, they haven't done it. Wick, you don't know that every
evidence
single
of this?
person. Wick, you don't know
Can we
that
see the
every single
evidence of
person
this?
is doing that.
I don't-
Come on,
I
Wick,
don't
you don't
know
know
that
that
every
every
single
single
one
one.
of them.
It might not be the majority of
Can we
them.
see the evidence of this? Because Destiny, presumably you're looking at a log
I don't
right
want
now
him to.
You know what? Actually, wait. You know what?
No, we're
no,
talking
wait.
redacted, we're talking
Try this.
redacted, we're talking
No.
redacted.
Try this. Why don't you ask me a question about what I would do, and I won't ask to see evidence, and you can
Okay.
ask me secret questions about stuff that I might ask you. Why don't you ask me?
I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'll ask you a question. Would you provide the evidence, please? Because you're making a
Why don't you
fucking
guys just
claim.
go-
I've
why
seen
don't you
I've
guys
seen
just-
20
I
Nigerian
don't
children
because
get killed on
the
camera.
and you know what I would say?
Discord,
Do you know what
Destiny.
I would say? I would say that if somebody killed 20 Nigerian children, I wouldn't want that person in my community. I wouldn't say, well, I would need to see
20,000.
20,000. I would need to.
Destiny.
I would need to see the grave site of every single Nigerian child, and then I would have to make sure the Nigerian child didn't do anything bad, and I would have to know that every other friend of this guy, was supporting what he did, and I would like
You at least want some fucking evidence.
Can I
wouldn't
can
you?
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So somebody that you've promoted at a time when I was not covering you, by the way, because I just was not
Oh,
interested
boy.
in the subject.
Okay.
I was friends with
Someone
people
that
who
I've
did,
promoted.
right?
Go ahead.
But someone you promoted, Food Shops,
Uh-huh.
right? Said that I was fair
Wait,
game.
Wait, Aiden, why the fuck are we going on to something else?
Okay,
Let's get
I'm
the fucking
sorry,
evidence
guys.
of this weak
Dicker,
claim
no,
first.
you're
No?
right. You're right. No, you're right. So
Uh-huh.
I'm so sorry for speaking, Dickers.
Dude,
I'm
stop
really
being
sorry.
such a fucking crybaby. Somebody
Then
just made
shut
a
the
crazy
fuck up.
fucking
You're
claim that
not
somebody got fucking
moderating. Who
doxxed,
gave-
and we're not looking at the fucking evidence.
Can you
You're
imagine
fucking-
how
you're happy
annoying
to
it
move
would
on.
be if any time you
Destiny
tried
is
I'm gonna be for
all
real
in, all of a
with all you
sudden.
guys. Listen,
Aiden.
People in the chat, Dickers, Aiden, all of you guys. I'm only going to judge you moving forward based on what you do after today. So if you're chill with Jstlk and you're still homies with them, I'm going to be like this. These obviously, they obviously do not give a fuck about what he did and how he reacted, and that those things, all you have to do is say what you're sorry when you're done. So Jstlk did step by step how to report Destiny, and if you're cool with that, you want to still be
Now we're
homies with a
going
guy.
to a totally
That's
fucking
fine.
different thing. I've already
have,
said.
like, a
Cool, I'm not
moderator
engaged
in
in
the
that
room,
behavior.
like,
I'm.
Can you, okay.
I'm
so
not
can I
engaged in
finish
that
the
behavior.
question that I was
I'm
like,
not even
I'm
saying
not
that
engaged in that
behavior
behavior
is
either.
good.
I'm just watching it happen, right? Same shit.
Okay, nice. And given the fact that Destiny's going on this crazy doxing campaign against all the people in Jstlk's community, I'm just gonna say I don't know what these guys are fucking doing, but I don't want to get involved. Is that not fair?
Well, it seems like you're kind of involved. You're in a server dedicated to. Hold on. What are the 2 requirements if you want to join again, Dickers?
Dude, are we harping on the fucking joke again?
Oh, the joke.
Well, no,
you think
hold
they're
on.
serious?
Just to be clear here, if that was
No,
your
I think
stance,
they're
wait.
joking, Dan. You think
If that
they're
was your
serious.
stance, you didn't want to be involved. That's great. But my brother in Christ, why did you decide to join a debate defending a server that you're now saying you don't want any fucking involvement in?
I'm not familiar with any logs where Jstlk coordinate that in the server.
Excuse me, Dickers, why the fuck did you join a debate to defend a Discord server that you're now saying you don't want any involvement with?
I didn't say that at all.
Which part of that was I incorrect about?
That I want nothing to do with this Discord server. I'm fine being a fucking member of a Discord server, even if somebody's done some fucked shit shit in there. That doesn't morally impugn me at all. Am I supporting it? Am I engaging with it? I'm responsible for
What did you come
my
here?
conduct.
What did you come here
You
for
are
this server?
responsible
What did you
for
come here
your
to
conduct.
defend? What did you come here to defend tonight? Your personal conduct in the server?
Shamu, the claims made so far about the server.
Like, for what it's worth, I don't
The
think
idea that this thing called
Nicandros
fucking
is the issue.
doxing
I think
server,
Shamu is the issue on that. But
that was the fucking proposed topic. What Jstlk does in his server, because I think I might be aware that Jstlk has done it in his server, he can fucking feel free to do. But Jstlk's responsible for what he does. Do I think there should be fucking organized attacks or like fucking reports in the server? No. It's that simple. I'm not engaged in that conduct.
How
But the
can
conduct
you
of other
defend?
people in a fucking Discord
It's not a
server
matter. I don't know why
doesn't
you're.
impugn
You know,
on
everybody sees
me.
like how obvious it is when you're like, I'm not.
hey, Wick,
engaged in
I
that
sent you a
conduct, right?
message.
Let me look.
Have you? Oh.
Say it again.
Well,
Okay, so
hold on, just as a quick thing. I think that they should have to take a stance before Wick comments, but I don't know, Wick, what do you think?
Okay.
Hold on,
Destiny, do you have a Kiwi Farms account?
I think so. Isn't it called
I don't.
Destiny?
Hey, I don't.
I'm
Not even
looking
a
at
mold.
this.
I didn't ask you, Dan, but I appreciate
Can
you saying
read
that.
Hold on.
Destiny,
just
do you have a
real
Kiwi
quick,
Farms
before
account?
before I do this, can you ask your question again so I can respond properly? I'm sorry, I was distracted. Everyone decided to DM me at once because of obvious reasons, but can you ask the question again and I can give you an answer?
Who was asking what question?
You were asking me. I want to hear what
Dan
Wick
said
has to say
something.
about this.
Oh,
and wanna
I don't know.
what
If you
everyone-
saw, I'm guessing something was linked to you. If you knew that this was posted at a server, you knew a mod in the server, and a well-known spicy chatter, who, by the way, is banned from Jstlk server for doxing, was in there as well, at least. I don't know. What do you think about that server?
It's a shitty server. It's a doxing server. It's obviously a doxing server if they're doing that. Yeah.
Is that what was linked to you?
Well, Dan linked me. He wants me to pull this up full screen.
Oh, I don't know what Dan is linking.
Yeah, I don't. Can you
Well,
give me a
something
better
from our-
image? This
our
is
buddy
blurry even
Jstlk.
just in my thing. This is blurry. Can you send me a better image? Because even just
Send you a better image.
yeah, because I'm looking at
I'm
it's
guessing
blurry.
this is going to be
I can hardly
Wick's
read it.
alleged docs, right?
No, this isn't that. It doesn't think so.
Wait, so we haven't even been sent the evidence of that.
Hold on, Wick.
Dan, you've got
Hold
the
on, wait,
logs.
real quick,
Can you
real
find
quick.
this
Wick,
alleged docs?
I'm going to show you something, but you can't show it on stream, okay?
Okay.
Let's assume hypothetically that this might have been in that same server and all the facts that I attested to were true. Kind of fucked, no?
Yeah. No, this is absolutely
a little bit.
Fucking.
Oh, absolutely. Not just a little bit.
You know, don't pull up what I I deleted.
Okay.
Don't pull up what I showed.
Just
I'm
curious.
gonna save it for later.
Okay. Just curious.
When is later coming, by the way?
Oh, you know, hey, I'm glad you asked that
I have
question.
evidence that
Everyone
whatever-
stop.
whatever
Stop.
this
Wick,
was
I have to
in-
interrupt you. I have to
Can Dan
interrupt you.
answer
Listen
it,
to me.
please? I
Listen.
just would love to
Yeah.
be able to ask
Hey,
something in
you
that.
guys don't like this drip drop of the rape that's happening to you, where you're getting raped repeatedly? Then fucking open up your server and do it publicly. Oh, you won't? Is that weird? Because some messages will be deleted? Then fucking suck a dick and you'll get it when we give it to you. Otherwise, eat shit. That's it. That's all there
Who's
is to it.
complained about the drip drop?
You
Dan,
are
the first
begging.
two
I
things
woke up
that
to
you
fucking multiple messages from Jstlk the other day, crying to release the logs. Release what you have. Why don't you do it? Huh? Ooh.
I'm not.
Hold on a second. Whoa, hold on. I don't want to
Again,
release
this
it.
might be a hard thing for you to be
Whoa.
able to understand, but I'm responsible for the messages that I sent. I'm responsible for the DMs that I sent. I don't have to answer for fucking Jstlk.
Then why are you here to answer for Nicandros and Shamu?
I don't even give a fuck about Nicandros. It's
what are
fucking
you talking
Shamu
about?
that's
I'm talking
raped.
about
And then
the
idiot, you talked
allegations that
like
have been
months
made.
ago. I don't know why you're here either. Like, oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Okay, you did the shit more recently than I did.
Where are KUIHMAN and
I-
Jstlk? Why aren't you guys shouting at them to come and defend their server?
Yeah, where is Jstlk? Why is he not joining right now? It's his shit.
Now I have a lot
Where
of
is the
questions
evidence
for the
of this
people
claim
here.
about Wick?
Ooh, you know what? Why don't you- whoa, where's the
I have a lot
evidence?
of
They weren't involved.
questions
Wick,
for these
they weren't
people.
involved in that, Wick. Nah, you don't even know if most of the server saw it. Yeah, nah, it doesn't matter, Wick.
Because
Come
I've
on.
got,
Nah.
I've actually
some
fucking given
fucking
access to a
questions,
super secret
okay?
Discord server that Destiny, Dan, and Benjamin Netanyahu have, and they've posted my full fucking information in there, dude. I can't fucking believe it. These
Oh,
guys are
and
going
here
fucking
come the
insane.
memes.
You know, you guys can just open the server.
20
Hey.
videos
Okay,
of murdered
look, I
Palestinian
no longer
children,
care
and
what-
Dan
look,
and Destiny
I
are
no
fucking
longer
egging it
care
on.
what they do
It's
to you,
insane.
Okay,
dude.
the people who posted that, I no longer care what they do to you. Okay, you get what you get.
Ooh.
Okay?
Dan, do you?
Get what
Is it
get.
your position that I would be fair game, for example?
No, you left the server.
Fuck Dan. My answer would be yes, 100%, because
Okay,
you
no,
have
fair,
decided.
fair. I mean, you
have decided to throw your full weight behind defending a server that you don't even know anything about. Where the fuck are your parents? Why the fuck would
I'm
you ever
actually-
do that? How in the fuck could you ever? Well, for people that don't know, the reason why is because he talks about how he got banned from servers a long time ago. He's been trying to crawl his fucking way back into the commentary community for a long time. So this is why he desperately told everybody to come together to defend him. That's what's actually happening. But let's pretend that I don't know that. Let's pretend I don't know that. The question is, why would you throw your whole reputation behind a server you don't know anything about?
Like an actual argument.
Why are you? No, the argument is, why are you defending a server that you don't know anything about? How fucking stupid do you have to be to do that?
I'm attacking an argument. I'm saying you guys made a descriptive claim that you did not provide evidence for.
The descriptive claim is they're linking a docs tool and a name to docs.
You claim they doxed somebody. And that's just not doxing.
Oh wait, so they put the tool in the name and then they didn't go any further with it?
Wait, why are we going back to old claims?
Are you alleging they published the info?
They don't have to publish it. They were trying to harass the person. Wait, just curious question.
How are they trying to harass the person? Is there any evidence of that?
I'm sorry, is there an echo in here? Is there an echo?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, guys. Hey, no, you're right, Dickers. No,
as well. You keep on doing this.
No, you're right.
Why don't we ask for some evidence of the claims that have been made so far, Raiden? That'd be pretty good, right?
I've seen evidence of some of the claims, at least. I'm not showing that evidence on screen.
Can the people?
You guys can wait for Destiny's manifesto. Like if you wanna prove yourself innocent, open up the server.
You've come into a debate to be able to argue these points.
This is the weakest excuse ever. We're showing it.
We're getting the fucking evidence for it later.
I'm sorry. Is that awkward?
Because you guys should have your side of things.
It's just an incredibly fucking weak point, right? Is anybody in the audience?
Careful, Dickers.
Wait.
Careful, Dickers, because it's only.
Could we just let's reverse the rules?
I'm not even making a moral statement right now.
Neither of us.
I'm making a totally purely epistemological statement on what evidence you're providing.
No,
you giving me
there
nothing,
is no
so
world.
I'm answering for
That's
nothing.
great. Okay, epistemological. I think you meant epistemic. But there's no world where you would have to show a bad behavior to say if somebody would disavow it. That's ridiculous. If somebody said, if your dad killed a pig, do you think that would be morally okay? I wouldn't say, show me evidence of my dad killing a pig before I can give you an opinion on it. Because if you're asking for it, you're trying to sweep. And everybody knows that and everybody sees it. And the worst part is you're trying to sweep for a place that you're not even actively a part of.
You, epistemological is absolutely a fucking word, retard. Okay? Fuck you.
Chance to talk. No, that was really important.
But again, have we got any fucking evidence of this stuff? Or are we
that
just
was like a super important interruption, man. Thanks.
That you're not going to post the fucking manifesto until your court case is over, and that's when we're going to get these snarky chat logs. Why even try and fucking argue it if you haven't got any of the fucking evidence?
You're the ones that showed up here to do it, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, that is true, yeah.
You're the one who said that you wanted the debate, no?
I said if anybody wanted... Were you forced to accept it? I'm sorry, did Wick show up with a gun and tell you guys...
Where's Jstlk? That's what I want to know.
Where
I want
Jstlk?
Jstlk to join the call.
There's been claims that have been made already, and evidence that have been provided for those claims. Those are accessible. What are you supposed to ask me to answer?
Well, Jstlk's admitted that he did the mass reporting thing, so it sounds like we don't really need the screenshot of that right now, right? So where's Jstlk? He can join. Let's talk to Jstlk. Have him, Wick, and send an invite out to Jstlk. Have him join.
Can we get Salvo in here? Apparently he wants to join. I think since claims were made about him on stream, I think he has a right to be here. Thoughts? Opinions?
Why the fuck? Yeah, why don't we get Lav in here also? No, it's fucking retarded.
Okay.
Damn. I mean,
So
it's
just
not even
make
like
claims
making
about somebody,
claims
don't let them
either.
address it.
I don't need to do claims or addresses. I'm just saying when you Google his name, like the first thing comes up is doxing controversy. Okay?
Sure. I specifically DM'd Jstlk and I told him I have questions and I'm
Just to be clear, Wick, that server, am I making this up? I thought I heard this. I hear a lot of things. Did Jstlk and KUIHMAN both declare that they were the two largest creators in that server? Did they both say that? I feel like I heard them say that recently. Anybody else?
I don't remember if they said that or not.
Okay, gotcha.
That is probably the case, yeah.
Okay, so it seems like they would probably be the ones that would be the most concerned about stuff showing up in that server, considering they have the largest, you guys said, the reputations to lose, right?
Well, I don't think that people do necessarily. They're responsible for what they do. So if Jstlk is doing some fucking bad stuff,
Dickers, are you in the server right now?
If KUIHMAN,
are you in the server right now, Dickers?
If
are you in the server, Dickers? Why don't you say? Why don't you go and do a search from Jstlk?
How about you give me the fucking logs down?
Because you can just do it. Hey, you don't even need me. You can just go look at it yourself.
That is true. The logs. Hold on.
From Jstlk reporting.
Real quick.
Fucking logs.
Wick, what did you get?
Wick, you've tried to make
we're trying to do it right now.
We're trying to do it right now. Hold on, I can't pay attention to any of you. I'm
tried-
DMing with Jstlk right now, who's responding to me.
Also, real quick,
Okay, so
for
give me a
Wick.
second.
Wait, I just gonna real quick. Wick, are you comfortable saying what were the logs earlier that I showed you? What did you see?
Things that my docs.
Okay.
We've also I'm skeptical. Wait, fuck.
You're skeptical of it. Wait, does that mean you wouldn't defend it?
Getting a DM.
Oh, he's getting the orders. They're getting beamed
Wait,
in.
no, my monitor right here just fucking turned off. That was my bad.
Yeah, that's sorry. That's the Mossad.
Claimed that
Oh
you were
my god, this guy's got
when actually
Armageddon
somebody just,
going
like,
on with his
took the
electronics in his
inactive
house.
Domain of you.
Jesus.
Okay. So you've previously claimed that you've been hacked when actually somebody's just taken the URL from a website that you
Jstlk's
no longer
asking me to
own
make an
anymore.
allegation.
He's what?
I have no allegation for you, Jstlk, because I have questions.
I have an allegation. I have an allegation.
Wait, who is it?
I have an allegation that under his standards, he should call the RCMP and report himself for transmitting CSAM.
Okay.
Right now, he
This
should.
is totally
Whoa, hold on.
different.
Wait a
Okay.
minute,
Can we
Dickers,
get
you
back to what
fuck. You
I
do the
was saying?
same
You
thing
just
to other
interrupted
people.
my fucking
You don't want to
line
do
of
it?
argumentation to make this
That's an
like a whole
allegation.
No,
You should do
Dickers
that.
hates
I'm going
interruptions.
to it.
That's true.
Okay, I mean, you got that as an allegation. That's one. Second one is that apparently with Jstlk, it's okay to do mass reporting on YouTube channels. That's fair game. So you know what? Hey, I'm with you, Jstlk. I fucking love that. I went after Twitch and all the fucking advertisers there. Fucking right on. But you don't really get to claim superiority anyway, right? So that's good. So Jstlk is for that, right? Yeah. Let's get it. Those are the two allegations for him to join there, Wick.
Dude, I'm not fucking answering for Jstlk. I'm answering for what I have
You're
done.
his fucking homie, Dickers.
Wait, can I?
Hold on, stop. In the screenshots I was shown, I did not see Jstlk's name, but now I have questions. So I can't make a specific allegation. But
Wait.
now I have questions that
Whose
make me wonder.
Whose name did you
different
say?
types of involvement.
Let's drill down. If we've got this like secret screenshot that nobody
I'm
else
not,
is
I'm
allowed
not,
to say,
I'm not giving
we
you
can't
any
even
information
redact
about
it.
these screenshots. I'm not going to spread that any further. But
You're
I
not giving
want
any of the
Jstlk
information
to
around
And
the
just as a quick thing, obviously, because this isn't a real question. He wants to know who the names are so that he needs to know how hard he has to sweep. That's the reason why. Because otherwise, it'd be really easy to give a blanket statement on stuff like this.
I thought this was Rita before. That's the fucking that's the question that I've.
You don't even have to sweep for this, Dickers. Jstlk admitted that he did this. He admitted that he did it. Actually, on both things. He admitted
Jstlk's admitted that he's doxed Wick.
Oh, sorry, not on the doxing of Wick. Only on the transmitting of
Instead of you shadow debating Jstlk, can I ask Steven a question?
Well, you guys are his homies. Sorry, my bad.
I'm his homie down. My question, Steven, earlier you just said, and I wanted to address that someone like me would be fair game. Because I heard your argument, I thought it was shit, and decided to, in the marketplace of ideas, refute it. You believe that
that's
people
not what
who
I
do
said,
this,
to be clear.
No, I'm saying that's what I did. You said I was fair game
That's
for
not
defending
what
this
you
argument.
did, to be clear. We can go back and watch your video, but my understanding was you threw your whole weight behind telling the entire commentary community that they needed to come together to defend the server against our arguments. Is that not more or less what you said? If you want to put your...
What I said was, you're basically right. You're basically right.
So you're staking your reputation on this server. So then your reputation is
no,
stuck on the server.
not on the
I agree with that. That's fine.
Not on the server. I mobilized him to refute lot.
No, shut the
What?
fuck up. I
didn't
mobilized.
say, you can rewatch the clip.
I want to mobilize the whole commentary community to refute two statements. What a stupid fucking thing to say. Nobody believes this, bro.
Your entire argument. You're justifying people as fair game. Over
My entire argument that it's a doxing server that I think I have substantiated.
You provided any evidence for it.
Have we substantiated the doxing server part? Yes or no?
Nope.
What do you think, Wick?
Whatever server that happened in, it's substantiated.
It's the first doxing server where nobody was doxed. Doxing requires the malicious gathering
I'm gonna tell you
and
what I don't know the server that they sent.
No PI was
whatever
published.
it was, that's a doxing server. I stake my
Why?
reputation on it.
It's just a non sequitur.
I am telling you.
No, it's because you guys want. Here's the problem. I'm going to tell you the issue. All right, Wick.
Can you actually argue for the
whatever
shit you guys are
screenshots
saying?
I was just shown, wherever that's from, that's a doxing server.
I'm going to tell you the issue right now.
Wait,
is that you guys want the
dox
proof?
Information never been posted in your server, Wick? Never once, never ever? I asked what.
Can you
Destiny?
ask again?
Has any dox information ever been posted in your Discord server?
Not that I'm aware of, and if I was been made aware of it, I would have deleted it and banned the person who.
Can I preempt that? So Diggers is about to argue. Well, if it was only posted in that server, it doesn't count as a dox because it's only 100 vetted people that are seeing it.
That's not what I said. I mean, that's exactly the argument that I got against with Aiden when I debated on this stuff at like the start of January. So no. Has anybody ever posted dox information in your Discord server, Destiny?
If they do, they're banned for it. No?
Okay, stop cutting in, Dan.
If they posted, they're banned for it. If they posted, they're banned for it.
Why don't you DM Jstlk if you want him in here? Don't cut across. Wait, Destiny, go on.
If they posted, they're banned for it. No?
Okay, nice. I think that should also be the standard. Is the doc still there? I still haven't seen any fucking evidence of this stuff. If people are, I will say this, okay? If people are,
excuse me, how did that relate to what we just said
about other people? Huh?
How did that just relate to what we just said? My server is like 50,000.
That's the standard.
My server, my server was.
That is the standard.
I know when you're done
if people
filibustering.
do doxing and then they're fucking moderated against it,
no.
I think that is totally fine.
That's not totally fine.
What you just said.
You created.
If there is dox information that's being posted there and left there.
He's getting moderated.
Yeah, I know he is. Yes, you want to use the big the big philosophy terms, okay? You established a difference in kind, an ontologically different server because it only had 100 members or less who were vetted. My server has 50,000 fucking members.
Say that.
My server.
Wait, hold on. There's an epistemological difference there, Destiny.
Oh,
Aiden's talked about the vetting of users.
Wait, so you're wait, hold on. Let me just clarify then. So you think there's the vetting is either non-existent or irrelevant, and that it's not basically a private server?
I didn't make any comments about that.
Then why would you defend the posting of a doxing tool on the server?
Wait, when?
OSINT lol archiver. Why would you
posting
defend
of a doxing tool?
Okay, sorry. Let me back up again.
That's a discrete instance.
Do you think
that's not a defense of the server?
Hold on, wait. Let me ask real quick.
Me right now to prove it. I'm not sending you these screenshots.
Let me just ask real quick. Do you think that it was defensible to post that tool in that server?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Wick, can you tell us who posted it?
No, Wick, give them fucking nothing because they're desperate because they want to get ahead of this.
Believe it.
No, you know you don't get rejected anything. You have to wait.
Accept our arguments that we are unwilling to provide the evidence for, and if you don't, you're fair game. What does fair game mean, Steve?
Hey,
what does fair game mean? What does fair game mean?
You gave the evidence to Wick, and you're going to see it all when it comes on the manifesto. That's where it's at.
Yeah, but
you want to see the evidence.
Yes, but I'm fair game because I'm not accepting your argument at face value.
I don't think you are. I disagree with Destiny. I don't think you are. No, I don't think you are. I don't think your audience is. I think anyone that's in this server probably is. Jstlk 100% absolutely
evidence
is.
that you're not given. So
Dickers, I'm on the fence on you. I'm on the fence about you a little bit because you're in there and you know what's going on.
Why?
So you're a little full of shit.
Well, why am I asking for the evidence then, Jstlk?
I don't know. How about you open fucking Discord and type a fucking search message, you dumb retard?
Okay.
How about you do that? How about you type Jstlk report?
I'm there right now. Wait, no.
Okay.
We're talking about the
and you can see all the old messages?
No, I can't see the old messages.
Okay, well that seems like that would be a little bit of a fucking problem,
Can
wouldn't it?
Steven answer my question,
yet again,
please?
Dan, hold on.
Can Steven answer my question? Can you answer my question, please? Can you answer my question?
Wait, Jesus Christ.
What do you mean by fair game?
What
do you mean by fair game?
Okay.
I don't. Well, I would say
if you're defending the behavior, if you're defending the behavior of a Discord server, and you're defending everything that people do in that server, then
I didn't ask why. I asked what it meant.
I told you. It's whatever behavior that you're defending, it should be the same for both sides. I think we should have consistent standards.
So I'm fair game for what exactly? Can you just like not be a pussy and
I'll
fucking say it?
I'll answer the question if you tell me, you 100% have to tell me who is DMing you right now for me to set myself up to get reported on YouTube. If you tell me that, I'll tell you.
Nobody's
lying motherfucker. Aiden, you're the most obvious motherfucker in the world. Why are you pretending otherwise,
just
motherfucker?
Say I'm lying.
Aiden,
unfalsifiable.
Aiden, I know who's DMing you. Aiden, I know who's DMing you. Stop lying.
I'm not even
you're
looking at DM.
Aiden, stop.
What? How am I supposed to disprove that? That's an unfalsifiable claim. I'm literally not DMing anyone right now. Have you seen people get like I'm not? My hands haven't been moved. Like I'm not.
If you're
going
to defend that server, people should be able to make fun of your haircut as much as they want.
Okay, come on, that's uncalled for.
But they can say that you look like Brittany Simon. That is fair. Okay.
Also uncalled for. But.
Aiden, look, I disagree with Destiny, and that's fine. We can have different points on it. My only issue will be is if that you think that server moving forward is acceptable and the stuff that's happening in there is okay. Now, if I see you like being chummy with Jstlk and being friends with him, then I think that there's an issue there because basically you're being friends with a guy that you know. Right, he's admitted that he's done mass calls to deplatform someone, given instructions step by step. This is how you report this person, right? So I would have an issue if you're going to do that after that point. But if you're not hanging out with Jstlk, if you're not being chummy with it, any of that stuff, then no, you're cool with me at that point. I have no issue whatsoever. Same thing with you, Dickers, right? My issue is with people who act like they're better than other people, and then they're not better than other people, like Jstlk, the type of person that will send CCM on 4K. He actually has in 4K done that. That's Jstlk. Okay. On top of that. In 4K, he's done mass reporting, okay? So if you're going to stay homies with him, that's going to be an issue, okay? That's going to be an issue for me. But if you're not, then you're good with me, okay? And I think I can't speak for Destiny, but that's the main issue I have. I don't give a fuck about people snarking people. I give a fuck about people saying that they're better than me.
Are we going to ignore?
And then not being better than me.
Are we going to ignore that Destiny said that whatever he meant by fair game is so... Oh, not performative phase. What Destiny said when he meant by fair game is so bad, it can't even be said on YouTube. Are we not just going to ignore that?
I just say people make fun of your haircut.
you initially said that it was that you wanted to violate TOS if you were to respond answering what you meant by
I
fair
said I was
game.
going to violate TOS?
No, you said I was trying to get you to violate TOS by asking what you meant by fair game, meaning that your elaboration on what you meant by fair game would be something that is against YouTube's terms of service.
Okay, I'll
What could that
elaborate
possibly
further.
be?
Sure. Okay, I'll elaborate further. I know that there are community guidelines. I think that's with bullying, and I don't know if the haircut comment would go too far when it comes to making fun of people's appearances.
You already
so
made that once.
I'm not
That doesn't
entirely
really
sure.
work.
I just want to
You
say
already said
that's
that.
why I said I didn't want to say it, but there you go. Okay.
Well, it's
I'm
good.
sorry
You
if it's a
don't think
bully.
that's TOS 'cause
I'm
you
sorry
said
it's
it.
a bully. I'm sorry it's a bully.
One joke, literally one joke.
All right, look, I'm sorry. I have to put this shit back on thing. I don't think spicy chat's the issue. I hate to fucking say it. Spicy chat's not the issue. I don't think your chat's the issue. I don't think these other people's chat's the issue. Are there people that are crossed in there? Yes, obviously. But that's probably the case for Destiny. That's probably the case for other people. That's not the issue. The issue is this specific server and people in there that have done insane shit. Now, as I said, I think you guys know of specific instances of crazy shit happening. And I think if you continue to be a member, like as of today, and continue to sweep for someone like Jstlk that now has screenshots of him where he's in 4K sending CSAM, like that's a statutory crime. Like he can't get out of that. That's not receiving and then going to the cops. That's statutory.
Do you hold that same standard for people who are in Destiny's Discord?
Are we litigating Destiny stuff, which has been the last year, or are we talking about the
You're
Snark
talking
Discord
about-
right now?
you're talking about
No,
the
no, no.
principles
I know
of
that
who
you want to
becomes
try and bring
fair
this back to
game.
something
Let
that's
me
been
finish my
litigated for a
fucking
year,
sentence. Hold
Dickers.
on. Because
No,
you're talking
no,
about people
Dickers,
who
that's
are
not
fair
happening.
game
No,
over this
Dickers,
shit.
I'm not doing
And now
this.
I'm asking
Dickers,
you on
I
the
am
equivalent
not
on the
doing
other
this.
side.
You
I
want to
don't know,
bring this
wait,
back
I don't know
to
what
something.
I don't know what Dan is. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no,
I
no,
would say
no.
yes.
We're not
I would
going
say
to. We're not
yeah. I would say
litigating
yeah.
something
Go
over
ahead,
here.
Yeah. Yes, I would say yes to whatever the fuck Dickers said. Sure, yeah. It's the same thing over here. Yeah, go for it. What the fuck? RCMP, call them all. Round them all up.
I mean,
Fuck it.
because you
Yeah.
guys, you have no answer.
Okay, but I'm not-
They have
I'm
no
not-
answer.
I'm
So
not
all you can
engaging
do
that
is say, "But
bad
Destiny, but Destiny,
behavior.
but Destiny."
So how?
Okay.
Am
Well, you're
I
homies with a guy.
I'm
You're
not even
homies with a guy
morally
that sends
killing other
CSAM.
people. Dan, I don't.
You
think that
homies
you're
with a guy?
morally culpable
I've
for
never.
any of. Let me fucking finish, dude. It's so obvious what you're
Okay,
trying
go
to
ahead.
do.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't think
I'm
that
sorry,
you're
Dickles.
culpable for any. I don't think that you're culpable for Destiny's actions. I think Destiny is culpable for Destiny's actions. I think you're culpable for your own. Completely consistent standard on both sides.
Okay, so then,
you're
wait,
cool
then why
hanging out
does
with a
it
guy
matter?
that sends CSAM.
Or even.
Are you okay? Are you cool with a guy hanging out with a guy who sends?
I don't know anyone who's done that. I don't know anyone who's done that. Jstlk, when he did that, he knew he did that, and he did that. So we're a little different in that way. You know, you're with a dude who's admitted to it.
Listen,
in
that's an
4K.
issue you're gonna have to bring up with Jstlk. I don't believe that's true right now.
No,
so
no, that's an issue for
it is.
you because you're homies with that guy. That's your man. You know the thing where there's like, you know, they got your mans. You know, they got your man. Dickers, they got your man sending that shit. So you know they got your man, Dicker. That's the guy
Again,
you hanging
I'm
out with, Dickers.
responsible.
That's
I'm
you.
responsible.
That's your man. They got your man in 4K.
Dickers, when have you even ever called into Jstlk? I mean, you have.
I've called in Jstlk before, yeah.
Have you guys ever all tweeted? Wait. Have you guys ever all tweeted together?
Tweeted together?
Tweeted together.
What
like
does
holding
that
hands and tweeting.
Sure. like say like
Stupid London
like
trip was
like.
fucking crazy, but I don't think we ever did that.
No, you guys never like identified like a common cause, and you were like, all of us should fucking tweet about this thing to like push this thing. You guys have never done that before.
Well, no, I've called for it on stream. You've
That's
said
not
that,
what I'm
like,
asking, and I'm
that's
not talking to you,
together.
motherfucker. I'm talking to Dickers.
Okay, maybe just like say the name.
Be nice. Come on. Brittany Simon
No,
does
it's
not
okay.
deserve that. I'm sorry. That's a joke too. I'm
Guys,
sorry. I'm
Steven's
sorry. I'm
having
sorry.
some communication trouble.
We got to be
You were
cordial.
saying that the guy was fair game earlier. Don't try and pretend you're being nice
No, I said he
now.
wasn't. Actually, hold on.
No, Dan.
I
To
said
be
he
fair
wasn't.
to Dan, he said I was not.
Okay, it's just me.
No, I said you
Wait,
weren't
so wait,
either.
can I
unless
just-
you're going to be like a
You're saying
supporter
that
of
I'm not
Jstlk.
fair game. Okay,
No,
I've been
as long as
misunderstanding
after
your
today
statement.
you're not like a supporter of CSAM and Jstlk, then absolutely not. No, you're
A
definitely not.
supporter of
100%.
CSAM and Jstlk. Okay.
Well, the
When
two
have I
go
ever had
hand in
the
hand in
standard
my
that
mind.
Somebody else is fair game or warrants some kind of malicious action. Because
I
they're
think.
friends with somebody
Well, I
else.
think you probably, you know, if they're out there directly sending it in 4K, I think that that's a pretty explicit shit, right?
Whatever argument you've got with Jstlk, you've got with Jstlk. I'll choose whether
No,
I'm
I
associated
think
with
people like
but I don't become culpable for what
whoever
he's done.
supports him.
It's a totally fucking
now,
insane
if
thing.
you're telling me that you're not
Is
supporting
Darius?
him, then
Are you still cool with Darius? Is Darius still in Destiny's Discord?
Darius pays me 30% of his income every month.
Yeah, okay, nice. So didn't Darius fucking live stream himself, go into what he thought was Royal Kittenhouse's home to be
Did
able
he?
to fucking harass him IRL?
Wait. Did he go?
I've heard of that. I heard that
are you
happened.
sure? Are
yeah.
you sure? Are you sure that he didn't just like go to a neighbor's house and he knew that wasn't Raul's home and it was a fucking meme?
The way that he presented it, he went to Rollcane.
When you say the way that he presented it, do you mean that you're just...
And he
Wait,
accidentally
wait.
got the fail dog.
Can I get one honest answer from you? Who sent you that right now? Was it KUIHMAN or was it Jstlk?
Hands up. I'm on blog TV with my hands up. Nobody sent me that.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking about associates that you have that have done bad behavior that you'll still find engaging with to prove the statement that you are responsible for your behavior.
I have
The problem is that while
I have no
Kittenhouse-
problem. I have no problem
who has done
defending
bad behavior.
I have no problem defending any. Well, I don't know, Darius does some crazy shit with his personal life. Anything related to me, I have no problem defending Darius on. If you're talking about him faking going to Ryle's house, he knows that was not Ryle's house in his fucking neighborhood or whatever. But doing that shit on stream or whatever, I have no problem defending that. Especially considering the fact that Ryle and the rest of Jstlk server were engaged in a mass targeted harassment campaign at that time of me and anybody around me. I have no problem defending Darius's behavior on that. Sure.
Okay, and defending that as reaction, that doesn't make you fair game in your opinion. Doesn't make that moral. If that did happen,
hold on. Wait. Are you asking me if I think that I'm fair game for what? For me being swatted every month that's already happened? For me being doxxed every week that's already happened? For you guys posting according to the key fronts that happen every day?
Prescriptively.
It doesn't matter.
Prescriptively.
We're way past
it does matter, because that's the question
it
that I'm
doesn't
asking.
matter because you guys have no morals or rules.
Dude.
Why are you laughing now? Really?
It's just fucking ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
It's insanely fucking
It's not.
excessive.
Hey, Wick, how do you feel about the fact that Dickers defends the server, says he didn't see anything personally, and he's still cool with all those people? By the way, Wick, I don't give a fuck what you say right now to him. Dickers
haven't
will
seen
continue.
any of the
Dickers
fucking
will
evidence of the Wick
continue
stuff,
to
so
hang
that's
out
it.
with all those people
Okay.
and be friends with all those people, be chummy with all those people, to do mass tweet campaigns with those people. Wick, just curious, what did you? Or, I'm sorry, not Wick. Diggers, just curious, where'd you get the video from when you and 6 other people from that server all tweeted at the same time, trying to blame Unfuck America for Charlie Kirk getting fucking assassinated? I noticed that some of the videos you guys were tweeting all came from the same place. Did you just happen to do that randomly?
I didn't try and blame Unfuck America for Charlie Kirk's death.
Hey,
that was just
be
a
careful
random.
with this one, Dickers.
That was just a random thing. You didn't try to claim with a whole bunch of other people using the exact same video that when Z came on that she was just complaining that her career was ruined when everybody was looking to try to blame somebody
you
for.
tried to stop
Be
it.
careful with how you
knew
answer
that
on this
looked
one,
fucking
Dickers. They
bad
might
to
just, like,
Z.
ruin
That
your
was
life
an
for no
embarrassing
reason.
moment. The idea that they
No,
were
I mean,
Do you
be
see the
careful because it looks
do you see the
ridiculous to
self-soothing?
lie
Do you see the
blatantly.
self-soothing? Do you see the
Aiden.
self-soothing? I'm asking you, was that a coordinated tweet with you, KUIHMAN, with
I
Jstlk,
saw the
with
clip
Kilo?
from somebody else.
Oh,
I
and
saw the
with
clip from
and
somebody
with the
else. I don't
sick
know where it came
with
from.
the sick Unchained. Oh, so you guys just all randomly were tweeting about this stuff at the exact same time, just random, no,
Presumably we saw the clip in the same spot.
and there was no communication between you guys about any of it.
Was there a coordinated action that you have to post this, or did people independently decide?
You know
"Oh,
when you
this is
do this
crazy
like
news.
roundabout shit,
Oh,
you might as
I'm
well
gonna
just
fucking
say
talk
it.
about
It looks so much better if you
You're
just say,
asking
yeah,
about
fuck
shit
it, we
that
did it.
happened, like,
Just
what,
say, fuck it, we
7
did that
months
shit.
ago?
Yeah, we did that shit. Say,
So-
fuck it, yeah, we did that shit. Instead, you're like, well, maybe. I mean, depends on the definition of coordinated.
Yeah.
I mean, do you mean multiple people
I'm
together
not
in a
even-
Discord
I'm
that
not
saw
even
the same thing at the
disagreeing
same
with
time?
fucking tweets.
Because, I mean,
There
that
it
could be
is. Yeah,
how many
there it
people?
is. There it is.
Is there 12 and a
That's
dozen
it.
or
That's it.
13? I mean,
Do we have
the
anything beyond
framing.
unfalsifiable implications of coordination? Do you have like anything material to present?
It was brought up earlier that, we're talking about all these tenuous links to Kiwi Farms and nobody can prove anything and blah, 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 blah. I'm just curious. And it really doesn't prove anything. But wait, can you play this? Can you tell me whose name keeps coming up on the side here for a guy that has absolutely no relation to Kiwi Farms, no relation to my Kiwi Farms thread, no relation to the people that are doxing and swatting me?
Do you want me to play it on stream?
Yeah, play it and just read that side chat. What name? Is there a name coming here that you recognize? I'm just curious.
Give me a.
Yeah, you can stream it on in the Discord. Just curious, because remember, what did we say? The only reason I hate KUIHMAN is because I invent that. What was it earlier? You said playing footsies with Kiwi Farms, and I'm just like making this all up. It's just a hallucination for me, right?
Can I unmute this? Oh, wrong one.
When you see, there's his name that keeps coming up on the side. I'm just curious. When it says like Blav forever wins, Blav won. We love Blav. When they say that over and over again, Blav won. Who is that? Who is that
Spud gun.
Blav person? Do you have any idea who that is?
Spud gun.
I don't know who Blav is.
Oh, unfortunate. Any of you guys know who Blav is? Dickers or?
Blav's the guy in a Kiwi Farms thread that you complain about quite frequently. Right?
Interesting. Why
You,
do
like,
the
give him
people?
shout-outs
Why do
on
the
stream and
people
stuff.
why do the people in KUIHMAN's chat seem to know so much about this guy? Isn't that kind of weird?
Dude, and now you're
It's
trying to
not
talk
people,
about
it's just
Queen's
Spud
chat.
You got me. You're right. What am I thinking?
Are we done with this?
Yeah. If you want to ask KUIHMAN about KUIHMAN stuff, Get KUIHMAN in there.
We can't.
If
He's
we're
too
not
afraid to
supposed
talk.
do
He's
this
too
stuff,
afraid to talk
get
because he's
Jstlk
smarter
in
than you.
here.
He's smarter than you. He's smarter
That's
than
not
you,
what
so
here.
he's not in here chatting right now. The last time he spoke to me, he couldn't help himself. He was screeching slurs at me because he was so fucking gaped on stream, which I thought was funny. But
yeah.
Okay. Well.
Didn't you almost like call someone a sand N-word like today or yesterday? Sorry, yesterday.
Wow.
Wait. What,
No,
who was
it's a
that?
question.
Wait,
Destiny.
Who was I? Who was
Destiny,
I? Wait,
famous
who was
non-slur sayer. You got him.
No, shut the fuck up.
No, it's just a question.
Yeah, wait. Who
He's
was
the
I?
one
Who was
complaining
I
about
referring
it.
to? First of all, I don't complain about slurs ever. Nice try. Who was I referring to there?
You were with
Pretty
KUIHMAN.
sure one of Pixie's lawyers, right?
Wait. I was with. I complained about KUIHMAN screaming slurs at me one-on-one in a chat because it's funny that he's screaming slurs at me.
Yeah,
Not about just saying slurs in general.
Yeah, okay, there we are. So you're complaining about it.
I'm
Okay,
the,
so
I'm the
so
N-word
it's
guy.
like a tone
So-
thing. Are
so-
you
wait,
sensitive
no.
to like shouting?
Aiden,
It was the
you are
volume.
so gaped. Okay, the whole commentary community is gonna be able to crawl their dicks right up your ass.
Do you have
okay,
a
right
butt
after
plug
this,
in
okay?
like right now?
Right after
do you have
this.
a butt plug in
do
at
you,
the moment?
do you think about anal
Can we get
sex?
an honest answer? What
Do
can you
you-
make him answer this?
Do you think about anal sex with guys often?
Come
Oh,
on.
I noticed.
Okay,
I noticed that you
okay,
asked that
okay.
question. You put that
No,
right in your
not
mouth
for-
right
but I just wanted
afterwards.
to
Yeah,
with
were
you.
you
My
pretending it
eyes
was
were
me? That's
unfortunately
cute.
fucking
That's
cursed.
cute.
Do not-
Horrific
I do not
thing
care
I've
about
ever
this.
seen.
Hey, Mr. Twink. When I said sand, whatever, what I was gonna say, I probably shouldn't have said it. I was gonna say sandy vagina because I was referring to somebody that was involved in all this bullshit. Do you think I was gonna call Pixie a sand N-word? How would that even make sense?
Were you gonna say you were gonna say sandy vagina? I thought it was one of Pixie's lawyers.
It would be the same application. Do you think I would call
What
her
is the
lawyer? I'm sorry.
ethnicity of
Do you think I would
Pixie's
call her?
lawyer?
Do you think I call her Hispanic lawyer a
Pixie is not
sand
a sand
N-word?
N-word. Is she?
Well, what is the ethnicity of Pixie's lawyer? Is that like are they white?
Yes.
They are white.
Yes.
What kind of white? You talking
Glad
about
we
Biker white?
established.
Nice try
that
though. Wait.
fact.
Also, just curious, Aiden, who messaged you that one?
My hands aren't. Do I need to
You
wear?
understand
a
they're
blindfold?
hanging you out to dry here when they're giving you these talking points in the middle of it. You don't even know where they come
Nobody's
from,
getting-
right?
I don't have anything fucking.
Oh my
okay,
God.
Desi, how am I supposed to disprove that
You can't.
insinuation?
You can't.
You just make unfalsifiable
True,
claims.
that's me.
And you know that there's no possible
Uh-huh.
way I can disprove it, and people are just gonna run with it anyways. My hands haven't moved. I'm not typing, so I don't know. Like maybe I'm
Just
like,
as a quick thing for
telepathically
people that don't
communicating
know,
with someone.
Blab is the person who has doxed almost every single person that has been on my stream, including like relationship partners and everything else. That's who KUIHMAN's chat was all saying, Blab 1, Blab 1, Blab 1, and who KUIHMAN sucks off on a daily basis, or back then he did. So that was the relationship
Is
there.
it not possible they were being like edgy and fucking ironic? Like. Do you
No,
think they
Aiden,
were-
that is the coordination. That's them secretly signaling to Kiwi Farms that they did a good job.
Well, wait, hold on. Just curious. That's kind of a crazy stretch by me, right? What if I found a post on Kiwi Farms where they're also praising KUIHMAN? Would that also just be me?
What?
The narrative that you stirred up about that stuff.
Okay,
I
no,
wouldn't actually be
unironically,
surprised.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
You realize you've lost on every single point you brought up, right? Every single thing you try to bring up, you're immediately gaped on. You're immediately gaped on.
Someone on Kiwi Farms likes him. No, the coordination is real, guys.
You are
It's just like-
immediately gaped on.
Is this not how Kiwi Farms ordinarily operates? They take a look at some online figure that they hate, and then they took a look at content creators that are going to talk about them in negative light and boost those people up and support them, gas them up. Is that not how it always fucking happens? When you were going at the fucking lefty people, did you not appear on their fucking Kiwi Farms threads?
I don't know. I don't stalk other people's Kiwi Farms threads, do I?
If you had to guess, did you make an appearance on the Kiwi Farms threads when you were talking shit about them?
For other lefty, I don't even know who else has. Oh, I guess Hassan doesn't know. I might show up on there, but you know what doesn't happen? I don't read their threads down on stream like Hassan does for mine, and I don't amplify their attacks while knowing what they are like Hassan does with
why
you
are we
guys.
talking about Hassan? Okay, Hassan was just an example.
You said
Have I
lefty
read through
figures.
your
Hold
Kiwi
on, you
Farms
just
thread
said
on
lefty
stream?
figures. You just said lefty figures. I might be brought up in those threads.
And now you're talking about the discrete actions of Hassan as if I'm defending Hassan.
No,
what I'm saying
I'm defending
is
myself. I'm saying
that you
I don't
will have people on
coordinate.
Kiwi Farms understandably saying, we love KUIHMAN, because he's one of the people going against you online, making drama content.
But people
talking
in
about
my
you.
chat
That's
aren't
the
saying.
natural
But people,
flow
it's
of
not
events.
natural. People in my chat are not loving individual Kiwi Farms posters.
Well, most creators that are being A-logged by Kiwi Farms don't shout out a specific Kiwi Farms user, do they?
Most creators that are being
It's
A-logged by
normal
Kiwi
behavior.
Farms aren't being actively fucked with by the Kiwi Farms posters, and their things aren't usually being amplified in adjacent Discord spaces like they are in Jstlk space or KUIHMAN space that I've just demonstrated.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, amplification.
Demonstrated
That is
the
actually
chat.
abnormal. That would it be a particular Kiwi Farms user that would become fixated on. That is abnormal behavior. Can you think of another example where that's happened? Like
I don't know an
over
example.
months.
I don't
You've
know.
got a creator
I
who's
don't
being A-logged
keep
by Kiwi
filibustering.
Farms.
Keep filibustering.
No,
Keep filibustering.
no,
Keep
can't.
filibustering.
Nope, don't know.
Wait, don't know what?
I can't think of an example.
No, wait. My question is there another, can you point to another lolcow, another person being stalked by Kiwi Farms whose thread is like personally invested with trying to play as active a role in that person's life as possible? Can you name a single other cow or a single other thread where that happens?
You've got one of the most fucking active Kiwi Farms threads on the fucking website. So
That sounded suspiciously like a no to me. So can you think of a single example even of people like actively fucking with people in the thread?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Cyrax.
What were they doing? What were they doing?
Where people will touch the poo.
What were they doing with Cyrax?
They were trying to call him, get him in Discord calls to convince him that they've signed a record deal with him.
Okay.
And
then
there's online.
let me ask you a
people
question.
repeatedly
Sure.
trying
And
to
that's an
reach out
example
to
you've
them
given me.
to be able to, like, make their friends.
And that's
and,
it. Yep. That's an example you've given. I'll look it up. Now I'm curious. If I look this up and I look at that thread and I find an example of that, are there going to be a whole bunch of people there who are like, this is epic, let's go? Or is it going to be a bunch of people saying, stop touching the poo, don't fuck with these people, you're going to get banned from the thread if you do this?
People posting on Kiwi Farms that they've swatted you and then getting a bunch of celebration. I'm not here to defend your fucking Kiwi
Why didn't
Farms
he?
thread.
Did anybody
But
hear?
you know,
Did anybody hear him? Did anybody hear my question?
Something.
Wait. Where was he answering my question? I don't know what the fuck you just said. That was totally non-responsive. I'm asking you if I go to that Cyrex bed because that was the first example you gave me, and if I go and I find the responders there, are they going to say, "Don't touch the poo, stop fucking with this guy," like you guys are going to get banned, or are they all like celebrating it and they're having fun with it?
I'm not gonna lie, Kiwi Farms is probably gonna be a fucking mix. Now, on your thread, are you saying there's people?
No, hey,
going
I want to
on
be
there
clear.
saying that
I don't
they've
know
been
a single
swatted?
person, Dickers. I don't know a single person that's ever posted in the Hassan thread. I haven't, and I don't know one person that's ever done it. Not one.
I don't
Hand
know
to
any of the
God
people
on
in
my
Destiny
fucking
thread.
family.
Just more
Not one.
likable.
I bet you
Just
guys
more butt
personally have the accounts on there, and that's the fucked
You're
up part.
insane. You're totally fucking insane.
What? How am I wrong?
I don't
How am
speak
I
to
wrong on
any
that?
of the people in Destiny's fucking thread. You can guess that all you want, but you sound psychotic.
Okay.
Can you think of anything, just final question, this is the only thing I would ever, if I could bring up something. Can you think of any other example of somebody having their Discord openly kind of like memeing with, celebrating, encouraging a person like Sabosexual, reaching out to a CSAM victim and encouraging them to, or not encouraging them, harassing them to join a court case that they have no desire to be a part of?
I can think of people.
I'm not here to
joke-
defend Jstlk's conduct or Jstlk's server.
Would you agree that that behavior is unhinged?
Yeah, sure.
Would you agree that the people in the
I
server
think the
that
kind
are...
of harassment that you've described, I could say that gets stuff that gets too far. I think from what I've heard initially, they're trying to reach out to be able to help them get their porn as a kid taken down, and then it morphs into something else, but I'm not sure about the specifics.
Yeah, so no. So would you say that the people in that server that were chatting alongside Saba, the fact that he wasn't banned for that behavior, the fact that Jstlk and other people were saying, it looks like he's the good guy here, isn't that kind of an indictment on their character?
It depends what they saw at the time.
If they
Again,
saw that
as
Saba was
so
harassing this
frequently with
girl,
debate,
that
you'd have
Saba...
to show the evidence of this stuff.
If Saba admitted that he was emailing, what if I show you a picture of this guy emailing a friend, both of her parents, and I think a
What
sibling?
if you did? Maybe you could even. Maybe you could like send the evidence. I don't know. That'd be like really cool.
Yeah.
It's just like always. What if I sent you evidence that proves my claim? Why don't you just like fucking do it? You're expecting us to
I mean,
accept
normally we
before
give it
you've
to
done
a impartial third party so that you guys can't get ahead of it, so that when this manifesto drops, you get anally fucking raped. That's why. I don't want you being able to like run ahead of it.
I had suspicions and I had no
Run
idea
ahead of
how
it.
this
Why
manifesto
not
was
get?
gonna be
Why
done.
not hand it over right now?
If-
Hey, why don't you open up the server if you're so concerned?
Right now.
If what I've
This is
seen
not
is
getting it.
indicative of the information that you have, yeah, anyone targeted by this manifesto, if this is a level of evidence that they're going to present, yeah, you start getting your affairs in order. Okay, just warning you now.
That's that one goes out to you, Jstlk, the
Are you
child
talking about the person who
sexual
posted
abuse
it initially?
material sender. That would be Jstlk on 4K doing it. By the way, that's your man. By the way, Dickers.
Your man.
They know you. You know they got him right.
They did get my man.
I know.
Did they get him over that though? At the
Well,
time
not
that
yet.
Jstlk
Not yet.
sent
That is
did he
fair.
think
Not
that
yet.
It was CSAM?
They may get your
At the
man.
time that Jstlk sent that, did he think that it was CSAM?
Well,
or did he only
yeah,
realize that
unfortunately.
later?
Yeah, he did. He did. You know
He
the
knew
thing
that
about
it
it?
was CSAM when he sent that.
You know the weird thing about it? Canada has this law. It's one of those like statutory things. It doesn't matter. Once you send it,
I'm
it's
not
like
even talking
fucking
legally right
you know,
now.
even if there was
I'm
like a
asking you what
really
actually
like
happened there.
oh well. I guess
Wait,
leave that up to the RCMP.
As also as a quick meme.
Why leave it up to the RCMP? I'm asking
Well, I don't know.
about
You guys
fucking
loved, you know, you
right
guys
now.
loved
You just
calling
brought
like
it
the
up.
FBI and everything on
When
Destiny.
Jstlk
Why
sent
shouldn't we leave it up to the RCMP for Destiny?
Regular,
None
legal
of us-
pornography, or did he think that it was illegal material?
Oh, does it matter? Well, actually, you know what? That's a good question because I think before that point he was going on and on and on about how it might be a 14-year-old. Do you remember that? Ooh,
I did not.
I think he knew. I think he thought it was a 14-year-old beforehand, and he sent it anyways. That's weird.
You have to
And he's
show
on
me the
4K
evidence
sending
and
it. That is fucked up. I mean, but that's your man, right? He knew he was sending it, etc. You know, I don't know what to say.
Just curious, real quick. Just
curious,
curious, real quick, because this is an Jstlk server. Is this? Let's just assume these are 2 images, right? That first one is an image that he's posting. The second one we see Wicked Supreme replying to it, being like, "Ha, you know, dog, why didn't you pick a different email?" Right? Let's assume that I didn't doctor these images. Do you think that this would be probably some of the most like insane fucking harassment, real life, like fucking with that you could imagine? That assuming this person is a victim of international adult child sex trafficking, that this person is harassing this person to join a court case that they have no desire to be a part of just because they think they can own me. Isn't that kind of fucked up? You can show both of these on in this chat. You can stream whatever you want, Wick.
Okay, I'll just I'll stream them real quick. Here's the first. Right, multiple emails, name blocked out, right? Trying to get a hold of this person, to get a hold of your sister, your daughter, etc. So that's the first. This is closest thing to harassing I ever came, but they were all one-off emails. I know the name is unfortunate, but it's not like my other email is any better, to be fair. Supreme's asking, dog, why didn't you pick a different email?
Yeah, that's an inappropriate level of involvement. Like, I don't know where that came from, but yeah.
Don't you dare say, what do you want me to say? It's bad. I disavow.
What if?
What answer would you be satisfied with?
What if Jstlk himself afterwards? What if Jstlk himself afterwards said that? Oh, it seemed like he was trying to help her.
I think that's stupid.
Well, it seems like in the beginning that seems to be what he was. He was getting too involved,
really dumb.
right? I mean, that's the criticism, though.
Oh, is that what's happening in the beginning? What do you do in the beginning when you're trying to groom a child?
I wouldn't know personally. What do you do when you're beginning to groom a
I wouldn't know
child?
personally either, but I think you would use terms like, let's see, as an olive branch, I will link you to things that I'm not certain that KF has found. So we see that Sabasexual is searching...
I imagine you would try and be nice, yeah?
Yeah, so Sabasexual he's searching the internet for child porn, correct? Correct?
He's searching the internet for child porn.
Yes.
I don't know any of the details of this.
You don't know anything about any of this. Okay, let's assume that what I'm saying is true. Let's assume that what I'm saying is true because he's saying he wants to take it down. Is he not searching the internet for child porn here and then using this as an olive branch or as a favor to get in good with this person that he then harasses to force to be given a deposition in my court case? Is that not if that did happen and people like Jstlk defended it, wouldn't that be like maybe more than a little bit like, oh, I guess that's bad?
I'm sorry. What answer would be sufficient for you? You guys keep saying. Am I
you're just going to say that's bad.
The warheads
over to his location right now?
No, hypothetically, what answer would be satisfactory to you?
What would you?
Nothing.
Aiden, I have no issue with you or with your community. You're a funny guy. Same thing with you, Dickers. I've even told you that I liked you. Okay, that's a fact. And am I lying, Dickers, or not?
You changed your tune.
Okay, well, you did do a bad stream. But that said. The only issue I have with you guys is if you promote insane fucking shit moving forward. And I think that the point of this stream is to show you that this is not okay. This is beyond the bar. This is going out directly reporting content creators, going and doing doxing. And you might be, I want to see more evidence. And I think that some of that is like a little bit playing to the fact that you want to know how much there is there. And I'll say that that's fair game, but you also have to understand that there's a manifesto getting made by Steve, and he wants to have the most punch possible. So yeah, he's not going to release everything, but I think you have an idea of what went on in there. And I'm not going to make you, you're not responsible for Jstlk, okay? He's the one who sent CSAM, not you. It's not your fault. And I don't think, but thank you very much. I think your actions moving forward after today, that like I would say that's fair to judge off of that. So if you're, I mean, that's all I was going to say. But I like both of you guys. I like you. I love Chud Logic. He knows that.
Dan,
Destiny hates him. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think this is a standard that you earnestly hold. I think
What is the standard? Do you see how much unhinged? Do you see how much unhinged shit you guys have all been involved in? All these people are up to.
I don't even think this is the standard that Dan even holds, right? Because you didn't dissociate yourself from Destiny.
Dickers,
after
can I
all
ask?
this fucking shit
Dickers,
came up.
wait, can I ask a question?
Hold on, I'm asking. No, you can't. Sorry. So I think the motivation here is pretty clear. This isn't a standard you fucking hold, and you would have no interest in investing in this standard any further, unless
I
you
completely disagree with you.
Jstlk from everybody else and make him as toxic.
No, that's
or
not true
radioactive
because I knew as first off, as being someone that was close to Steve, I've been his friends for a long time, and I knew that this was bullshit from the beginning. And you guys all had to play things out the way it was, and that was fine. And it felt bad, and that was the reason that I'm sticking around, because he told me that this was bullshit, and it was bullshit. And now it's all coming out, and everything's getting dismissed. Not a single piece of fucking evidence is against Steve.
What do you mean is bullshit?
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Destiny's got logs where he's
First
talking to
off-
Pixie and saying this is a really fucked up way to violate your privacy. What do you mean this is
No, 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 no.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, wait.
That is
wait,
untrue.
wait. Hold on, no, wait.
Let
Hold on. I just want to be
Destiny
clear.
go.
Yeah, wait. Just to be clear, you know specific statements that have come from logs between me and Pixie. You don't know that Jstlk and the rest of his server were celebrating the day this young girl got doxxed and then celebrating Saba harassing her to force her to join my court case against her will?
Yeah, I know the information that's central to a huge fucking drama that popped off, and not what a Discord happened, or not what happened in a Discord like
It's an
a year
unknown
ago.
unknown. How would he know to look?
How would you wait?
Go
Do
make
you,
a
wait,
fucking
wait, do you
commentary
know?
video on
Do
it,
you
dude,
know
if you want people
anything
to know
about?
about it.
Do you know anything about? Oh, crazy! That a lot of commentary guys are scared to touch it. I wonder why. Do you know anything about the
They
fact
can
that
talk about it
do
all
you
they
know
want.
that? Do you
Jstlk's
know?
a 500
Do you
viewer
know
shitter on Kick.
anything?
Who gives a fuck?
Do you? Who gives a fuck? Good question. Do you know anything about? You're here, obviously. You give a fuck because you came to defend him. Wick, pull up the next. Wait, pull up the next tweet. Pull
Was
the next tweet.
Jstlk in the prompt?
Did you
Am I
come here
pulling
to
up the
defend
next
your
tweet?
personal actions? Were you in the prompt?
No.
Yes,
because people
Wait,
are trying to say
yes,
that
because
people in
people-
the server are being implied in this kind of
Hold
fucking
on.
behavior.
Let me go check.
When you
Maybe
say
you
that
are,
somebody's in
maybe
a
you are.
doxing server,
Were you in the prompt
is that
for this
not
debate?
impunitive of their fucking behavior?
No, you said earlier it's not. The only behavior you're responsible for is your own. So it doesn't matter if it's a doxing server,
No,
right?
that's the argument you're trying to make, no? And
Yes,
that's the argument that
and you
Dan is
haven't.
also making,
You
that it
didn't
does
come here and
impugn
say
your
you
character.
weren't part of a doxing server. You were saying that even if I was, it shouldn't matter.
No, I said both.
Okay.
They're not mutually exclusive claims. You accept that?
That one would make the other irrelevant. But it kind of seems like the people in here are names that, if I were to start searching through that Snark Discord, would I see some of these people show up? I don't actually know. Jstlk, yeah, for sure. Seems like Jstlk's defending Saba harassing that girl here, right? Does it read like that? That Saba was a good guy?
If you want to ask Jstlk about something, ask Jstlk about it.
I
Get him
have
in the
invited
fucking call.
Jstlk here.
All I'm saying, let me just bring this.
I don't know anything about.
Let me bring this back. Also, wait, Dickers, aren't you in Jstlk's server?
I'm in your server as well, yeah.
Nothing is happening in my server.
I don't know anything that's happened in Jstlk's server.
There's also
You
like
don't know
5
anything-
million
You don't know
people
anything
in
that happens in
Destiny
any
server.
fucking server.
No,
You don't
no
know what's
fucking
happening in the
idea
Snark
about it.
server. You don't know what happens in Jstlk server. What server do you pay attention to? Do you pay attention to any
People are
server?
normally like
Dude, am
pouring
I just
over
sitting in
every
fucking
log of the
Discord servers
servers they're
reading
in?
all the fucking logs every day? I'm reading Snarky Chat, I'm reading mine, I'm reading Aiden's, I'm reading yours.
But you're
I'm
apparently
reading all
missing
these fucking
every
servers.
single thing we're talking about, and you only seem to remember the stuff that
That's
is
a
maybe
lot
half
of
charitable to you.
servers. I'm in tons of servers that I haven't fucking opened in months. Like, that's a
Okay.
lot of servers.
Well, here, so then just my final question, and then we can go wherever you want from this, okay? My final question is, can you think of the single most insane thing that my community has done? Because I can hear, all the time I get told that we are a crazy operation, there's all these insane things, compared to what the fuck we just saw here, okay? With this sabasexual guy spam emailing this girl and her family members to force her to get a deposition, okay? Because they hate me. That's it. That's the only reason, right? What is the most insane thing that my community has been a part of?
Probably
Well,
the
I mean,
doxing.
you prop up some of the
Wait. My community. Hold on, wait. When did my community do doxing?
The person you prop up, food shops, said I was a justifiable target of doxing.
Aiden, you're retarded. Hold on, Dickers.
How am I?
When
okay,
did
what
my
about anything I
community?
just said, do you
Dickers,
dispute?
when did my community do
Okay, so
doxing?
just don't answer the question.
I'm not.
Got it.
On Kiwi Farms in your thread.
My community's posting in my thread?
I mean, to be fair, your community hates you, Steve. So, you know.
Okay, wait, no, that's fine. Okay, hold on. I'll accept that.
It's people who are posting the docs information of people you try and fucking argue with.
Okay, gotcha.
Or the people who hate you.
Gotcha. And then just curious, if I were to go through both of our
Do you
respective...
deny that? Are you saying that's not true?
No, it is true. that people who claim to be, or maybe seem to be from my community, right? If I were to go through both of our Discord servers and look for the term gay ops, which is where you create accounts in order to appear like you're from another community to bring that community on, who do you think would be talking about gay ops more?
That can be a woman gay ops,
Not necessarily what gay ops.
Wait, sorry, go on.
Aiden, this term was probably invented before you were even fucking born. What are you, like 19
You're
years
a debate,
old?
bro. You should know composition fallacy. What's true the part is not true the whole. Just because it's a manifestation of gay ops does not mean that's what gay opping is. Okay?
That was the most gay ops I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm gonna have to defer to Aiden. That sounds
Aiden,
good.
you are 19 years old. Shut the fuck up. Go look at your DMs and get your new talking points from KUIHMAN, okay? Dickers.
Do I
Dickers.
wear a
Dickers.
blindfold? Nobody DM'd me that was a
Dickers,
requirement of the
don't
debate.
you think
I'm
it's a
not
little bit
DMing
weird? I
anyone.
just want to be clear. Let's have the record be crystal clear, okay? So you're saying that the worst behavior that my community has been involved in is posting on Kiwi Farms, of which I can't prove. I asked
you for an example of it, and I gave you an example.
Oh, so that's not the word. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, let's just, on that example that you gave, there's no way for me to prove or disprove that, number one. And number two, you guys have talked about gay opsing, haven't you, in that server? Wasn't it part of the screenshot that Dan literally posted?
Have I? No.
When I said you guys, not you personally.
Uh-huh.
They talked about
did. Yeah.
Correct.
And what did I say about that?
And he's, I don't care what you said
And what
about
did I
it.
say about
I don't
that?
care what you said about it. He's in the server. They've spoken
No.
about gay ops in there, right?
Nicandros has, sure.
Yes. Who's in that server? Yes.
You're trying to give the implication as though everybody else has to respond to it, as though they have done this.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
not.
just saying that
Nicandros
gay
said it,
opsing
and
is
it's
a
on
part.
Nicandros.
I'm saying that gay opsing is part of your guys' communities, and you're pointing to the fact that one of the bad things my community's done is posting on Kiwi Farms in a way that I can't prove when you guys have already admitted to making false accounts to gay ops people. Why would that be your go-to evidence?
Have I?
What's your strongest point?
When did I admit that?
What's your strongest point? What's the worst that you think that my community's been involved in?
Giving Mr. Girl
I mean,
a
off the top
platform.
of my head, sure. Doxing.
Giving Jstlk a platform.
This is crazy. I am the boogeyman of your guys' existence. We've just gone through so much fucking insane behavior.
Dude,
you
we've
can't think of
spent
a.
months
You
not
guys
talking about
can't
you.
think.
You're
of-
like a minor drama commentary
can't
topic.
think of a
People
single
always joke
thing.
The EHD. You might as well just remove the D. 'cause
You
you're not
guys can't
spoken
even
about
think of a
anymore.
single
Most
thing.
of the
That's
people on that server
crazy.
Don't even give a fuck about you.
That is
Nicandros
insane
doesn't
to
give a
me.
Fuck about you. Shamu doesn't give a fuck
That
about
is
you.
insane.
Don't take a look at their fucking content.
That is
They
insane
don't
to
talk
me.
about you. You're the boogeyman.
What is
Dan,
exactly
who is the
about
top
anything
three?
that's
Nothing.
happened is
Who's
Nothing.
the top three
I'm
targets
glad-
of that server?
Let the record reflect nothing.
Dan?
Not a single thing that's brought up.
Dan?
You guys are delusional. This is delusional.
Hello?
What are you
Mr.
talking
Saltman?
about?
Yeah, hi. Yes, hi,
Who were the
Dickers.
top
How are you?
three? Who were the top three targets of that server?
It was like Ethan Klein, Steve, and some trans
Was
firebat
Destiny-
thing.
Was Destiny even on there? That's not what you've said before. What you've said before is Ethan
Well,
Klein.
I'm at a hotel. I don't have it in
Nicholas
front of me.
Furio, and Trans Firebat.
Ooh, but I'd have to go and
now you're changing it
see
to
what it
include
is.
Steven?
Hold on, I'm not changing anything. You're asking me what it is. I'm at a fucking hotel in New York. I have no
you've
fucking
changed-
idea.
And you've changed your answer from before, right? To the
Okay,
benefit of
whatever I
Destiny's
said
logic?
before. Hold on, whatever I said before is accurate because I don't have it in front of me. I'm guessing.
Okay, nice. So
Why
Destiny
are you saying
wasn't one
nice?
of the
You
top
see
three.
how I'm not
I don't know
lying?
what argument he
Wait,
thinks
wait,
he's
wait,
making.
Dickers, you see how I don't lie? How I just say what's going on as opposed to you guys? Right? I'll just say
You
whatever I
tried
said
to
before
lie,
seems
and then I
accurate.
corrected you based on a prior statement, and then you
No,
would admit
you asked me what it was, and I was giving you my guess. Don't pull this
Dan,
now.
you lied.
This is unfair.
Dan, you lied by omission when you were in that conversation with Chud when he asked you.
Which
what
one?
The okay, the recent one that Destiny called into a KUIHMAN. When he
Uh-huh.
asked you what the redaction was, you responded, "It's a name," and then moved on. He didn't catch you on it for some reason. Later on, you're caught on it and elaborated. That's actually just like somebody's fucking username, their public-facing username.
Why
You
are
lied
you-
by
I don't think this is a
omission.
good
Oh, man.
battle
That's
for you to do.
PII.
Yeah, this is
That's
the
thing
dumbest
that stops.
argument. This is the dumbest argument. Okay.
Sure. So can you explain
Well,
why
no.
it's dumb instead of positive?
I would like to explain myself. It's my argument, and I think it's I can give a good answer to this. All right, if you guys will let me, and I'll be calm and I'll give you the real answer. All right, hand to God type shit. You ready? So I have these logs. They look very bad, and I'm thinking, if I release this, how can this fucking blow back on me? And I have two options. One is that I can just release it all as is, but then I'm in this situation where people be like, wow, really nice, Dan, fucking releasing the name of docs tools. What a fucking retard. You're so fucking stupid. You're trying to get people fucking docs. Actual fucking brain dead. And why the fuck are you putting fucking Novaru in here? What does she have to do with anything? You're such a fuck. Now
Wait,
there's
wait,
going to be people
why
who
would
attack her.
anybody complain
Great.
about the second part?
Hold on. I'm still going. So that was option one. Leave nothing, like redact nothing, just fucking put it out there. And the second one is like, okay, let me be safe. I'm going to redact the name of the tools. I'm going to redact the people that are unrelated. But so people can't think that I'm trying to pull a fast one, I'm going to say that they are unrelated, redacted. Okay? That way they can't possibly say I'm trying to pull any fast shit. But you guys still latch onto this. Like this was some master move. If I was trying to fuck with you, I would just leave it as redacted. This is the stupidest argument. There is so much better shit you could target me with. And this is pure desperation.
Okay. I appreciate
it. Go ahead.
What did you leave in the name of Tectone, Rev says Desu, and Pinky Chew, and only redact the name of Novaru, who the
Pink was an accident. The pink thing was an accident. I missed that when I did that. That was an accident.
Okay.
I left Templeton in there? No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
No, I'm saying you redacted.
You didn't workshop these. You didn't send these like messages like around. Nobody could have caught your mistake.
Hold on, wait.
What was the mistake?
You're saying that Dan fucked up one redaction of many on these things, and that was a mistake that he should have caught. But KUIHMAN reading down the side of the site where it says Twitch tools, Twitter tools, whatever, that was an honest mistake. And there's
that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Shit.
You should have caught.
I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that you guys are
on the Novaru.
Oh my god!
All right,
Dan tried to say that the state.
No argument.
Dan tried to say that the state that Novaru lived in, that was information.
I was trying to keep unrelated people.
That's not true.
Dickers, this is bullshit. I was trying to keep unrelated people out of being caught into a fucking dog shit. Like,
why?
Why? Because who would want to be attached to this? You want to know who gives a fuck? Like the 6 people that have been doxxed since this fucking happened. Dickers. Do you want to know who cares?
Going to get doxxed?
To be clear, I just want to I want to remind everyone, please. I'm not the only one. Like, I have received messages that other people, and they don't want me to share who they are, have also been doxxed, and they've again showed me evidence of this.
From the
that's a lot for us
I
to
just want to be
work
clear
off
what's
of,
happening. Why would we? Look, there is absolutely a group of people, and I don't know who they are, that are targeting everyone who is even associated with Destiny and doxing us.
From the server? From that exact server? From that exact server?
I mean, Dickers.
So why would I ever be like? I'm on the side that's
the
not
question.
doing that. I'm on the side
because we're
that's
talking
not
about this
doing
crazy
that.
fucking doxing server, and now Wick without any fucking context.
Dickers, it's a server dedicated to hating Destiny and Ethan, and you're doing surprise Pikachu face.
So Wick, where?
I
don't care where they're doing it.
He's not going to give you anything, dude.
Oh my fucking god! Presumably,
why would I care?
Sarcasm,
they murdered him in the kitchen and not the living room. Oh, I guess it's okay
it's
now.
the
Who
group.
The fuck cares?
It's the communities
A group of
where
people
this is happening
are
in,
actively
and
targeting me and others for harassment, calling us pedophiles, DMing every single woman who's ever been on my stream, asking them to release logs. That is something that Bug Squander did under KUIHMAN, like KUIHMAN's mod. That's what he did. He went on to different women that's been on my stream, DM them, say, release the logs with Wick. We're trying to stir up content. And now I learn that not only have they been harassing me, calling me a pedo throughout all my replies, they have been doxing me. Fuck those guys. I don't care who they are. I don't care where they are.
Why do you guys never like?
We haven't seen the fucking evidence for it either. I'm not going
you can
to.
Believe me or not. I'm just telling you what's happening. So.
Yeah, it's like, believe us, we're not going to give you any evidence, and you're fair game if you don't accept our claim without
you
evidence.
You understand my evidence
that.
that I would have to give you at this point would dox myself? You want me
You
to
can't redact your PII?
I'm in the middle of a stream doing it now. I was just
saying.
But it also, just to be clear, it also doesn't matter. Wait, but it doesn't matter. Wait, it doesn't matter. If we tell you right now, that Rita and that QQ guy or girl, whoever the fuck they are, seem to respond positively to Wix docs being posted, what would your response be to that?
That's
to ban them from MySpaces.
That's bad? Is that what you said? That's fucked?
I said that's fucked.
I love it when they.
Oh, that's
what
fucked.
What do you want me to say? It's bad.
What do you want me to say?
I've
It's
asked
bad.
this question now for you really.
I mean, to be fair, it is a good line.
I mean,
wait,
you can use what Aiden said and ignore what I said.
Aiden, I can answer. What do you think should happen to me for the doxing that I've been involved in?
I think you should stop doing it and apologize.
Oh, okay. I won't do it anymore. Sorry, guys. So we're cool now?
Me neither. Also,
you're not gonna do it anymore.
I'm done.
Oh, cool. Nice. All right. So Aiden, no more calls from you against me.
And if you show that course of behavior over the next few months or over the next few years, maybe people will believe.
All right. So you guys disband the server. We're good to go.
Yeah, we're good, right?
The server I'm not a part of.
If individuals
not you, Aiden.
stop their conduct,
you're an innocent child.
And then shift, and then years later, yeah, sure. Aiden wasn't associated with a lot of people in the fucking.
Well, hold
space.
on. To be fair, I think Aiden did his.
Aiden and I
did his like 4 months ago. So we get 4 months. Aiden did his 4 months ago, so
Aiden
4
did it
months of
one
us being
time
clean.
Is a, at the time, 20-year-old while he was drunk in a hotel room, okay? Now, I've thought that recently, okay, fuck it, I'll start hanging out with Aiden again, but I don't know, Dan. You've got a course of behavior.
I'd hang out with Aiden. Problem?
I'd also hang out with Aiden.
Yeah, see? Just us, a bunch of doxers hanging out together.
It's a completely... I'm the only one who can claim the moral high ground, and I will.
But you can't because you're in all these spaces, posting fucking tweets, accounts of people, looking at like who's following who,
Not
and
tweets.
saying, "Oh, not tweets," not looking at like who's following which people and why is this guy doing this and all this. Like all of you guys are all connected
not
doing
looking
all
at who's
this
following
fucking
who
shit.
on Twitter. I'm not even sure if
true.
I've fucking done that, by the way. But even if I have done that, who gives a fuck?
Really? You haven't
That's
been in
not
Jstlk server being like, "Oh, why does this guy follow these fucking people? What's going on here?" Blah blah blah. No.
No. I'm in Jstlk server because occasionally I'll hop on stream.
Okay.
Wait, can you show this one for me? And then can you explain to me what I'm looking at here?
Give me a sec. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of DMs. Jstlk DM'd me a lot. He's very angry at me. Whatever. He can come on, but he doesn't want to. He's like, why would I be involved in this bullshit? And he's streaming it right now.
Fucking true. Jesus, I wish you would fuck off.
Yeah. You want me to show this on stream?
Yeah.
Here we go. There's no way. He's giving me semantics server attachment vibes. He'll be back. Why have you done this, Neo? Here's Dickers. Posting this. Who doesn't this guy follow? I have no idea who the fuck this is.
Why the fuck are you posting random Twitter accounts that Connor follows in Jstlk server, a server you're not even that active in? Like, what's the point?
I don't even know what you're looking at right now.
What's the point? And I thought you just said you didn't do stuff like this, right? Like, why isn't this kind of a weird thing? Why do we even post this? Isn't it kind of weird?
Yeah, dude, this is
Take a
insane.
look at what people... Dude, the day that you can't follow police other people on Twitter is the day that I hang myself. What the fuck is wrong
really
with
what
this?
we got, man? This is
I'm
really
just
what
asking
we're
why.
working with.
I'm just curious.
Wait, Wick, have you sent it to me or something?
He's
Or
just
you- I
curious.
don't
He wants
know
to
what
argue
you're looking
something
at.
that he can't
I'm
defend,
streaming
so he
it.
pretends
You
like
can
he's
look
just
it in the
asking
Discord. You
questions.
can click watch stream. You can pull it up and you can see it.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't see that. It's my bad.
Okay, I was
actually.
like, what do you want? What do you mean? Like you can't see it. Like there's more before, right? If I have to scroll back. So there's these people are talking. Blah blah blah. This is you. Who doesn't this guy follow?
Oh yeah, Connor follows fucking everyone, man. Have you taken a look at that shit? Yeah. Wait, I'm hearing myself in your stream.
Wait, why do
Okay,
you even check that though? Isn't that a little bit weird?
What when I'm like, what when I receive a comment from somebody on Twitter?
Is that what we're talking about right now?
I think they'd interacted with me, or I'll see like a certain post and like, wait, who the fuck is this person? And
Can I
Connor
actually
follows
ask-
Do you guys? I'm just curious. Do you guys?
What are
wait,
we
I'm just
talking-
curious.
What is wrong with any of
I'm
this?
just asking a question.
Can I
I'm just saying. Like, do you guys talk a lot
You're
about
just
like
asking
who
questions,
people? Yeah, who people
You're too
follow?
much of
What's
a
going on?
pussy. You're too much of a pussy to make an argument, so you're gonna pretend like you're asking
The
questions.
profile-
Just say what you're arguing here.
The profile picture is a deceased, dead, shot in the head version of your fucking like plushie or whatever, and Connor is following that person with the fucking Palestine flag in their bio. This guy follows everybody on Twitter. Can you scroll back up, Wick?
Is it just all like part of is it all just like part of like is it part of like research?
No, it's just about fucking about on Twitter.
Okay. In Jstlk server though, I thought you weren't active in there, or did I misunderstand you when you said you just don't see anything posted
I'm
about
not
me?
active. Go and take a look.
There's one message.
Well, isn't this is in
negating
Jstlk
his
server?
assertion that he wasn't active.
How many messages? How many
Dickers,
messages have you posted in
and how many
Jstlk server?
messages? You tell me.
What if it was over 100 and they wipe that server frequently?
Dude, I don't think they do. How long ago was that message from?
I don't know. How long ago did they wipe the server last? And do you have 160 or so messages in there right now?
I mean, I'll go and type from Dickers.
Oh
Even
my
if I
God.
do,
Shit,
who gives a fuck?
I don't know. You tell me. You were the one earlier that said you weren't active in there. No.
Ooh, I have got 300 messages.
Wait, when did you join Jstlk server, Dickers? Because that's like nothing. If it's like a year ago, that's nothing.
When was the last time? Does anybody
this
know when the
time
last time
last
they
year.
wiped? When was the last time they wiped that server?
Over a year ago. I don't know.
Why would you say over a year ago if you don't know?
Because it's.
Well, I'm saying that it would
he
have to be
joined
over a year ago, because the oldest thing that I can find is from, I don't know, this time last year.
Yeah. So,
is it really
makes sense.
regularly? What do you mean they've got server wiped regularly?
I don't know. You tell me. I guess it was over a year ago. Just one time then?
Yeah, regularly is like a yearly basis now.
I don't
Which
know.
server is
Dude,
this?
you need
Which
to have
server?
a conversation with Jstlk. You've got a lot of fucking steam to be able to be blown off. Jesus Christ.
I have tried my very best to put a conversation together with Destiny and Jstlk.
I
One of
wonder
the
why.
parties does not want that to happen.
I gotta
It
be
is not
honest.
Oh, is
Destiny.
Jstlk offering fucking witness testimony in the Pixie stuff? Is that why?
No. Jstlk's just the pussy.
Can you not see why he like wouldn't want to like?
And a distributor of child porn.
We'll see why he wouldn't want to talk to me. Wait, I could, but why would he talk about me so much?
I think Jstlk has tried to move away from the fucking Destiny A-log content. I can't lie. He's like done repeatedly.
Hold on, just curious.
We're taking a break. We're not talking about this stuff.
How long did he
Destiny's
have?
talking about him, Wick.
How long did he have a server called the Destiny E-Rape Defense Channel, where they were arguing every single day about me in there?
I don't know.
Then why would you say that? Why would you just say right now so confidently he doesn't talk about me? You don't even know.
I'm saying for long swaths of time he doesn't talk about you, and then you start talking about him recently.
But that's also not true.
Wait,
I don't think Jstlk's ever been a
make
leak.
assertions.
Can I just ask?
Because there's some like unknown that could come forward.
Wick, on that server earlier, the one that you said, I think Wick, you said it felt like they posted a docs in. That server they were posting that OSINT tool in. Can you open these two screenshots on your screen? Does it sound like a few of these
I'm glad
guys,
you've amended your verbiage.
Nicandros included, are trying to fucking triangulate Tectone's position based on whether or not he's at church?
You want me to show this? You want me to
Yeah,
show
these
this
two
on-
tweets. Yeah, or these two messages. These two. I'm just curious.
Give me a second. Here, 1 second. You guys can all watch it. Remember, Dickers, you got to click the button, okay, if you want to see it.
Oh fuck yeah! It doesn't appear in my fucking my output. Okay.
Well, it's harder to see because I can't. Oh, can I? Yeah, there we go.
Also, just curious.
So
Let's pretend for like 1 microsecond that maybe I have recordings of a bunch of people arguing in Jstlk's server. You weren't one of the people in that server, Dickers, arguing constantly about how I'm like an actual e-rapist, right? That audio wouldn't exist, right? Because you weren't involved in that for hours and hours and hours.
I've probably been in VC and Jstlk's before.
Arguing about me?
I think you were probably the topic from hanging around Jstlk, yeah?
You have to be tricky to them.
Actually,
Regularly
no,
is
there's
once
like
a
you
year.
know as well.
Them
we're
regularly
talking
is
about.
once a year.
It's always about you, right? Wait, what? Sorry, Wick, stop fucking about with it. What are we even reading now?
You want me to go back and read it?
Do we want to read these out or what?
What do you want to do with this, Destiny?
I'm pretty sure they're trying to fucking triangulate. They're trying to figure out where Tectone is based on the time he's tweeting, based on a news story that was posted. And then this is the same server. They're also posting OSINT tools in. Now, I'm not the one to defend Tectone. Fuck him, okay? But these guys, I think, hate Tectone because he's like team anti.
No, you know what this is.
And these guys are literally trying to fucking figure out where he is at some particular point in time.
No, it's not his present location. Tectone claimed that he had seen a shooting. It was not his present location. He was no longer there. He claimed that he had like witnessed a shooting at the mall. Or I forget what it was. And they believed, I think he lied about that, and they were verifying that. That's no risk to him because that's not his like present location. He doesn't live at the mall.
So what do they mean when they say remember? First of all, when they say remember to check if he's in church today, what are they looking for there? Number one, and number two, why the fuck?
I think that's
why would they be trying to? That's a joke.
Probably.
So when they say still like 5 hours before it's 8 a.m. in San Antonio, 8 a.m. isn't like when people go to church.
No, it is right, but that's
depends on the church.
A specific. More
Have they got somebody that is also in his congregation?
Do you not think it's possible that they're potentially mocking the guy who a court found likely sexually assaulted a woman, right? The guy who LARPs behind Christianity, like so many other people. Do you not think they're mocking his like religious cope? Do you not think that like is poking fun at this at all? Have you not made jokes like this?
So it's all just they're just joking on all this. So the OSINT tool is a joke.
No,
the
that's
figring out
not
like
what I said.
whether
if you
or not
lie
he's
about
at,
what I just said,
church
then,
is a
then you
joke.
could say
It's all
that,
just all of
but
this
that
is
would be
just a meme. Well, didn't Nicandros did say it was a joke, right? Didn't he tweet that out, or was that Shamu? I'm mixing them up now.
I don't know why. I'm pretty sure you're just fucking lying.
Nicandros was the one that said it was a joke, and then the conversation happened. Then he changed his story, and now it's something else, and I don't know what it is. They changed.
Oh yeah, when it became an accusation. Yeah.
Also, just curious, Aiden, you seem to lack so much knowledge about so much stuff in you. You don't know anything about Wix docs, you don't know anything about anything else. But how did you know specifically and exactly what the context was behind this conversation? How the
Because
fuck did
I've
you know
covered
that?
Tectone extensively. I know that there was an allegation that Tectone had because Tectone had said that he was at the mall and there was like a shooting or something, and it was like an exaggerated story, and he lies all the time, and it seemed fake as shit. I'm familiar with Tectone and his entire controversy.
How would you know what these guys are talking about related to that, though?
Because they literally posted a fucking link to the shooting.
You don't know what their conversation about it is, though, no?
Can
We're
you
talking
go back
about their
to the
conversation,
hold on.
no?
Can we go back to the last screenshot, Wick?
Can.
How would you
This
know
was
what they're
in-
talking about, man? Maybe because I fucking covered the guy and they're literally linking exactly what they're talking about? I don't know, dude.
I don't even think they're talking about a fucking, like a trending news story at the time. This looks like it happened 5 or 6 months previously.
Yeah, so what I said, not his current location. I know exactly what they're talking because I fucking covered the guy. And they're literally
what's the
talking
allegation
about what
here?
they were talking about.
Why are they asking to check if he's in church today?
know this?
Why are they using OSINT tools to track people
'Cause he
related
would-
to Tectone? Why are they trying to figure out what time he'll be there? And Aiden, I thought you weren't even part of this server. How the fuck do you know about any of this?
Okay, I feel like I'm like losing my mind. I just explained to you exactly how, and I don't know if you weren't like listening or something. You're retarded.
I'm not talking about
They
the Tectone
literally-
story.
They
I'm asking about.
literally linked. If you go back to the
I'm not
last
talking about
screenshot-
that story. I'm asking about their behavior with response to it. You don't know anything about this, so why the fuck are you defending them on it?
Why am I defending them on it? Because it looks like a fucking joke.
It looks like a
The
joke
church
that they're
comment.
asking
The church
to
comment.
remember to
The-
check if he's in church
the
today,
church
and then a little bit
comment.
later they're
Just the
posting
church
OSINT
comment.
tools to try to
Just
find
the
people
church
that they
comment.
think are
Literally
him
just the
on
church
Twitter.
comment.
You guys are crazy.
church comment.
Just so you guys
If I
know,
made a
you're
joke
fucking
that, hey,
insane.
not that
You're
crazy.
insane.
gonna
You
be
guys are
tomorrow.
crazy.
No, I don't
guys
think it's
are
that crazy. To think the
crazy.
church comment and specifically was making fun of how this guy like hides behind religion while court.
You,
found him,
no one
that
is
he likely
talking
sexually
about that,
assaulted a
bro.
woman.
No one is talking about this.
That's literally exactly. What do you mean no one's talking about it? That's the whole argument here. That would be a joke. That's what they're talking about. So yeah, we are actually talking about it. I don't know what that's about.
Why don't we just go and try and find one of the
Fucking
instances
Alzheimer's.
where Nicandros is talking about him finding his location? Why are we talking about a plausible joke where he's saying, check if you went to church today? Or that Tectone's tweeting about this stuff all the time as a part of the Christian grift? He talks about going to church all the fucking time.
Yeah, and we're poking fun at it because it's funny that the guy that was found liable by civil court for sexual assault is like talking about going to church. It's
Hilarious.
funny.
That's
funny.
hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And they're talking about a shooting that
no
happened like what, 6 months
refutation.
before?
Yeah. I just was like expecting something better, man. I gotta be honest. I'm a little underwhelmed.
This is what it does. It massively fucking undercuts the narrative as well that something fucking crazy is coming out. And it makes me just not take any of this fucking shit seriously. So when you say
Damn
this
it.
private evidence that
Damn
I can't
it.
fucking see, the stuff that you've shown so far.
Fuck.
I mean, Dan,
Yeah,
it
I
is
mean,
fucking
Steve,
lacking,
that's-
man.
I'm gonna be real.
I gotta cancel it. It's
sell
fuck.
it, and then the way
It's
you
fuck.
actually
I
read
don't
the
know.
hold on,
Lord,
Dickers.
You convinced me.
You can also
Wait,
tell that this isn't a
Dickers,
big deal. You
I
can
have an
also
idea.
tell. You can also tell how not big of a deal it is.
Bro, like he
You-
convinced me with what he's shown me, and I know I can't show you, but damn.
Wait,
You can also tell. You can
Dickers.
also none of it matters because every time I ask questions like, "Do you ever talk to me?" Like, "Well, maybe I have," and it's like, "Oh, in voice chat." Initially, it wasn't. I don't talk about you at all. I don't even know anything about the server. It's like, "Well, I got 300 messages there." Oh, what about voice chat? Oh,
I didn't say that.
Well, you know, maybe.
Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Dickers, as a fun little thing. Do you remember? So you were a moderator of a debate between who was it? Between I'm just going through this here real quick. You have to excuse me because I'm on my laptop here. I think this was between
Purple Parry Gaming and Ica Rules.
Yeah. I'm just looking at
I
all of your
remember that.
deleted messages here. Like, these are like so fucking funny, bro. You were cucked so hard by the commentary people. Like this isn't anything that ends you or anything like that, but like it is funny. Why are they calling you Mao 2.0?
I don't
To
know
us,
that.
that's not that insulting because we're not thin-skinned bitches. So don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, you guys all
Tomorrow,
deleted the
try and
messages
get a
after.
fucking debate going between them. I'm not sure.
Okay. This is probably a joke. What's the, like... you know, actually, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, honestly, I can't keep up with what the fuck this shit means. Traw said this.
Yeah.
Traw sent that.
So,
what did they send?
I'll try and reiterate, I guess. Every time that you try and point something out and it's like a nothing burger, it does hamper my fucking confidence in anything you're saying is coming out later. So you can try and pretend as though people have been fucking defending this shit hardcore. You've massively overplayed your hand with this stuff.
You think so?
Yeah, you guys have like.
So
I'm
far,
honest.
yep. Plots on the ground.
I just was expecting so much better. Like
you tried to just bring up a joke about somebody calling me
You know,
around
this is
2.0,
like
and
the
I'm supposed to take this
worst.
stuff
I
deathly
just want to
fucking
be clear. I
seriously.
just want to be clear.
You know what it reminds me
at
of?
At this point, I have no beef with you or Aiden, right? Like I don't. I think we've talked maybe once before, Dickers, right? And I have no idea that if you're involved with this, but like I'm just telling you, like the information, if the evidence is equal to what I've been seeing, there's a lot there, and you should probably do some CYA, disavow all.
Well, no, it's fine. Look, I've been here before.
I mean, it's
the whole.
I gotta be
Twitch
honest,
thing.
Wick.
If
I
there's
nor
people
anybody in my
engaging in,
community like gives a fuck about you, especially like doxing you.
I didn't know you existed before.
Yeah,
today.
no, I didn't know. What like I'm not even trying to be mean.
Oh,
here,
that's not
like-
true.
What?
That's not true. You knew who Wick was. You're about to say
Oh,
you
no,
didn't know who
yes.
he was either.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I don't know a lot about him. That's my bad.
That's
totally,
fair. Yeah.
my bad.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna pretend like that was like a crazy fucking like that was like a crazy slip up. No, I didn't. Sorry, I said
No, you just
earlier.
misspoke. We hamper on those in this community. Misspeaks.
Yeah,
They're
I know.
big.
I know. Yeah, no, my apologies. I did know
Okay.
your name because people talked about you negatively, but I didn't know why. I don't know anything about. I just know you're associated with.
Haters are gonna hate. That's what it is. I don't know. No one's ever mentioned you before today, so well, no, I shouldn't say before today. A couple days ago when you first.
Aiden Underground's gonna be a household name. Get ready, man.
I hope so. Maybe. Right?
How much to buy 30% of your lifetime earnings?
Wait, is this the same kind of fucking usury trap that you got Darius in? Is that what you were referencing earlier?
I mean, it's up to you. No one's forcing you to accept it.
Think it over. I'll think it over.
Maybe I pick winners. You ever think about that, Dickers? Maybe there's a reason I'm offering it to Aiden and not to you. Just saying.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer. It's a classic game.
That's funny. Anyway, is there? Are we? I don't know where we're going with this. Like,
all right, I guess I would just I would leave it here.
Is it? They're going done.
All right, I was gonna say I was here once before. I heard a lot of nothing burgers. You don't have shit. This was the Twitch stuff, and I feel like I got a lot accomplished. Now you guys might say no, but I think I did okay. And your calls to release more information and do more stuff so that you can have it right now. I've been here. I've done that. It means nothing to me. You'll get stuff as it's dripped leaked. And just when you think that you're beyond the drama, boom, it's going to be more the next day. So we can keep this going for like another solid 1 to 2 months until all of this is done. That's the point. It's it's to fucking make you suffer because you guys are, well, not you, not you, but Jstlk.
Campaign days,
not
going
you.
after a fucking Discord server.
Listen, you
Oh, no,
can
no,
drip
not
these
the
shit.
Discord server, just Jstlk.
I just don't understand like this like it's fine if you want to release it like this, I guess, but it's like
Yeah.
what is
well,
the
no, at the
secret?
end we'll be all the really sick shit.
Why do
For
you like
now, it's just
aggressively
going to be.
expect people to like accept these claims at like face value? It's just like
Well, I don't. That's why we will.
They hope you don't. They hope you don't. They hope you disavow. They hope you make
that is
light
kind
of
of
it.
the
They hope
point
you
a little bit, right?
minimize
But
it
you-
so that
Do
when
exactly what you've done today.
I don't even know what
drop
happened.
It, they
I
can
haven't been
post a clip
I
of
haven't
you
been given
minimizing
any
it
material
based
evidence.
on what they've dropped at the end. That's
This
what
is what
they're
would,
saying.
this is what would
idea-
hurt us. I'm gonna give you the secret. This is what would hurt us the most, okay? And I know Dan's want me to say this.
I mean,
would hurt
it's
us
funny
most.
because you're about to say the truth and they won't believe you.
This is what?
Yeah, probably.
If we
No, I
left
wanna
the
hear
Discord
what
server
would
and
hurt them
disavowed
the most,
Jstlk.
No,
Is that-
I-
is
Probably.
I don't-
That
I
would
don't-
fuck us the most.
I don't play that shit. I'm not a fucking pussy loser like you fuckers are, okay? I don't sit here and stalk every fucking person's Twitter account near me and then lie about doing it in servers that I lie about even having any information of, that I lie about participating in voice chats for 9 hours debating whether or not I'm a rapist, okay? That's you, all right? Here's what would hurt the most. The thing that 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 would hurt the most would be you guys saying like, oh, if this is behavior that was happening, I would 100% disavow. I don't think I'd even want to be involved in those spaces. That's what I would say. And if I see proof of it, then that's the position I'll take. But until then, I'm just going to hang with the people I do. And I'm going to do what I do, and that's it. And then now me and Dan would be like, well, fuck, that's a fair fucking statement. I guess until we actually like release
100%.
solid shit, now we're kind of fucked. But that's not what you do. Instead, you come on and you grovel for every little tiny bit of information you think we might have. You carve out the most ridiculous statements like OSINT tools posted in places along with names. But
dude,
what do you mean?
The narrative
wait,
isn't
wait.
even being pieced
I love how you like saying narrative.
When have I begged you to release anything?
Let me ask, Wick, has he begged multiple times in this call for us to show him?
To show evidence.
Thank you. Okay, so Wick,
Oh,
the question that he just said
was
retarded.
You're making. Yeah.
Oh, the thing. Oh, since when did post anything? Cut his narrative. What did you just say? The narrative is being constructed in real time? It is. The narrative, by the way, pick up the phone. The narrative is calling from inside the house, dipshit. Check your DMs. It's Jstlk and KUIHMAN. They're calling you right now. It's a disaster. You're getting gamed. It's all fucking over. Hit the internet switch again. Turn it off. It's fucked, diggers. It's fucked.
All right, I have to run because I'm in a hotel and it's night, but I want to just give my final piece here, and this will be out to everyone, and you guys can take what you want from this one way. It's not endorsing, condoning. I'll say this. Child Logic was not on the server. While you guys fucking in DGG and whatnot, hate the guy, whatever. He wasn't in there. He was living his principles. KUIHMAN was in there, but when I looked through, I didn't see any crazy shit from him. That's not to say his community's not involved, but he wasn't in there. He wasn't doing any crazy shit. And in fact, I saw him pushing back. Steve probably fucking hates them saying it. Whatever. It's a fact. We're going to release it all, and that's going to be in there. That's not the case for Jstlk. That is absolutely not the case for Jstlk. And the fact that I'm saying this about KUIHMAN, okay, and the fact that I'm saying this about Jstlk and their communities and everything else, that should give you that. Now, I don't know. I know that, for instance, I think Windy Fox, who's had like 3 different Discords, that's in your community, Aiden. That guy is going to... Yeah, that guy's going to rape you, Aiden. He's going to rape you so fucking hard, it's going to be unbelievable, okay? You're going to get raped beyond belief because that guy's in your community. It's crazy. It's crazy because he has the OPSEC he has is fucking garbage, but he's going out there and he's doing the craziest fucking shit. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. The guy's so fucking stupid, he forgot his email to his last fucking Twitter account, so he had to make a new one. But that's the guy that will rape you specifically. The association there, that is your guy. Just in case you want to know where that's going to come, when it's like the association and my community doesn't do this or that, that'll be the one there. But I will say, it's just one guy, as opposed to Jstlk, who has like 100 fucking people, essentially, that, well, not obviously 100, but a lot. So that's your one dude that's in there that'll sink you. Dickers, I don't know. I'd have to see. I haven't, gone in there before. As I said, I think you're funny. I think you can make it. I'm not really too worried about you. That's it. So, of all that shit, yeah, that's it. And Jstlk distributes child porn and
quality of streams, whatever. Okay.
Thanks for calling
my
in,
conduct in
Dan.
the Discord, my conduct in my community, my conduct in the Discord, my conduct in my community.
I have not seen anything of your community at this point. But I will say it looks poorly on you to be in a server that is dedicated to harassing other content creators. And anything saying that this is a clipping Discord is cope. I think you know that. I think you'd be very uncomfortable. I think you'd be very uncomfortable. Hold on, I'm leaving.
Did you not say that's the primary purpose of it? Okay.
It is. Remember when we said like...
Let Dan get his final thought out, and then you can...
Well, again, I think that we'd say like, hey, what's the criteria for someone to join? Do they hate this person? I think you'd be very uncomfortable if like me and Steve are like, hey, we're going to set up a private Discord. What's the criteria? You fucking hate dickers. Okay? This is going to be a dickers A-logging server, and it's dedicated to fucking this guy's life over. You'd be extremely uncomfortable, and I think you would think very badly of the people who are in there. So it's up to you. You can stay in the server. You can stay in the server you're in there. I'll think less of you. That's it. I haven't seen anything specifically in your server, if that's what you're asking, that makes me...
You said that I've...
Well, yes, what I messaged you, if you want to like go that front, I had an issue with that. Yeah. So, I mean, you're asking about your server. I was trying to give you a legitimate answer at this point. So if you want to stay in the server and do that, that's your choice.
Also,
and I have whatever.
Yeah. And then just a quick thing for Wick. Okay, you can wrap up actually pretty soon, in like a few minutes. Wick, I'm just curious. Why do you think Jstlk has been streaming and live tweeting about this for the past couple of hours? And why do you think Doobie has been posting messages about this for the past couple of hours in your Discord server, but neither of these people actually talk about this?
Well, Doobie has talked to you about this before, so I'll say
One
that.
time.
One time, that's fair.
It was
but that's
bad.
one more time
Was
than
that
Jstlk.
before or after you threatened to dog?
Can you think of anything those two people have in
Can I answer
common?
this question, please?
All right, goodbye, Aiden
Hi, Dan,
and Dickers.
Okay.
I think you guys will make it.
I'm going to answer
Goodbye.
this question. So, I think if I had to guess, and it is just speculation, the reason that Jstlk is doing this is because he wants to control the narrative, do some damage control. A lot of information's come out that he feels might hurt him, so he wants to get ahead of it by painting a different narrative. That's my guess. I don't know, but that's my speculation.
Okay. Did I have any idea who was coming on tonight? Did you tell me, Wick, who was going to be here tonight?
Did I even know this?
No, I said Aiden was, but I said I invited a bunch of other people, and you said whoever.
Okay, crazy.
2 hours before I was in class.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I'm going to talk to my community for just a smidge.
Wait, did
after-
me and Aiden get final statements?
Yes.
Everybody
okay,
else has
fair
got
enough.
one.
Yeah, you definitely
Aiden,
can. But
I
then I'm going
interrupted
to
you
move you
throughout
all
this
out
debate.
and talk
I'll let
to my
you go
own community.
first.
Yeah.
I love you, Wick.
Yeah,
ahead.
so-
All right. Gaped. Absolutely gaped. I love you guys. I'm going to go. It's late. Be careful. Stay safe. Ripperino, cappuccino, 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 my dudes. I will catch you guys next streamer now. Be careful, my children. I love you all so much.